Okay, I see Twitch has started. I do. And I see the YouTube one. Mhm. Mhm. All right. All right. Okay. Hello, everybody. Welcome to day 2 of the tournament bonanza. So many tournaments going on. We've got Chicago, we've got Maryland, and we've got San Diego. My name is Paige, and as you know from yesterday, I'm about 5 done. And today I have with Yishin with me. Go ahead and
Hello.
introduce yourself, Yishin.
Sure, I'm Yixian Zhou, Michael. I'm AJ6 Dan. I'm actually playing in San Diego tournament. So I'm gonna stream a little bit here and then drive to the venue and then play. But I really love the opportunity to check out other top players from the country, everywhere from every coast, everywhere.
That means we're gonna have to cheer on Yishin later
Yeah,
when
of
San Diego
course.
comes.
Yeah.
We are starting with Maryland, and then we'll have Chicago check in with us in a bit, and we'll look at that, and then San Diego later.
Mhm.
But for now, we'll start with Maryland. And if you guys want to check out yesterday's stream, which was great, we had so many people on yesterday, so much variety of our awesome commentators. We had You can check that out on the Twitch on US Go Web or the YouTube. I think you can check it out on YouTube. Um, I got confirmation that yes, you can check it out on YouTube as well, which is also American Go Association or US Go Web. But we are going to start today with the um, Duan versus Yuan Zhao. And as mentioned yesterday, I'm not too familiar with these players, but Yishian mentioned that he is a little bit more familiar with these players. So would you
Yeah.
like to tell us a little bit more about these
Yeah,
players?
Ninghan Duan is now studying in Miami, Florida. But he's traveling around the
Mhm.
country. Let's say he was in the LA Open 2 weeks ago. And sadly, he beat me on both scoreboard and tennis court. I kind of like need to revenge in the Congress. Yuan Zhou, Seven Dan, is a longtime Maryland Open champion player. I think that about 5-10 years ago, he wrote an article about his championship list. It was like 40 some champions. So
Oh wow, that is a lot of championships.
yes, yes, yes. So I played Maryland Open once. I happened to play him, so it's really
Oh, that's
nice.
awesome.
Yes.
And we were looking at the standings for the Maryland Open,
Mhm.
and so with the game we're looking at with Duan, he is sitting at 2-1, and Yuan is sitting at 1-2. So Yuan needs to step it up and come back here with this game to to be kind of back in the running. And then of course with the Maryland Open, we've got our undefeated players with Michael Chen, our very own AGA professional, sitting at 3-0, and then Liang Yu, who is also at 3-0, and he's actually a 5 dan, and he's kind of climbing his way up that ladder to compete with some of the 7 dans and the higher 6 dans. So that's really exciting.
Well, for Lian Yu, I would say he was definitely 7 dan strength 20 years ago when he was younger. He's around my age, maybe a little older than me, maybe. He consistently back then, and Yeah, and it's like this guy is very annoying. Not only beat me on Go board, he's making some very complicated. I mean, nobody understand poem. This poet is like is top of the mountain stuff. Nobody understand it, and then we have to study his poem after the tournament. He
Well, maybe
graduated
he
from Peking
will.
University. He's like Chinese Harvard ish. I don't understand
That's
a word this guy says.
well, that's awesome. Well, hopefully today maybe he pulls out some unexpected victories out from under his opponents. Let's
Oh
go
yeah, yeah,
ahead
yeah. That's good. That's
and
good.
hop into the Dawn versus Yuan Zhao game.
Sure.
We got a pretty standard opening so far. Both players taking some enclosures, not really pulling any punches, and then Black jumps into the 3-3. Right at the gate's pretty standard. We got a pretty normal opening. Oh, and then the counter 3-3. I actually don't like when my opponents do this, but I always am like, okay, it's fair. I took your corner. You're gonna take my corner. We're trading corners. Um, what do you think about what do you think about the opening so far? Do you feel like this is kind of like what you would do? Would you jump into the 3-3 immediately?
Uh, Nowadays, I'm a little bit scared of the fight as white, so I might do something else. But I understand 3-3 is the most trendy way of the AI era, so I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
Sometimes I do this, but sometimes I wanna just change the taste and then do something else.
Yeah, I get tempted to kind of build a little bit more, but this does feel a little slow, and then I might, look to kind of expand. But 3-3 does make a lot of sense. I might even be a little bit aggressive and kind of approach this corner.
Okay, well, right. I mean, the opening actually it's not that strict. I mean, you can play anywhere you want. It just
Yeah,
depends
yeah,
on your style, your follow up, basically.
yeah. And kind of a little bit about what you're comfortable with.
Yeah, yeah, of course.
Let's go ahead and go forward and kind of get into the nitty gritty of the Joseki. So we can see that our opponent, or not our opponent, but our players are looking to kind of immediately resolve this position. Sometimes, so one thing that's good to note is that a lot of players often kind of leave these Joseki hanging, right? Like this is a very already loose position right here. So like a lot of players can choose to play away here already and choose to kind of do something different. But when we see these Hanes and stuff like that, it is kind of looking to resolve the opposition immediately. They're not looking to leave this corner hanging.
I'm guessing Duan, the black player, since the D14 enclosure is high, so he probably want to block the left side just to, hide the weakness of the high enclosure. I'm guessing that.
Oh, okay. So
Yeah.
like to be able to kind of close this off and utilize, because if we say black plays away, the game could look something like this then.
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
And then the D14 might be you might wanna change into third line in this case.
Yeah, because we can see that if Black Hane's here, and like no matter what Joseki kind of White chooses here, it's almost gonna aim. It's gonna basically end in the direction that Black is taking the left side and turning that
Yeah.
into some solid territory. Of
And,
course, White goes with this one here. And so we kind of get exactly kind of what we were looking at, where Black is really looking to turn this into territory. Um,
yes.
but it does look like White wants to be flexible and have some Aji there still, and to be able to kind of do something in this direction. And then White goes back and takes territory though. I do like this because I do feel like if we were to play away as White, just kind of anything, just as an example, I do feel like this pincer would be kind of painful if we didn't really have any way to do anything in this side. It kind of feels like this strength is painful.
In this side, it's very hard for the black to make big territory, and it's almost impossible to white to make any territory. So it's kind of like
Yeah.
a desert, a trash area. So you don't want to invest your stone over there.
Yeah. Ooh, the shoulder hit. I like the shoulder hit.
Yep. It's a trendy way. It's kind of replacing like extension around cake 16 area. It's like almost the same idea. Um,
I think we'll
but
see the
just don't,
pincer here. Yeah, we're gonna
yes.
see the
Well,
pincer.
that's why white pincer. Yes.
Yeah. So it would be kind of slow. It like we don't want to just so one really common mistake that a lot of players make is they will see this really big area here and they'll be like, if I just turn that into territory, I'm just going to win. And you want to be very
Uh,
careful about that because if you try to do that, if you just try to take all this territory, your opponent is
mhm.
going to be much more efficient than you, and what you think might be really big isn't going to be as large as it looks. So it's not very efficient to play this kind of way, and you want to be very proactive, and that's why you see White choosing to pincer because he says he's more likely to get more over here if he pincers and kind of fights it, right?
Yes.
Um, yeah, so we're kind of just looking for White's kind of just looking to be able to play off the stone, kind of try to get a Sente position. I'm not sure how I feel about this though. I'd be worried about kind of stuff here a little bit later, uh, or all of the Aji that could come about here. Maybe even with this like nose hit here, which could be
I,
really
I, I, I
interesting.
don't I don't think this is the time for White to worry about the corner yet because in
Yeah,
outside fight, those are two weak groups trying to squeeze each other. So
yeah,
corner points, that's worry about later. And treat that as like an end game move. It's
yeah,
like
yeah.
15
So
points ish.
if
Yeah.
White was to say defend, here, we could probably end up seeing something like a cap here. Um, Cap's probably what I would imagine. Maybe even if we're just like trying to squeeze this, we might see something like that. But I'd imagine the cap. I'd imagine we would want to really press White down rather than let them run.
Nice.
Um, so White is choosing to jump out here, and that's because White is really not expecting to lose a lot here, even though I do think there is some Aji there.
There is definitely some RG, yes. But if you play the RG right now, White will just let you live in the corner, and outside four stones is going to be very weak.
Yeah. So
That's
basically,
the
if Black was to kind of try to utilize this Aji, White doesn't really care that
yeah.
White doesn't really care that Black's going to live in the corner.
Mhm.
Because we're going to be more focused on these four stones on the outside. And
Yes.
also, just kind of like about that side that we talked about, the more that Black kind of presses into this corner, the stronger we start to become on this right side to be able to start to actually turn that into territory you know, rather than just a moyo or potential territory, right? So of course, Black is
So
going
it
to
makes a lot of sense now.
prioritize
Yeah.
the outside stone, and they're going
Yeah.
to lean. Ooh, the Hane. The Hane is kind of aggressive. Did you expect the Hane, or would you expect more something like the Knight's move?
Um, if I were White, I'd probably just play the nice move because uh, I don't know. I mean, again, we discussed the corner. A corner is fine, but
Yeah.
the corner is actually kind of in trouble. So this one maybe not the nice move. Maybe naturally fix the corner,
Mhm.
so it should be okay.
Yeah, so it kind of to play on what we were talking about. So we were saying how before the corner is kind of, it's kind of fine. It's not too important, and the Knight's move does really reinforce that corner, even though we decided it wasn't that important. Plus, one thing that I am thinking about is like what happens if we get into this aggressive fight? What does the corner kind of look like after a bit? Now it feels a little bit more heavy. In fact, it kind of looks like that's what they ended up going into was this, Hane into, poke into cut. And so I would think that Black is, I would say I feel like very comfortable as Black here, but at the same
Because if
time,
black some
yeah,
way somehow jump down on to the right side, the corner is kind of half dead. So why need you to spend a move in the corner?
Yeah.
That's
So
the
white now
difference. So when
has
you are
to
corner, it's not seven and try to fight back.
yeah.
Yes.
And then it's really easy for black to just be able to come back and go, okay, I'm fine.
Yeah.
And
That's a
if we try to come out
disaster for
here
white. Yes.
as black, it is a big fight, but it's like, is this a comfortable fight? It's kind of hard to say. And black has so many ways out, so we might not see this fight. However, I will say, I think it is really important. And I express this all the time to all my students, is that one of the most important things you can do is have fighting spirit. I do think when we do make these cuts, that we should try to follow them up if possible. And if we can't, we probably shouldn't have played it in the first place. But then
Okay.
again, maybe white is worried that this might be too easy for black or something like that. Without the Aji.
Yeah, that's a good shape, but there's one point only.
But yeah, so it does look like black ended up going for just to kind of to net the stone. White ended up kind of coming back to fix their corner. So the position does feel slightly better for black. So I do kind of think that I agree. I think I kind of like that knight's move a little bit more. Because
Yeah.
now it feels like we kind of have to come back here and somehow fix this shape in one way or another.
Yeah.
But how about we go ahead and take a look at the other game, because it looks like
Sure.
we are all caught up on this one. And so we'll go ahead and take a look at our two undefeated players.
Oh,
Once
nice.
again, really exciting. We got Liang Yu, who is a 5-dan, who's clawed his way to fight against Michael Chen. Both these players are 3-0. Um, as mentioned, I'm not too familiar with Liang Yu, but Yishin is. Um, I know Michael very well. I talk to him quite a bit.
Okay.
We both stream, and so he's a really good player.
I'm not too surprised with Liang Yu with three wins. I'm not too surprised.
Is that because he used to be 7-dan, or is that more like he's just kind of is his style really
He was both. He was really good when he was younger, and his style is very powerful style. So if he wins in, he got some like winning streak, I'm not surprised.
So you said winning streaks. Does he like? So does he like ride the victory train?
Well, I don't know. Like he's doing the ATA City League B. He's doing well there, and then doing this one. I don't know. He's doing good.
Good. Well, good for him.
Yep.
Well, we'll see if he can take a win off of Michael Chen today.
Mhm.
It is a very important game since both players are 3-0.
Yes.
But I think we'll see a pretty aggressive game from Michael. Michael is a very aggressive player. So I think it's going to be a very interesting game. Oh, yep. I forgot that you had to switch it on the thing. We moved over to it, but I forgot to mention it. Okay, I also need control. Yeah, it is. Okay. Okay, Yishin, did you actually wanna control this one?
Sure.
Okay.
Sure. I can do that.
All right, it's all you.
So let's check out. So we can tell this is from White's perspective because the first move is on the lower left corner. So Liang Yu is sort of a traditional type. So but the things like I don't know. He knows too many complicated joseki. He actually choose the easiest one, upper left corner.
So you're saying a way that players could take advantage of him is by playing the complicated Josekis then.
Yes. So
Okay,
I think this
I need to remember that. I need to remember that.
makes a lot of sense. I don't know, Paige. What do you think the direction of this approach?
Um so I have a very so I actually am slowly learning that I actually prefer approaching from the side that I'm not on. So I
Uh-huh.
actually would probably approach somewhere at R6 or maybe even R14.
Yeah.
Just because I like being more flexible and I never end up with a lot of territory on the side uh, that I intend where I have all my stones and I just end up
Yeah.
getting into big fights. So I'm trying something a little different.
Yeah, well, there's two ways to look at it. If you approach here, you say, "Hey, I got better chance to make this area."
Yeah.
Yes, well, why got better chance to make this area too? So, but if you approach, let's say on the other side, let's just say here, yes, you got no chance to make the top, but why got no chance to make the right? I mean, little chance to make the right. So, but on the top, because white got a very strong position, yeah, black got a very strong position here. So stuff around here is automatically always almost, I mean, almost a white, a blacks. So I would say playing the open area, especially against a strong fighter like Michael, might be a better approach. So let's see what happens later. So Michael forced black to play on the top, and Yu is not happy with that.
Oh, Black Tanuki'd away from the top side. They didn't even add a move. They didn't even finish off the top, which makes a
Well,
lot of sense because the top left is so strong that you
yeah,
generally don't want to make an extension
yeah,
from a strong living corner. You want to be able to play different different areas of the board.
yeah, that feels too slow. But here's the problem we just presented. Here, actually, white got a whole side of potential.
Mhm.
Black got this potential. Feels like white got a little bit more than black.
Yeah,
And
and Black still has to add another move at the top side to even, at some point to even make it, even make it territory. Otherwise, White's just going to invade in there
yes, so
like
here's
that.
the problem. So you are trying to make it really big and nice, but since the top is wide open, Michael died in. I don't think this stone is gonna die anytime soon.
Yeah, no, I don't think so either.
Yeah, so they began to fight. So this is a trendy way because this honey fixed the upper right corner. So and then you dig out your stone because
Hmm.
it feels like black is surrounding white by 5-2 advantage, but you have to take a look at this 5 white stone as well. So there's actually advantage of stone power for white locally here. So
Yeah,
this is
White kind of even, White even secured their corner and is like, I secured my corner that you gave me, and I'm still able to, come in and invade you and have some very light stones that I can, mess around with.
yes. Well, so in the beginning, this area only got black, white gold only got one stone advantage. But right
Hmm.
now, because what black put away here, and of course the 3-3 invasion. So white Tanuki, black Tanuki twice. So white is now just pushing black around.
Yeah, it does look like Black is getting pushed around quite a bit.
Yes. Well, this is a stick, and white need to. So I'm kind of like doubtful about this move. It's almost killing the 3 stones. But how important is this 3 stone?
Yeah, it almost looks kind of, hopeful. It's kind of like maybe my opponent might respond here. Maybe if I look big and bad, they might respond, but not
No,
quite.
no, that's not even 10 points. Because the useful stone is here. The useful stone is not gonna get killed. The 3 stones already did their job.
And kind of once again, we draw back to that, that upper left corner was already so powerful by itself. So why are we
Yeah.
trying to play off something that is already so self-sufficient? It just feels strange to
Yes.
play off something that doesn't need help.
Yeah. Yes. Because like you make your strong group stronger, it's still a strong group. It doesn't benefit as much as you make your weak group stronger. It become like a solid
Hmm.
group. So black look like it's attacking white, but it's more like black is trying to saddle. That doesn't sound right because your Moyo now is saddling.
Yeah, we
So
kind of went from, being like, I want the whole top of the board to being
uh,
like, I'm accepting the first line of the board.
yes, yes, from 25 points to 2i. So that's a big change.
I can hear you. I did see that. Oh, okay, okay. So they might okay, so they can't hear you? It's okay. I'll let them know in case, just in case they couldn't hear you.
Yeah.
If you guys hadn't seen, Michael has a bag of ice that he keeps putting on his head, and I actually saw. Yeah, it's a really big bag of ice, and I saw that earlier, and I was very curious. But basically, he was out drinking last night, and so he's a little hungover, and that is the handicap he's providing to his opponents today. So I guess the question is, will Michael win this tournament while hungover? But I did notice that it was very funny. Yeah, I was very confused. I thought it was a tactic.
Okay. All right. Okay, so let's keep on review the game. So so look like black is trying to push white around, but the shape white is doing is kind of flexible. White is very hard to capture every stone of white. Of course, some white stone could die, but it's very
And
hard to
I
capture
also think
all.
it's really important to mention because I think a lot of players may not realize this. Um, White actually has enough territory at this point. White is not worried about their territory. They've got two really solid corners.
Yeah.
They're not really worried about territory. A lot of players might be thinking at this point, how do I make more territory? But white isn't actually worried about that anymore. Now white just has to worry about, how am I going to push black around the board like this? How am I going to, connect up and make my stones live and give, the worst possible position for black? Because I already have enough points. So we don't want to just keep building and do nothing but building. So that is important
Let's
to note.
do a
Hmm.
quick point count. White got something like 10 points here at least. Well, we don't count the potential yet. So 10 points here. So upper right, I would say if white defend this way, 15. If don't, 10. So I would say there's more chance for white to defend it. So it's kind of like 15-ish.
Hmm.
And this is not territory yet, but it's kind of pretty good potential. And white got the 7.5 Kumi. So white got something like 35, 40 points. Black,
Hmm.
very limited. This is what, like 15?
Hmm.
And a few points here, a few points here. So black is already naturally trailing on points.
Yeah,
And
and white
now
has
he punished this group really well,
yeah,
which
and
is
white
really hard.
has so much potential to keep growing comparatively
Yeah.
to black, because black's going to be running around with this group here, and so it's like
Yeah.
white's just going to keep gaining the more that they push black
Yeah.
around, right?
So with this card, I don't know. A lot of people like to this style. Michael liked this style because the card can put more pressure on this both two white black groups. But of course, this card presents some risk for white himself because this card is nowhere close to any open space. If some like rare case, white might be in trouble. But this is Michael's style, so let's see what happens. So black trying to get out. White use the code to basically gain some sente. So the push white want to use as cold threat. Oh, now it's
Oh
kind of like
wow.
this is very nice for white now because I was saying this cut is not helping black as much, white as much, but now it does because the whole group is out. That means this group is black group is in trouble.
Yeah.
Which means this corner is now very big because there's no chance white to black to invade this corner now.
And it's worth mentioning that black is still really low to the top side. Black is only getting second line territory with that top group. So, how much are we actually getting? We don't even care about the fact that we were cut off from these K14 stones, K13 stones. We're now focused on this right side. We're looking to capture this big string of stones.
Yep. So now black actually need to settle this group. Let's forget about territory now. You need to show me two eyes. So black is busy fixing his group. Wait, did we catch? Oh, okay. I think we caught up.
No, you probably need to refresh.
Refresh. Where?
Yeah. It was doing this to me yesterday. Try
Okay.
refreshing
So I
and more
just
messages
refresh
show
my
up.
page as a
Yep,
whole.
just the online the review. Yeah, the review one.
Oh, wait. Okay. So there's more stuff going on.
Yeah.
So why? Okay, now it's easy. Okay, so the plan is changed. We don't worry about the territory anymore because if we kind of surround here, black. Let's say some way somehow black make twice in this area, but Michael will get another very nice 20 points block here,
Yeah,
which
like
is
how many, it's kind of like how many points is this even going to end up being worth if it lives? Is it even worth living at this point? And it kind of feels like
yes,
black has to live. If white kills it, the game's basically over. But at the same time, if we live, the game is basically over. And so we're
yeah,
forced to kind of make that decision of like what's the what's the worst of the two. And so black is choosing to fight. They're like, hey, I've got to fight here, and then maybe I can figure out this out and then figure out the rest later, right?
yeah. Well, it looks like black is trying really hard, trying to make twice, and black sort of did it, but. But let's come back and check out the upper right corner. It doesn't shrink that much. It still got like 13 points ish, 14 maybe. So
Yeah.
upper right corner doesn't get hurt at all. But white got a new block of territory on the right side. So if you look around, it's not about who killed whom. It's about like white is leading on points and strengths. And then actually, if we look back, this five stone in the middle is not settled at all for black. So I would say right now Michael is looking pretty good. Of course, the game is only like I don't know 40% in, so anything could happen in second half.
I would say the hungover Zichen
Uh
is working out.
huh.
Hangover is working out. Oh. That's
Okay.
funny.
All right, so I think we kind of caught up the game, and then we got a conclusion. Now is like Michael is looking good. Should we switch to the table two?
How about we take a five since we caught up on both games? Take a five and okay. Okay.
Sure.
All right, guys, we're going to go ahead and take a 5 minute break, and then we'll come back with hopefully the Chicago games, which are also really exciting. I'm very excited for the Chicago games. That is the one I've mostly been keeping up with. But I think this, tournament bonanza has been awesome, up with all the games. But yeah, we're going to go ahead and take five, and then we'll be back. It'll be me and Yushin again. All right?
All right. Thank you. See you in a few minutes. All right.
All right, hello everybody. Oh, hold up. Chris, you got to give me control again. Oh, let me type. Let me type in there. Yep, I'm gonna type in the other games as well.
Sure. Okay.
All right, awesome. Hello everybody, and welcome back. My name is Paige, and if you guys forgot who I am, then are you really here? Are you really here the whole time? And with me is Yishin.
Hello, everybody. I'm from Los Angeles area. Sorry, I have to go later because I got the fourth round of San Diego tournament to catch up.
Don't worry, we'll give you a late note for the TD, and we'll even give you a hall pass just to make sure you get there without getting
That
stopped.
helps a lot.
All right. And we actually have a really exciting matchup, like a super exciting matchup that I am super excited for. We have Do-Yup Kim, 8-dan versus Young Guo, 6-dan. I am actually familiar with both of these players. Johan is the first 7-dan AGA that I ever beat. He's not 7-dan right now, but he was the first 7-dan that I beat ever in the Michigan tournament.
You said 7-dan. Wait, who's the first 6-dan you beat?
Who is the first 6-dan? You! You were the first 6-dan that I beat. Yes,
Okay,
yes, you were the first one. Yes, I remember Kevin, the TD in the Masters came up and he's like, I underestimated you. You were way stronger than I thought. And he's like, I did not expect you to beat Yishin. But yeah, Johan, he was the first AJ 7-dan IV. I actually knocked him out of 7-dan, knocked him back down to 6-dan.
Nice.
And then we've got Do-Yup Kim. Do-Yup is an interesting player who likes coming to the West. He likes coming to, he likes going to European tournaments. He likes coming to tournaments here in the AGA and destroying us and letting us know that we're not that good.
Is he local around Chicago area or where
No,
is he
he's
from?
Do-Yup's actually from Korea, I think. He's not. Yeah, he flies out here for our tournaments every year.
Wow.
He comes to the Chicago tournaments. He sometimes comes to he goes to all the big tournaments and then just like wins them. And he's winning the European tournaments.
Nice lunch. I mean, nice dinner this time, so he doesn't beat you up that badly next time.
Yeah, well, so I actually have beaten Do-Yup at least once.
Nice.
Yeah, and
great.
and he actually was in my very first tournament. He was the very first player that I ever played in a live tournament in Cleveland. And I lost to him, and then Jay lost to him, and then Eric beat him in that tournament. It was great.
Very nice.
But yeah, let's go ahead and take a look at the game. And now, do you guys remember, guys, that Yishin will have to go very shortly. He'll let us know when he has to go, but he's gonna go ahead and commentate with me until then. So, would you like to take control to review while you're still here?
Okay, sure. Let's do that.
Okay.
All right. So Kim is black. I've never seen his Kifu before, so this is the first time. Oh, okay. So Yihan is using this very traditional way of playing. This is very nice. I hate to see the same Josuke 70 times a day.
I actually like this. Yeah, I like that. I like that White is kind of mashing it up. He's kind of going into the. I mean, obviously they're not going into the avalanche, but they're going in that direction, right? It's a little different than what we normally see. And Ricky says, "You tell me he came all the way from Korea to play in a little tournament." Yes, he did, and he does it every year to come remind us. He does it just to come remind us.
All right. So from here we see actually White is putting his own to the left side, which is attacking black a little bit, and he's pushing black a little low. So black's bottom side is the the potential got limited a little bit. So I actually like the choice of the Joseki. Not only I'm getting bored, but I like the direction control very much. So black doesn't want to get attack on the left side, and of
I
course
actually
white.
like C10. C10's very nice because it kind of like takes away that comfortable base. Because if we had seen like a normal, two space base, it would be
Mhm.
very easy for white to kind of start building the left side, right? Like it would just be a little easy for white to start building that left side.
If black does this, you will say white will just.
Yeah, white would be able to really make an easy base with this group on the left side. It would be too
Oh,
easy for
I
white.
see. Mr. Kim fly all the way from Korea not to play easy, huh?
Yeah, he's like, if I flew all this way, I gotta win the whole thing. Make
Okay,
sure
all
it
right.
pays for my flight back.
Yeah. Wow, but Yuhan
Oh
is
wow.
this is very active. I mean, active play way of playing. So like I would say for maybe 90% of the player, Kanage is just like a no-brainer. I don't know about you. It feels like this is very important.
Yeah, that attachment is very very crazy. I would definitely connect there. I would be worried about, but maybe white feels, I don't want to just do what my opponent wants me to do.
Yes.
Um,
But in this situation, we now have like one, two, three, four, five, six, seven groups to fight each other. Very
yeah,
nice.
and it's actually cool because I do think that Johan, and I remember, I think the exact reason that I felt really comfortable when I played Johan
Uh-huh.
in Michigan was because
Mhm.
he was a fighter. I like fighting.
Oh,
I love
okay.
fighting, and I was like, and one of my roommates who had played Johan just around before was like, "Hey, I think you might actually be a better fighter than this guy, and if
But
you
but
just fight him, you might win." And so that's what I did. I fought him, and I ended up murdering him across the board.
but
And
Paige, I got a one serious question for you. Why you
yeah,
give me the control for this fighting game? You know how old I am. I need more brain cell to survive. Come on.
I wanted to
Why
keep you on
you
your
do this to
toes. I
me?
wanted to keep you on your toes. I'm giving you a warm up before you got to go fight all of those San Diego players.
Oh my gosh, those are crazy people too. Oh my gosh, Go World is too crazy. I need to get out of this world.
So I actually don't. I don't feel very well for this for white. I actually don't like this for white. I feel like black is getting off too easily with these two stones, and black doesn't
Yes,
even care about the C10 stone, right?
yeah. The cut here make this five little white stone almost a useless group because it doesn't do much anymore.
Yeah, it
So
feels like
basically, the cut kills the corner for sure, and half of the center outside.
yeah, it feels like now if black was to start surrounding that, white would be like, it's completely pointless for me to try to save this. In which case, of course, black won't try to surround it because they don't even care about that, right? Like it's so small at this point that it's like I
Yeah.
already got the part that's large. I already got the big part of it.
Yes. So now I need to punish this group really well to compensate. Let's see how Ihan punish. Oh, he still say this back.
He says this is actually really important. I need it.
Okay. Oh well, even like that, Mr. Kim is gonna save the upper left group. Yeah, it's like
But I think it's worth mentioning that I think it's hard to fight the C15 stone, right? Like if white had played something like D14 instead of connecting up at D7, there's still so much Aji in that corner, right?
yes, but still, I think this is kind of I don't know. I think this is important because now you keep yourself in a very healthy line. So the potential here we're looking at is great. I mean, the corner, let's
Yeah.
say the half of the corner, because the corner there's a lot of weird oddies, but you at least get half of it, and very nice potential here. But how many points is this little group?
Yeah,
Can
and
you
I guess
tell?
that's worth mentioning as well. Is black even gonna play D7 right now? Is black
No
really gonna
way. It's
cut
an
this
end game
off?
move.
Yeah,
No, no,
exactly.
no,
No
no,
way. So
no,
why would
no.
it doesn't feel important to connect it up?
Yep. So this one, I don't know about it. And the thing is, if black get out to the center, the whole block of white is actually not settled.
Yeah, and it's like how much did white even get here? We would normally say white got, the space between the two spaces, but there's still a stone in there that has so much
Yeah,
Aji.
that stone is not dead yet.
Exactly,
Nowhere
exactly. So white
close to
didn't
be
even
dead.
gain anything.
Yeah, okay, so I already caught up, so I need to refresh.
No, actually, you're actually
Okay,
at
so
the
wait a second. Stop.
yeah, you're at the exact oh, okay, never mind.
Okay, so I'm gonna refresh. Okay, so black white get out. Okay, so we just talked about black doesn't agree that this stone is dead stone. That presents some trouble for the whole white group. Let's see how white control this. Okay, white control the top.
So he
Wait
tries
a
to
second.
switch directions.
Wait a second. So white play here try to save this. Now it feels like they're actually in a bigger trap.
Yeah, now they've become heavy, right? They're kind of heavy.
Yeah. I don't know. Will you save some group that is not guaranteed they're gonna be safe? So is it really saving them? Let's see what happens. So it
I
feels
will
like
say this is
black is
an
doing
already
okay
good
here.
example of a fighting game between two very aggressive players. White does not want to give up
Yeah.
anything. White is trying to say, I'm going to live with everything I have. Everything's going to come out fine. Very hopeful.
Okay. but like Mr. Kim fly all the way to Korea doesn't. I don't know about that part. Okay, so look like yeah, you're right, Cage. White is trying to kill everything, but can he? I kind of doubt it. Uh, because White need to save this stone for sure,
Hmm.
and it's very hard. Look, very hard for me to kill this block because it's already connected here.
Hmm.
So if you save this stone, black just naturally push out. Isn't this trapped? So I don't know how white should play now. What's your plan if you were white?
If I am white,
Uh-huh.
I would feel kind of, I'm at this point where my bottom group is now heavy, and I already am, I have to now bear the consequences. I have to save that group now. I have
So
to save that D6 group.
somewhere here maybe.
Yep. At this point, I have
Isn't that
to.
kind of sad?
It is kind of sad, but if we kind of just let this die, the game's just kind of over. Yeah.
Yes, yes. All right. I think the game is gonna go on for a while because this is only like the 48th move of the game, 47th move of the game. But I do need to drive to San Diego tournament, so hopefully I can see you guys later, or I can check the streaming myself on the car.
All right. All right. You can go ahead and pass control back to
Okay,
me
I'm
just,
gonna have
just
to.
to make it
Do
easy.
I have to give you back the control?
Yeah. Yeah. Just go ahead and pass it to me. And thank you
Okay,
for
and
joining
then
us, Gishian.
you know that I'm not trying to intentionally being late. Okay,
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
still a good
And
kid.
remember, everybody, remember, we have to cheer for Yushin because he's going to be playing in the San Diego tournament that we are going to be streaming
Yep.
later. We are going to be streaming the San Diego rounds too. So make sure you're all
Nice.
cheering for Yushin.
Sure. Thank you. Have a
All
nice
right,
day.
bye.
Bye. Okay.
Okay. Okay. All right, guys, we're going to go ahead and take 5 again. I got to go get updated on some things, and we'll be back, okay? With more Chicago. Great. Oh, okay. Okay, which one are we starting with? Okay. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I saw it kind of started to divulge. Okay. Okay. Also, can you pass me back control in the Michael game? I think we forgot to get Miss Bear's control pass from that one. Awesome. Yep. Awesome. Awesome. Okay. Uh huh. Okay. Yeah. No problem. Now, do you want me to like speed up to those positions or the life and death problem? Okay. Hmm. Okay. I think what I'll do is just because so people remember what was going on, I'll start here, but I'll speedily get to the problem. Apparently, also, by the way, people can hear us. Hello, everybody. Okay, I'm ready. Okay. Well, my audio was already live, but yeah. Welcome back, everybody. Okay, so we're gonna switch back to the Maryland games because we actually have quite an interesting development in both of these games, and we thought it would be really interesting if we went back to kind of look at what happened. So if you guys remember this game earlier, Duan versus Yuan Zhou, we were kind of like in this position where White had played the Hane, Black had played the Peep, and we are kind of trying to settle this position as Black, but also trying to settle the corner as White. But we are going to go ahead and move a little quickly through this part because we want to get to kind of the meal or the snack of the game, right? We're in this kind of position where Black is right now is a string of stones. Because if you remember earlier, we were kind of talking about how Black was actually kind of in a really decent position to be able to kind of lead on this left side and to be able to come out. But it's kind of looking a little different. It's kind of looking like it's actually Black that is running, and White's corner is a little bit, a little bit more or a little stronger than we might have thought. Um, but Black is going to go ahead and focus on escaping, and we'll go ahead and go forward. And now Black feels comfortable enough to go ahead to be able to say, hey, I am out. White feels like, hey, I can't really realistically, do anything here anymore. If we try to cut this off, it's very risky because White doesn't have any eye space themselves. And so they're going to have to be able to go, I want to weigh the risk of life versus death, right? And so they're going to go ahead and choose to take a base here just to make sure that they're fine. We'll go ahead and go forward. And we get a really interesting exchange here where, and a lot of people miss this exchange. A lot of people don't actually know that this is possible. It is actually very possible to go ahead and push through here. A lot of people don't know that, but you can. And you can actually trade off that corner. That is a perfectly fine variation. There's nothing wrong with that if you decide that the corner isn't big enough. And it's good to remember that when you do have this variation, the corner was originally your opponent's corner, so you're pretty much just giving them back what they had. You're just like, I don't want that anymore. It became a little corrupted or something, you know. And so black is saying, I'm going to prioritize this side of the board, but also while I'm prioritizing this side of the board, I am also kind of reinforcing this group that I have up here to make it, more, okay or safe. Hold up, I got to refresh my screen. Sorry. Some of these are a little slow to update. All right, there we go. So we can see black plays a Hane for Aji, and then black goes back and starts to defend. So we are looking at a large development in, this direction, right? We're kind of getting a bit of a moyo here, but white can't go out without a fight, right? Because if we try to just, invade or not invade, but reduce like this area is just way too big. This area of the board is massive. It's very large. And so we can't really just do that. And white has to say, hey, I need to make a difference here. And if you guys remember, before I hopped off yesterday, I had mentioned one of my favorite proverbs where, if your opponent's house is bigger than yours, you probably want to make that, you probably want to start investing in some dynamite. You want to start, hiding that dynamite throughout your opponent's moyo. So that way, when, and the way that I like to look at it is if we try to do this too early, our opponent's probably going to start putting up their security cameras, and we're not going to be able to stick some dynamite in there. We're not going to be able to blow right through it. And so we want to do that early. We want to make sure that that is in there. And so now white is trying to, try to sneak about, and the famous dynamite analogy. Yes, it is. It's one of my favorites. And so white is trying to, sneak about and try to get their stones in there and try to make sure that they are ready to prep for a fight and not just to roll over and die. However, something that's worth mentioning as we kind of go through about here is that black is not alive at the top of this board. Black isn't fully alive, and we actually have to worry about this because what happens if white just comes out here and sure, say we just kind of go with this, are we actually ahead now? If this dies and this dies down here, who has the bigger side? I think that's really difficult to count. I don't think it's impossible to count, but I think it's really hard, and I feel like both players would not want to, take that kind of risk, or maybe both players will want to take that risk. So something that, it kind of looks like they both end up taking that risk. So black pretty much says there is no way that white can do anything else down here, right? Nothing else. So now white has to prove that this big stick of blackstones is 100% dead, that this cannot live. And so that is what we're going to have to look at, is if black can live here. If black lives, then, what black has gotten is big enough to win the game. And so black is doing their best to try and, make two eyes. But right now what we're looking at is just that one eye. In fact, it looks like we might even have a ko, right? Because if we play here, oh no, not even, because we have to play here first. Okay, so that's that's how we would get our ko, right? Because if we play this Hane and white plays, the Hane back, black can then go here, and we've got kind of a miai problem, right? If white plays here, we can see that they connect up to the side, and black's going to have a second eye over here. So we got an interesting code there as to where black tries to make this eye right away. White can just drop down here, and it's not really a miai situation. And so we're going to have to see. We do see that Hane to go ahead and make space for an eye. And one thing that we do have to worry about with this ko for black is that the important question is, where are our threats at, right? Our threats only really are coming about with making life, right? Like our whole, living situation is our threats, is I'm threatening to live, and then it's like, where are black's threats, right? Our white's threats, right? So there's quite a bit here that that's going to happen. Okay. Okay, so now we're pretty much relying on this ko, and this is a really big corner. Now, most commentators would go, hey, let me count the score for you. Not me. I don't know how to count score. But I'm going to call that a really big group, and if it dies, I'd be terrified. And so we'll go ahead and move on here. So again, you'll notice that a lot of Black's threats, once again, are coming from living, right? Black is relying on this, I have to live to be able to, or my threats have to come from life. Because if we try to make a threat, for example, like this one, let's say Black plays here, that might not be big enough, right? White can just go back and connect here and say, I really don't care, right? Like, I don't care if that dies. I don't care if you do this. And so we have to be really careful about the kind of threats we're making. Um, but yeah, and so now we're in a really tough position where we have to make life. Oh wow, okay, and so we got another ko going. So white says, okay, I can't really find another ko, so I'm gonna go back to this ko over here. And the cool part about this ko for white is that if, you know, every ladder is a threat, right? Like every time we ladder, it's a threat. But of course, that's not what's gonna happen because we can see that it just goes straight to white stones anyway. So you might ask, how does black even do anything here then? Well, we've got a really cool move called the net. Net is very awesome, and it's going to be able to, secure us this position. But also, now we have to ask, where are black's moves to fight this code, right? Where are the rest of black's threats? And what we're going to be able to do is play a move like this, because now we're surrounding these 3 stones. So my guess is going to be that black can live here because this threat or this move comes with a lot of threats, and that would actually be very unfortunate for white because I think that white needs to be able to, um, you know, kill this whole thing to be even remotely close, right? And so we can kind of see that black ends up winning it, and this is actually really bad because we don't actually want to make this connection, right? Like we don't actually want to play here. And I know a lot of players look at that and are it's like, well, but that isn't that like a lot? But here's the thing, right? Let's say we play somewhere else, just or not somewhere else. So let's say we play this connection, which is also just as unfortunately just as bad, right? Um, but the thing is, if black captures these stones here, they do save their entire group, which is great. That is the big part. That is the big part. But white saving these stones isn't the big part. White is saving these stones because it contributes to the life of this giant black group. And so what's happening is white says, okay, if I connect here, you're going to take these stones. And if I connect here, I don't really have a code threat big enough. And so you're just going to end up taking these stones. So white says, this is the bigger of the two, so I'm going to let you capture these, and I'll connect these instead. Which is unfortunate because we kind of, where is White's points? White's got a corner here, White's got a corner here, a corner here, but all of that territory is very low to the wall as to where black is getting this very, almost fifth, sixth line territory on the bottom here, plus a very solid third line territory on the left side. So I would say that right now, Duan is actually got a very big lead, and I honestly expect the possibility of a resignation soon. And one thing you notice here is that black isn't cutting immediately. So my I might cut immediately, but that's because I'm quick to judge. Uh, but you'll see that black actually takes a very smart approach. They say, you know what? I have enough points to win this game. I'm not worried about this, having all this 6 line territory. I don't need to win by like 50 points. I can just win by a little bit less. So they're just going to take the easy way, right? They're just like, hey, I'm going to go for kind of that easy road. Wow. So yeah, I'd imagine this is, yeah. So white is dead here, very likely, and 100% dead here on the bottom right. There just is not a lot happening in this game. Do we have a confirmation that Yuanzo resigned here? Do we have confirmation? Okay, yeah. I as expected. Yeah, definitely impossible to kind of come back from this position. It was very hard, and Duan played it very, very smartly. But let's Oh no, just a warm up. That's okay. All of this fighting is my kind of style. I like it. I'm here for it. Oh, perfect, perfect. Yishin must be glad he stepped away at this exact moment. Safely, hopefully. Just with the sound and not the actual motion picture. All right. And so not only did we have, some really crazy, interesting life and death with the Duan versus Yuan Zhou game, but we also have a very continuously interesting Michael versus Liang game, which we kind of knew was going to be very aggressive, very fighty. Liang was already kind of slipping away, and when you're slipping like that, one of the best things you can do is be like, if I can't read this, maybe my opponent can't read it. The game's, time to make things crazy, right? And so let's go ahead and kind of, see what happened. Um, uh-huh. Um, so, so where did the Hangover rumor come from? Okay, okay, okay. So, for those that for those that can't just because I don't know if they can still hear you. I don't know if they can hear you or not. Um, but just so everyone knows, so the bag of ice is actually not a hangover for Michael. So those that have seen the kind of the bag of ice on Michael's head, apparently he was playing tennis and he slipped, and so that's what the bag of ice is for. So I would say that might be an even bigger handicap because he must kind of still be feeling that pain, a little bit of that pain. So, but then again, he's winning his game, so maybe it's not that bad. Maybe it's not that bad. But we'll see. We'll see. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. Focus. Yeah. I wish I could do that. Promise Next says the Hangover would be way worse. Maybe I don't know. I've never been. I guess I don't want to say I've never been hungover, but all right, let's go ahead and continue the game. So we can kind of see white protecting, and this makes a lot of sense, right? Because when we look at this board and we're thinking about, how does black even come back in this game? How does black win this game, right? Well, maybe we, save this, but then black could make this really nasty cut, and this would be one way that, you know, white cut or black kind of claws their way back. And so white is saying, hey, if I fix this, and black does do something like this, it's not like white's going to give this up. But one thing we could note that is even if white does give it up, it is still not enough for it's still not enough for black to win the game. And it's also good to note that are we even alive on this right side? We still have to kind of worry about that. Um, However, black says no, I don't. Maybe he sees. I'm not going to say that I'm reading death here, but I would certainly be terrified, and I might be a little quick to go back and protect my group. Um, and so kind of playing off of, the fact that I was thinking about, these surroundings, Black says, okay, I'm now going to use that strength that I kind of, spent so much time on, that I spent so much time working on, and I'm going to go ahead and lean on this left side, and I'm going to start, trying to attack these stones, because that is the next play, White has nothing else on this board to attack. And that's actually really important that everyone should understand and note that a lot of strength comes from attacking weak groups. And so if you are on a board where you have a bunch of weak groups, you need to start shoring up those weaknesses. You shouldn't just continue to make weak groups, because this is the only thing that black can attack on this board. And so white is in a prime position to be able to defend. And so we can see that, and we can pretty much see, kind of, if you guys remember earlier, you should mention that these three stones are really not that important. They really aren't. And we can see that white is kind of echoing that, right? White says, I don't care that those are in Atari. I know that the important group that's really important is going to be this one. I'm already ahead. And so now all I need to do is secure this weak group and also to be able to continue to put pressure on these black stones here. And of course, black is going to respond in kind because they know that this is their only way to claw back this game. And I do like that black is being very aggressive about it, because one thing that we could see here is maybe black just says, I'm going to be light here. But one of the reasons we might see this Atari right now, instead of being like, okay, I'm going to escape here, blah blah blah, and then come back here and get more points here, is because black wants to make white as heavy as possible. Black really wants white to invest everything. So he says, I'm going to Atari here because I know that this connection is actually pretty important. These 3 stones are important, but this connection is important. So I'm going to make you heavy and say, I 100% want these, because now if black tries to push through, white can't just simply go, okay, I'm willing to give these up now, because you already added a stone there. You've already made this heavy. I have to save these now. I don't have a choice because I've already made them important. However, oh, never mind. Okay. I was going to say, I was like, I guess now technically black could kill this, but I'm getting ahead of myself. We would just end up dying here with these 3 stones. And just so we're aware, just so this is for our DKs and some of our SDKs. If black plays Atari, it is good to note that this ends up being a ladder. It goes into a ladder. Yeah, but a very important one, because it connects the very important 3 stones right here. Those are the ones we're trying to kill, and we're trying to get the drop on, right? And so black has to play here. Black has to come out here. And also, really important to know, my students, in fact, any of my students watching the chat will know, I do not like empty triangles. And what does this lead to? An empty triangle. Very important to note that if there's an empty triangle, there's probably a better move. And one really good way to fight off empty triangles is these jumps here, because something that a lot of people do is these moves here, and these are empty triangles as well. And so one really good way to avoid them is this jump. Really good jump. We don't want to jump this way because that's Atari, so we jump this way. All right. And then we go into our nice shape, our bamboo. And now, again, as we mentioned, these stones on the left side were important, so white's going to go back and, shore that up. Ooh, we get a really interesting ko. So white chooses not to just simply connect here. So I know that a lot of people might look at this and it doesn't look that different, because if white if white just connects here, black goes here, it's like, how different is this position? But here's the thing: is if we play this ko like this, we don't have to immediately connect this. We can actually play this out. So like, let's say black extends here. We don't have to make this immediate connection, and we can be a little bit more efficient, a little bit more flexible with the shape. So it's a very smart way of playing this, even though like a lot of people might just connect here because it does exactly what you want it to do. But white says, I know that if I die here, if black suddenly wins this ko, it's not that bad. It's not that bad for me. So I can comfortably fight this ko and be efficient about it. And so it's very smart for white. And we also can mention, white has a ko factory on the right side of the board. Black has to respond to pretty much every single move over here because it's enough to win. Oh wow. Okay, so white is willing to fight for the corner. I think this is actually a good decision, honestly. I think it's pretty much impossible to kill this upper right corner. I think this threat is bad. But of course, what threat can black realistically make? I think really the only threat that we can make as black is probably this turn, maybe this turn, because this will at least connect up. But also, is it even enough? I do think that white will probably save these stones just because we have so many ko threats. But the thing is, if we respond to this ko threat, it's very possible that black could equalize the amount of ko threats. So White is saying this is the least amount of damage that black can do. So I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna let this one slide. This is the move I'm gonna go for. And so we'll go ahead and go forward and kind of see how this goes. And pretty much what I thought, it's pretty much impossible for black to really come out on top here. Now, it's really important. Oh, wait, is it actually important here? I don't think so. Um, yeah, okay, so it actually looks like it's okay to play it this way. We end up coming out on top. I was gonna say we should play here first, but it is a good Liberty thing to know is that we should almost always play here first because it's gonna be, it's an Atari one move sooner. So it is very important for the corner, but that is good enough for white. Now, did Liang also resign here? Okay, okay. Yeah, that was the last hope for Liang. So I would expect the resignation to come out here. So that actually means that Michael comes out as the undefeated player here. I actually don't have I'm gonna go ahead and give me a moment, guys. I'm pulling up the Maryland Open on my screen just so I can report the current standings to you guys. Okay, we've got yeah, so Michael is now, the only undefeated player at 4-0, with Duan trailing behind at 3-1, um, and Alex Chi at 2-2, and then Liang, is still in that running for a top spot at 3-1, which is really good. He's 5 done and he's really pushing it. Even though he was 7 done previously, it is still a big achievement to claw your way back towards that prestigious 7 dan rank. And now I believe Michael Chen has already played Ningduan, right? Um, yeah, they did. They did in round 2. So we won't be seeing that matchup for the final round. But yeah, uh, should we take 5? Okay. All right, everybody, we're gonna go ahead and take 5 again. My voice box just needs just a moment. All right, welcome back, everybody. just needed a small moment, and so we're back again and see if we can get into some more interesting games. So we're actually going to go over the we're going to go back to the board one for Chicago, which is Doyup versus Johan, which is an incredibly interesting game because both players are very aggressive fighters, very 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 aggressive fighters, and that's going to make the game really exciting. And in fact, for the whole first half of the game, we actually kind of talked a lot about that. You know, White wasn't really willing to give anything up. They were constantly like, "Hey, I gotta save this. I gotta save this. I gotta save this." But here's the thing: is that's actually really um, that's also good for the other player that is a fighter as well. So fighting games tend to go a weird way because you have one player who is going to be fighting from behind and one player that's going to be fighting from ahead. And the whole point about fighting styles is that you are going to constantly be reminding your opponent that, hey, you have this weak group, and I'm going to, you know, I'm gonna surround this. I'm gonna fight. I'm gonna attack this. And when you are fighting from behind, you're always like, I'm gonna save this. I'm gonna save that. I'm gonna save this. And there's nothing you can say to make me change my mind. And so it's very conflicting styles when you're fighting, you know, your own style. Uh, and so as we kind of left off with the start of this, White's group was very thin. Now, luckily, White does get this turn in Sente. Black cannot, you know, immediately start surrounding the outside of this. Um, Black does have to respond because if White plays here, Black does not have any liberties with their beautiful tombstone shape, and so Black has to come back and make sure that they're alive. And now White gets to go back and kind of fight this. I actually think this uh, is an interesting move, and I'm actually curious about Black's response because I would have thought that Black would Hade here because now if White plays his Atari and Black goes out, I'm wondering how does White even live here? You know, but then again, maybe Black's thought is that I could do this and I could capture these stones, but I'm probably going to get, you know, I'm going to run here. You know, what's a really good way to run, right? Like I have to do this, and this is kind of rough, and we don't really want to go into this ugly shape. So I guess in a way, I would say that Black's response is very tame and very smart. Um, he says, "Hey, I think you living here isn't that great anyway. You living here has always been a poor decision, so I'm just gonna let you do it." Uh, though I guess instantly Delia tells me I'm wrong. He says I'm definitely gonna go for that cut. I'm going for that cut. I don't know why he didn't do it the other way, like this. But he decides the smart way is this way. Um, but I think that this is a lot easier for White to live. I think it's very much easier for White to live in this way. I think it is still bad for White to live, but it is important to live, right? That or to get kind of the outside. And in this case, it does look like White is choosing to live. Oh, this is an interesting move. Okay, so a lot of people. So one thing we have to realize is that White is in a Miai situation. If Black plays here, White is going to be able to Hane here and make that second eye in Sente. And if Black, you know, drops down here, White can now go back and play here. But you'll notice that Black has chosen to kind of play this move instead. I think this is really smart, and it's a really good thing to note that it is not the normal way that you would expect to live. So Black is playing this way because it functions the same way that this does. And even though we are giving White a couple extra, you know, points by playing here, right? Because White can go ahead and play here like this and say, hey, I've got a potential eye here. And if you do this, I can then go ahead and just make the other eye here. So I'm reducing you a little better. But here's the thing is Black says, I have less Aji now. You know, there's less Aji that you can do to me, you know, because if we play here, there's always Aji here. There's, you know, a potential Atari here that leads to, you know, some stuff that could happen. And so Black says, I think this is the best way to make things really difficult for you. And you're going to have to go back and make life anyway. And so we can see white has to come back anyway. And so now black is really solid on the outside. And how many points did this group even come out to? It's only 2 points. And black got a really nice outside. We've got a really incredible wall here with a really incredible corner, uh, and a really nice potential corner. So the game is very positive for black. But I remember all of Johan's games when I was in Michigan, and he does not resign easily, even when he's dead all over the board. Even after he dies all over, he will still fight. So I expect him to continue fighting despite this deficit, and he is gonna try to pull out everything. So we can see once again, he says, "I never intended to sacrifice these. There is no way you're capturing those stones that easy. I'm pulling these out." And that he is trying to pull them out. And so we'll see him try to kind of fight with this group. I think, however, it is kind of smart because when we think about black's win condition, which is really this wall here at the bottom of this board, so it is kind of really important that white goes, "Hey, I recognize that I need to be able to kind of live with these stones." But it's also good to remember that I talked about the strength and weaknesses of aggressive players, or I guess not weaknesses more so, but one of the strength is being able to constantly jump back and forth between groups and attacking them and letting them live small. It's good to remember that fighters don't just murder things. Murdering stones on the board, that is a plus. That's something that we get if we're lucky, if our opponent lets us. The real strength of fighters comes about when we're pushing things around, and that's very important to note. You do not have to murder things on the board to be a fighter. You do not have to kill everything. And we'll see that in this exact game, Do-Yup pushing white's groups around and saying, "You can live with that. It's only going to be 2 points. You can have that for 2 points. Go ahead. That's perfectly fine." And we're going to see that quite a bit this game. Because you would think that this is just dead. You would think that this is just going to die, and it might, but it will all depend on how does black want to thin this out? How does is white going to go for a ton of points, or is white just going to accept a 2-point group? Because if all we accept is a 2-point group, then it's just not going to be big enough, right? Let me go ahead and refresh to make sure that we are okay. We got more moves here. Yeah, so we can actually see that in the end, white does make that life. But look at it. It's again only 3 points. We've got 2 points here with a potential of 3, but probably only going to be 2. And then we've got this group here that's only 3 points. Black was so tame about it. And here's the thing. We can even connect this black group up because you would think that the positive is that, hey, we're going to end in Sente. But no, white still has to come back and connect here, which means that this connect up is Sente. And black gets to go back and, again, work on a wall over here and gaining third line territory. And nothing has died yet. Nothing on this board has died. Black has not killed anything other than, this stone here, right? And then probably potentially these 2 stones. And so black is just pushing white all about and all around. So it's going to be very interesting to see what white does. And so now a really important question to ask ourselves is, how does white live, or not live, but how does white win this game? What is white's win condition? And so we can think the only real thing on this board that's white's win condition is, hey, I've got to get all this top side. I have to get this entire top side. I cannot give up a tiny bit of it. And so we're going to see white playing for that. We're going to see white trying to build that in a way, because if white kicks here, this isn't good enough. This is not good enough. So that's why you see white playing in this more large scale way. White is going, I need a lot more than this very little bit here. And black saying, there's no way you're going to claim all of this. There's no way you're going to claim all of this. There's still a lot of odds up there. I think it's important that I shore up this right side. And we'll see that. And then, of course, white says, or black says, okay, these 2 stones, could be scary. I'm going to go back and capture them. And yeah, we get a very, a very nice right side for black. Lots of cutting Aji. This one's also important to note. You can see that there's a Hane, and I know a lot of people are like, doesn't that stone just die? Yeah, but there's a lot of cutting Aji now. We can see that because of this stone, we get to Atari here, and that leads us into all of this, these cutting points. And let me go ahead and refresh one more time, see if we got any extra moves. We do not, and so we're all caught up. Okay, and 2 is, which one is 2? Is that Tianshu? All right. I'll need control on that game as well. Nope, I'm good. I just needed to stretch earlier. All right, are we in? Okay, there we go. All right. And so this game, I'm actually really excited for this game, and there's a really good reason I'm excited for this game. So we have Tianshu. Now I don't know Tianshu at all, honestly. I do know he's a very strong player, though. He is certainly a Don. Very, very, very certainly. But what I'm really excited about is his opponent. So his opponent is Tian Yuan. Tian is a player kind of like he doesn't have the same style as Jay. For those that know Jay, Jay's a very aggressive player. So Tian isn't an aggressive player. He's a very meticulous and smart player. But what makes Tian really interesting as a player to me is he punches up very hard. So one really important skill that you want to have as an improving player is punching up strength. You want to be able to punch up. Punching up is very good, and Tian is the kind of player that can punch up very hard. And so I wouldn't count him out. It's 8 Dan versus 5 Dan, but this is a player that can really pull off upsets. And so I'm very excited to see if he can do that here. And so we'll go ahead and get the game going. Black taking my favorite corner. Black taking that very solid corner. That very, this corner is so self-sufficient. It's always going to be points. My favorite corner in the whole game, and with my favorite Joseki. So black remaining active. They're going to go up here to this right side. Hey, Soupy, welcome everybody. We've got a lot of tournaments going on. We just finished doing some commentary on Maryland, and now we're going through the Chicago games, and we've got San Diego coming later. So I hope you all stick around for the commentary. So we can see black going into pretty standard Joseki so far. And now we don't want to jump to anything like this. We don't want to jump to anything like this. This is a really common mistake that I see, at the DDK and SDK levels. This is big. It's worth locally about 15 points, but we want to make sure that we come back there with timing. It's very important that we time that move for both players. So we don't want to do that now. We want to do it when the timing is right. And so we've got quite a bit of mirror going on, the upper left and the lower right, which is very interesting. And we can see black turned here. I like this move. I am really bad at the timing of this turn, but we can see how important it is for black. So one mistake that we might make here is, why doesn't black just solidify all of this? Why doesn't black just take this, this territory here? Why doesn't black just take this second line territory? And that's the important word, the second line territory. One really big thing that we want to avoid is having nothing but low territory. Because you can see here that we've got second line, and we've got, second line. We've got a little bit of third line here, but mostly second line. And that can be a really big problem in our games if all we're fighting for is second line territory. So one thing that we might see from black is saying, hey, I'm going to lean on you and I'm going to cut you. And so you need to connect. And then I'm going to turn. And so now we're no longer looking at second line territory, but we're also looking at the possibility of third line territory, maybe even fourth line territory, and if we're really lucky, maybe even fifth line territory, right? Now, of course, that's not to say that white won't invade the top side, but that is something that we might be looking for. We're willing to fight for that. We don't want to just take the hand that white has dealt to us. But we'll notice that black pushed this side first and not this side. That's because white might decide that this stone's light, and they might just play here first, or might even invade right away. So black chooses the turn first, which is really nice. White plays very calmly. Again, Tien's a very meticulous and very smart player. He's not going to overplay. He's not going to jump into this top side immediately. He's going to go back to his corner. Corner, side, center. Very smart. Black takes the right side. Again, very smart. I really like this game so far. It's very clean. It's very smart. A lot of players, when they get kicked, they immediately jump up. We don't want to always do that because we can see here that we end up being very thin and we don't really have a lot of territory. And a big mistake is a lot of players end up into this position, and we don't want to do this. We really don't want to end up being very thin like that. We want to kind of keep the territory, because if white plays here, the best part is we can go, okay, my territory is in between these two stones. I don't really care about that. I'm going to continue working on what I have. Or maybe even I will shore that up. I will come back there, but I've at least extended my territory. Sure, I am a little bit of Panuki here, but that bottom side, I was going to have a hard time with that bottom side anyway. It is what it is, right? I'm going to equalize the top side with the bottom side anyway. And so we can see now white goes back to this upper right. That timing is perfect, because if we go here now, black might look to play off of this. And so white comes back and fixes their weak group. Again, fixing those weak groups, very smart. And then black goes back and fixes their weakness. They're like, no, it's perfectly fine. I'm not going to go for, this large area up here because I've got something that's urgent. I've got urgent things on the board to do. And urgent is ginormous, while big is just big. All right. And we can see white is building this bottom side. Black is playing this very interesting, I don't know if the right word, but I would call it kind of a Tsuji. I usually refer to it as a Tsuji because the way I see it is that often we get into this kind of very nice fighting shape to kind of try to make that life on the bottom of the board. And so something that happens very often is that we kind of just settle and say, hey, they're likely going to live anyway, and so we're going to go ahead and just give up a little bit and kind of take that bigger side. And so this could be something we might see, but this also feels a little slow, and it feels too easy for black, so we're not going to let black do that. And so that's why we see white saying, hey, I'm going to fight you for this. I'm going to put up a fight, right? And so white wants to really keep this in. I do think that this is very hard for white, because here's the thing: if black does live on the bottom of this board, where are our points, right? Where are our points as white? We're not really getting anything. Ricky Lord asked, who's white? White is Tian Yuan. He is a very young player. I think he's from the California area. I don't remember. He's a very meticulous and smart player that is very good at punching up. So he is a player that can be very strong sometimes. He can defeat players that you think a 5-dan wouldn't be able to beat. And so that's what's going to make this game really interesting, to see if he can do that here. But yeah, you can kind of see that same shape that I mentioned. Black played H2, jumping into L3, just trying to make life on the bottom of that board. And white really has to prevent that. White has to be like, I need to kill this almost. And if I can't kill it, can I get a lot of strength on the outside towards this center? Can I do something in this direction to benefit me? Because if not, I don't have any points. I don't have any, points to be able to do that. But we can definitely see that white is fully intending to be able to murder this group. But he has to be smart about it. We don't want to end up being too easy. Because if we go here, this might be a little too easy. And there's still a lot of Aji over here, so we might not even see black do this immediately. So this is probably what white was afraid of, is that black might actually Hane here, instead of just simply doing this, black might look to do this, or this wedge even, which could be really smart. And so there's definitely a lot of Aji here for black that we just don't want to deal with. And so what white says is, I'm going to look for this. This is a very strong shape, very strong way to fight off um, when something is trying to escape from the inside and you're just looking for that outside strength. So white is no longer, looking for that kill. And instead, we're going to be looking for that strength. Oh, wow. Okay, never mind. I'm wrong. White is actually pulling it out. I'm not sure white can hold this. This is very risky. I probably would have went for this. Now, once again, I do want to mention that I do feel if black lives on the bottom, the game is very difficult for white. So that might also be why white is deciding not to do this, because this is very difficult to hold, right? We're putting ourselves in a very rough position. We can already see this is an empty triangle, which ends in gote for white. And then when black starts making these cutting points, how do we even maneuver this fight? How do we even hold this? Yeah, there's just so many cutting points here. I feel like black or white may have jumped the gun with this G2. I think things come back to G2. I forgot I can draw on the board. I remember Yushin did it, but now I noticed that I can. So hopefully you guys can see my pretty drawings. So maybe this move here wasn't as good as we thought it might be. Maybe white is risking too much too early. Because if white is going to die with this group here, the game's even more over than it would have been if black had just lived on the bottom. But he is going to fight it. It does look like he's going to fight it, but he has a lot of groups to worry about, right? We've got group number 1. We've got group number 2. We've got group number 3. And then, we have so much to worry about that it's really hard to be able to juggle. And the worst part for white is that all of these groups affect the life and death of this group here. And this is the important group, right? So let's go ahead and go forward. You can see both players attempting white trying to juggle. And I actually think this is important as well. This is kind of the strong part. This is kind of, in my opinion, one of the things that make or break the difference between a 7-Dawn player and a 6-Dawn / 5-Dawn is the ability to juggle and attack in a very meticulous and smart way. And we can already see black doing this. And I remember yesterday's game with Tianshu, where he also did this in a very smart way. And I think in his last game, where he kind of just juggled those fights, and it was very, very, very well played. And we can kind of see that he's doing that again. He's literally like, I'm over here. Nope, I'm over here. Nope, I'm over here. He's just kind of playing a bit of rabbit, right? And so, yeah, he's just kind of, keeping white on his toes. And white ends up, having to actually give up something. And in the end, he has to give up this. Now, I think a good question is, will black immediately cut? He does immediately cut, which I think is good, because if we think about it, how do I lose this game if I just live on the bottom, right? How do I lose this game if I'm just alive on the bottom? So the game is now very difficult for white, because now white needs to be able to come back in some way. And so we can see that with this very sharp move. White says, I don't want to play just this or this, because if I play here, it's very easy to come back and just make life in this corner. So white wants to make things as difficult as possible for black. So we'll go ahead and go forward. Yeah, and we can instantly see white is like, I'm all in now. I am all in this game. I have to all in. Very smart Tsuji. Very, very good Tsuji. This is actually one that I miss very often. And so one thing that you guys, very important, this is an empty triangle. And when we're looking at an empty triangle, one thing we want to say to ourselves is if there is an empty triangle, if I am about to play an empty triangle, there is probably a better move on this board. There's probably a way better move on this board, and I should spend some time looking for that better move. And usually the better move is this jump here, usually. But we can see that this is pretty easy for white. And we kind of end up going back into that empty triangle again. You can see there's an empty triangle again. We're back there. We're back at, square one. So black says, my life ain't about those empty triangles. I'm gonna fight that empty triangle off. Now there's no more empty triangle there. I mean, obviously, I see some of you snickering in there. There's an empty triangle right there. I know. Sometimes the empty triangle is good. Sometimes. But we can see that black is fighting off that empty triangle and saying, hey, I'm going to take that good shape. And now you can't do anything to this corner anymore. I'm 100% alive in this corner. There is no question marks anymore. And so now white has to come out with this group. Now we are relying on this kill here. We are 100% relying on this to be able to even compete. Or I guess to go back and live. I would say the game is very difficult for white. There's just not really a lot that white can do at this point. But it does look like the game continues. But again, we're looking at kind of a split fight here. We were able to pull this out, but now we've got this white group here that's kind of fading, this group here that's kind of fading. So there is a lot going on, and black doesn't even have to worry about these stones here because they're not connected to the important group. So we'll go ahead and kind of quickly go forward through these remaining moves, because it kind of looks a lot of what's left is black kind of strangling white out. It does unfortunately look like white has one apart. Oh, okay. So black is going to get cut, and so white is saying, this is my last hurrah, I have to be able to do something here. And so white is looking for the kill on all of this. This is actually really crazy now, because if black dies here, it's very possible that, that white ends up winning, but it doesn't seem possible. It does look like black is able to just shore up that life with the hidden eye here. Fill your triangles. Exactly. Fill your triangles. But yeah, let's go ahead and take a look at another game. It kind of looks like white will live a little bit here, but it's just not going to be enough. Okay. All right, let me go ahead and switch to 1 and refresh the page. Yep. I'm back to where I left off. All right, are we on it? Okay, awesome. All right, and we're back to the Do-Yup versus Johan game. This one is exciting, even though it's still kind of, white getting pushed around the board. Plus, again, I think Johan is the type of player where even if every group dies, he's going to try to win still. So it will still be very interesting. And, as you remember, we talked about white's win condition, which is going to be this top side of this board. But here's the thing is black only needs one group up there. Just one small, tiny life is going to be enough. And so white really needs to put up a fight. Or if he kills this left side, sure, that would work too. But can he do that? Can he kill this whole thing? And it does not look like that's going to be possible. Ooh, smart. So for those that don't see it, so if black connects here and white Atari's here, we can see that they actually don't have the ability to make that eye because we're out of room, right? We're out of liberties. And even if we try to fight it off in this way, it's the same shape, it's the same pattern, and we end up losing that. And so there's no actual eye there. So black has to be a little bit more unique and interesting about it. Now, luckily, we are pretty strong in this direction, which means that we get to play this cutting point here, because if we just do this, um, there is a lot of ways to go ahead and cut here, or maybe even this. I'm not quite sure about how black is going to go about this. Okay, so he goes for the ko. That's true. Smart and strong players actually go for kos, which is not me, clearly. But black sets up for this ko. And I think this is also really smart because if you think about it, even if white kills this, the game would suddenly become a little bit closer. But here's the thing is white needs to win this and needs to be able to not allow black to have a ko threat. In other words, that if black was to suddenly, play here and white goes, okay, I have enough in the corner, I can just connect here, right? That's not possible, unfortunately. This would just be too much for black. Black would be too much. And we can also mention that black has a co-factory. Black has a co-factory here. I can go here, co-threat, blah, 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 and then eventually just start surrounding this and be like, these are my co-threats. And so we've got a lot of co-threats. And so it's going to be a very hard position for white once again. Oh, wow. Okay, so black is just going to give up the bottom, but the trade is honestly really good. And that's also really smart. Both players are pulling off some really smart stuff. So we saw some pretty smart stuff from white in the upper left corner. But here we can actually see that black is utilizing this tombstone shape. So black doesn't even end up losing these stones because white can't connect here because they're just going to run out of liberties. And so what ends up happening is that black doesn't actually lose anything. The black, in fact, broke the top side really easily. They broke the top side, didn't really lose a lot for it. Okay, so I know a lot of people are going to look at this and be a little confused. So this is co-threat Aji. So basically, if we make this co-threat immediately, it might not be big enough on its own. So white is saying, I want to make this big enough where it does feel like I can turn it into a co-threat later. At least that's my guess. That's my take here. Is white is saying, hey, I want to use this as co-threats later. I need to make sure it's going to be big enough. That is obviously really high level stuff. That's something that I'm still kind of understanding myself. So, if it's something that doesn't make too much sense to you, that's okay. It's very hard to do. It's very high level. So, but yeah, so now we can see white going back to this top side. White says, I have to kill this now. This is my last hurrah. This is my last hurrah. I honestly don't think it's possible. Yeah, we can already see black is alive at the top. There's not a lot that can happen here. And I'm going to guess that Johan resigned here. At least I'm guessing so. Do we have confirmation on that? Yep. Okay. We do have confirmation that Johan ended up with about maybe 15 points by the end of the game. That is the nature of two fighting players, and that shows the fighting prowess of Do Yup as well. Incredible game. Black just kind of pushed white all over the board. But let's take a look at board 3. We haven't actually gotten to even see how that game has kind of gone about at all. So I'm definitely interested to see how that one's going. Okay. I do think so. I do see I have control. Yes, I've heard. So I don't actually know this kid super well, but I know people that do know him and have told me that he has some incredible some incredible feats under his belt already. So I'm very interested. And he is playing Howron, which is also very interesting. So those that don't know Howron, I I believe he is 3-time Chicago champion at the moment. It might be 2-time, but I do know he wins very often. Um, and he was actually my very first 7-dot opponent ever. Uh, and I remember I played the Dragon Enclosure against him, and he got so excited when I did it, he got up and asked if he could take a picture of the Dragon Enclosure that I played. And then he proceeded to wipe me completely off the board, which made me feel bad. But that's okay, I forgive him. So let's go ahead and take a look. Very big of me, yes, very, very big of me. I'm a very forgiving person, just not on the board. Just not on the board. That means I got to get revenge against him next time. I can't just win. I have to actually kill every stone, which is very possible against the 7th-on, as we saw, Do Yup doing that against Johan. I just need Howron to pass a couple times. But let's go ahead and kind of take a look at this game. I'm very excited. Again, Juanshu, Josh, very young kid, very strong for his age, very, very powerful player. So I'm very curious how he's gonna shore up against Howron. And this is actually a Joseki that we looked at yesterday. I'm not a huge fan of this Joseki as black. And just because I'm not a fan doesn't mean it's bad. It is still a perfectly fine Joseki for those that like it. But to mention why I don't like it and why some other players may feel it's a little slow is because a huge problem is when we're thinking about the corner, we're expecting our corner to be sizable to at least have some value. But when we look at this board, we can see that this is a very small corner. It's very small to the side of the board. It's very thin. It's second line territory and some first line territory. And white is kind of getting this wall that they can now start, building and fighting with, and it just feels so much better for white in my eyes. But I do want to mention it is very important to understand it is still an even game. It is still perfectly even Joseki. There's nothing wrong with it. It's perfectly fine if you like it. Now, I also think this is also very important to mention as well because a lot of players might look at their wall and start building from it. This is a really common mistake, and I don't think mistake's quite the right word I want to use. I always forget my camera's over here. Sorry guys if I ever look this direction because I usually have my camera. Blame Chris. Blame Chris. My camera's on this side. And so what I don't want to call this a mistake because it's actually not quite a mistake, but one thing that people do is they do this and they're trying to build this directly. You don't ever want to try to build it directly. You want to say, I'm going for this whole thing. I am expecting to get this whole thing. Not really expecting, but you want it to be like that. You want to will that into reality. And if you're just you're setting your own sector lines, your opponent is easily going to go, yeah, I'm just going to, let you have it because you already set your own sector line. You're already admitted to me that this is all you're willing to take. Sure, have it if that's all you want. But if you go like this, you are more likely to get your opponent to go, I don't know what you're going for yet. How much are you going for? It kind of is a really good way to keep your opponent on their toes. You don't want to make it obvious what you're going for, and you don't want to set your own sector line. You want your opponent to help you set that sector line. And so we can see instantly black goes, hey, I get the picture, I got it, I'm going to invade. Invades right away. And black chooses not to play this side because if you remember, we talked about it. We don't want to make that decision right away if we're going to utilize the weight of this wall or like this. Are we utilizing the weight of this wall or are we building from that wall? And so instead, we choose to go ahead and approach the lower left corner because we're not ready to make that decision yet. We haven't picked what kind of game we're playing just yet. And so white is very proactive. And you'll see again, white doesn't finish this Joseki. And it's good to note one of the reasons why they do this. So this would feel very slow. This would be very inactive or not proactive, basically. And we're extending from a very strong corner. So it's hard to find a good move here without feeling a little slow. And that's why white is now playing somewhere else. because we don't want to extend from a living corner, even though we're making a base, but we don't want to extend from this living corner here. And so white decided, okay, I am going to take the points here, and I'm going to push you in this direction. And when I push you in this direction, I'm going to kick and expect you to go upward. And now, when I'm building this side, I suddenly have a good move, right? Because if we did this now, let's go back and look at that move again. It looks pretty weird, right? It looks really strange. Why would we ever do this move? Why wouldn't we just play here? Because this would be extending from the living corner. So white says, I'm going to push you in this direction. I know you're going to play this. I'm going to kick you, in which you're going to stand up, which now opens up Aji in this corner. And when I kick you, and you stand up here for the Aji in this corner, I now need to add a move to this corner. How do I do that? I'm going to do the perfect move that helps me build this bottom side, but also protects this corner. So suddenly, the move that we thought would be a bad move on the bottom of the board is now suddenly a really powerful move for white, and it is a very good place to build. So it's very, very smart by white. Very, very, very intelligent. Incredibly intelligent. And as you notice, I love watching high level games. I love seeing this kind of stuff where both players are doing where players are doing, really intelligent things, because it makes me think about my own games, and I'm just like, wow, I need to think about that more in my own games. And so of course we kind of see black saying, I can't be surrounded on the bottom of the side, this right side of the board. But I actually think this is starting off to be kind of rough for black already, because we really don't like making this shape, right? We really don't want to have to make this shape. The stone is all like this two space jump is already really close, because if we were to play this originally, if we were to play here and we were to get kicked and we were to stand up and white was to play this, this knight's move here, we would normally see this three space rather than two space. And so this space here feels a little close, but then black has to add another move here. And so it's a little awkward. We got a lot of moves here for something that's really small. And white chooses to approach again, because we don't want to just add a move here, because this would be setting our sector line again. We would rather black invade this, and then suddenly when black invades, a move in this area becomes perfect. It becomes a really good move when black plays something over there. And so we'll see instantly black invades that, because they're worried that this could get really big. But again, if there's no good moves in the area, let our opponents play in there so moves can suddenly become good for us. So we see black instantly invades, and now suddenly it's important for us to jump out here. It is no longer I want this territory, I want this, but it just feels weird to play it. So what's happening is black invades, and it's like, okay, now I need to play over here. It's no longer a want, it's a need, right? And that is a very important thing when you are playing. You don't want to just go for things that you want or desire. You need to be able to be like, I need to do this. It is important for me to play over here. And so we can see white uses corner, side, center, and says, I'm going to approach the corner because I know it's important. I know it is the most important thing on the side of this board, because this is a side. This is just a side of the board. And so white approaches. Black says, I'm worried about you building this after all the important stuff goes around. And white says, okay, that's fine. I'm going to go back to what I need to do. And so now we can see white is expanding at perfect timing. I would say white has probably played a very, very perfect game so far. And I think black is still doing fine. I would say this side feels a little slow, but I think the game is still close. I think the game is still very, very, very much a game. And so black attaches. This is another really good technique. One thing that a lot of players do that they make a mistake is they play this two space here, and they kind of make this base here. But we already know that this corner is white. There's no way we're going to get into this corner. There's nothing we can do about this corner. So one really important skill that you can pick up here is that if you already know that you're no longer going to do anything in this corner, you can attach here. because your base is going to suddenly be a lot bigger. You're no longer, just a 2-space base, but you're now a 3-space base, right? And so black says, I'm not going to get anything out of the corner, so my base is now bigger. Very, very good use of the attachment. Black has already settled and plays away. Ooh. So we're going to get into a bit of fighting here. The peep. Very good timing on the peep. Let's go forward. White wants to utilize the Aji here, because if we just connect here, it's very possible that we might get, something like this. And it just kind of changes up the vibe a little bit on the position, and what you might want to do later. Even though it might end up in pretty much the exact same position. Ooh. So Halran's getting into a bit of a pickle here. I would be a little worried as white, because you can kind of see that we're getting surrounded, right? This group's not alive, and it's kind of unfortunate when you think about it, because now obviously Halran is much the incredible player that I am not. So maybe he reads something that I don't see. But I would be very worried as white. I would be very scared, because I feel like I had a very good position as white, and I suddenly gave that, like, I'm suddenly risking everything, right? If white dies here, the game's over. And we can actually see that Juan Shu says, I don't care about these 3 stones. You can have them. I'm taking the cake. It's my birthday, and I'm taking the cake and eating it. And so we can see that black is going to go straight for this. And so now we've already got quite the life and death here, because now both players have to constantly count the liberties on this to see who is going to come out ahead on this liberty race. Black is protecting the important side here, and then is going to come out with this one here, because this is easier to get out with, right? Because if we had Tori here, we already see that this is an Atari, so this is really rough for white. And so white's going to have a hard time surrounding this outside group. And we're pretty much fighting on quite a couple fronts. But the thing is, if white is dead here, the game's over. There is no coming back from this at this point. And this is very strange when you saw how solid Halran was playing, how well he was playing at the opening of this game. But again, hey, maybe he sees something that I don't. Maybe he already predicted this. Maybe he knows that this outside's going to die. But we'll have to see. It isn't looking dead to me, though, for black. And it does look like, black is going to have, more liberties. However, it is worth mentioning that there is a ko here. There is a ko here. And this ko could be white's lifeline. And that might be why okay. It's actually funny, because I clicked that, not realizing that it was the move that he actually was playing, which is good. I'm smart. And so we can see instantly he's like, this is my only way out now. This is how I have to get out. I have to come back here, and it's the only way that I can run out. But now it comes about who has more co-threats. Okay. Connecting, so he's all in on this ko now. It's hard to tell, because there's so many split groups. It's really hard to tell who's going to have to give up something, like who's going to have to give up a piece of what they have, because this is big, but this is also big, but they're all connected. However, I will say we know 100% right now at this very moment that everything is going to be decided by this one fight here. That this, whoever wins this ko is going to come out on top. Oh, that's really important, actually. So black no longer has to worry about this. So now it is suddenly less important for black. It's still important for black, because obviously winning this ko would win them the game. But now, for example, if we come out here and we die here, we don't have anything that's large that's in trouble. Right now, obviously, we don't want to have to do this. If we have to do this, obviously we're going to lose, right? But we basically have to fight it as black. And so we can kind of see black is shoring up some of those sides. Ooh, wow. Okay, so we got a potential trade here. We got a couple more moves. Yeah, so black always has this relator if we're worried about this group here. I actually can't tell the score. Once again, this is where the problem is going to come. Probably one of the only higher level players that can't count the score. I think this game's really crazy, so we're in quite an interesting position. Let's see if we can get the help of Score Estimator. Maybe Estimated Score will help a little bit. Yeah, so that's kind of what I thought. It did look like black was a little bit ahead. I definitely like the position for black. And really cool thing about this Atari here is if suddenly, let's say, white wants to go for something like this, just a random example, we have this cut here. And this is kind of hard for white to deal with. And I think a really cool thing to mention is I want to mention again how Ron is, the Chicago 2 or 3-time champion. And I know every year it seems like he kind of drives by, but he's had a lot of really tough games this time. A lot of competition, lots of competition in Chicago every single year. Absolutely beautiful tournament. And we kind of see that white is not even alive yet, which is really important to know here as well, is that white is not, white's not alive. It's very possible that white dies. Okay. And so they make a trade. White says, I've got to come back here. You've got to come back here. And now we can go back and kind of deal with this. But what's really important to notice is, this white group here, it's dead right now. Now it is a co. It is a co. But what's important to know is that, welcome back. We're almost all caught up on this, and we can probably call for a break. Yeah, it's actually really exciting. It's actually really exciting. I was just actually letting them know all the exciting stuff about it. Um, but we can kind of see that if white starts this co, it is actually a preferred co for black because every step of the way, black can just utilize outside moves as threats. But let's go ahead and go forward. So white plays away now because they know that they need threats. They really need threats at the moment. And so they're going to look to utilize this as a threat. Because if suddenly, we start playing this co out and white says, I'm going to do, just for the sake of, this, the argument, if white gets this, this is good enough. This is actually good enough. White would be super happy with this. White would have enough to win. And so white is making sure that they have co-threats. Now they want to make sure that they do it at the right time. And obviously, we don't want to use this as a co-threat. This would be really bad for white if we try to use that as a co-threat. So white is going to make good co-threats first. And so that is what white is doing. They're making sure that the co-threats that they have are smart and good co-threats. I'm looking at a cut here. Very interesting. And then white finally goes back to this here. And now we kind of got that co underway because white feels they now have enough co-threats. But I also do think that white is feeling a little bit of that pressure, a little bit of that desperation. It's a very hard game for white. And we can't even, protect here because we instantly get cut. And if we play here, we get the famous snapback shape. And so this is a little rough for white. There's to be honest, I even feel like if white wins this co, I still feel like we're a bit behind as white. And so I think the game is very rough for white. But we can see that how Ron is still fighting. And yeah, you can actually kind of see an example of this here where John Cho is just like, yeah, I mean, you can have that. I have enough to win. But even so, black is also cutting off these stones. I would say black's lead is pretty large right now. As I was just saying to the chat, Chris, I can't exactly count the score. So if you see me hit score estimator here, just know it's because I can't count. Exactly. I use score estimator, and so we can see that black's actually And so we can see black is just a little bit ahead. And white is saying, my last chance is here. But here's the thing. I actually really think that even if white does kill all of this, I don't think they actually have enough to win. It just doesn't seem like enough, but also it's hard to kill this, right? Um, it's not easy. And even if it ends up being something like a Ko, it would still be good enough. However, it does look like white actually cleanly kills this. I don't actually see a Ko shape. I'm not going to sit here and do the life and death because it'll take me a couple minutes. Now the question is white setting up for a Ko over here? So black says he's still alive. Again, I don't know if this is Ko or not. To me, it looks just like it's dead. It's very well played by white over that corner. But I want to once again point out that I don't actually know if it's enough. Okay, it actually looks like it might be enough. This is actually really close. This is why I'm not the counter. Let's go ahead and refresh, see if we got any extra moves. No, I'm going to assume this game is still going. They're playing out the end game, right? Oh, okay. Okay. Oh, okay. Okay. They're much ahead of us then. Okay. Let's see. Do we got Oh, it might have been a time victory. Was it a time victory? Because it looks really close, and I don't expect. I don't think how Ron would have resigned to this. It is so close that I cannot see how Ron resigning this right now. By resign, do you know? Darn. That's okay. That's okay. Well, everybody, it was a close game. I don't know who would have came out on top, but maybe how Ron thought the game was over and resigned, and he maybe miscounted, or maybe score estimator's wrong. Maybe our score estimator is wrong. That's fine. That's fine. Please. Mhm. Okay. You have Joel and Laura coming on. Um, okay. 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 It hurts. Yeah, it does hurt. But I will be back. I will be back. I believe at second to the last round. Oh, am I? I think Yunkyo and Tin are closing you out, right? Hmm. Okay. Okay. So, all right. All right. Yeah, as I don't know if you guys heard, but we're gonna go ahead and take a break, but it is gonna be a little bit of an extended break, about 30 minutes. You know, you guys will still be able to watch the game. It's under eJournal. And for those that are curious, I'm gonna go ahead and link it in chat for you guys. For those that didn't know how to, find the games, so you guys can go ahead and look at that account. And at the bottom of the screen under reviews and demos, you'll be able to see all the games. And then we'll be back in half an hour with Joel and Laura. They're great, a very cute Go couple. Um, and yeah, and of course, mhm. Okay, okay. And he's also going to leave you guys with the cameras for the playing area, so you guys can see a bit of the playing areas. So that'll be good for you guys. And then, yeah, and don't worry. I know you all love me. You'll see me again later. See me again later. And all right, I'll go ahead and see you guys all later. And have fun with Joel and Laura. Yep. All right, I'm gonna hop out of here, and I'll be back at. So is it? By the way, Chris, is it at
Hello.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for joining us.
Yeah, we're excited to cover this round of games happening in 3 different tournaments this weekend in Chicago, Maryland, and San Diego. My name is Joel Kenny. I'm an AGA 5 Dan.
My name is Laura Wu. I am AGA 4Q, and I'm here to represent the Q perspective and ask all of the annoying Q questions for Joel to answer. So to start off, we have round 7 of the Chicago Open, and this is, we haven't seen it yet, but it looks like it's going to be an exciting matchup. Black is Junshu Ron, 6 Dan, who is, I believe, like 4-1 right now. This is round 7.
Round
And
6. 4-1 would be round 6.
yeah, right, okay. Yes.
There are
round
7
6.
rounds total. So
Yes.
yeah, this is the second last round. Yeah.
Round 6. And Do-Hyuk Kim is white, and he is currently 5-0 and undefeated. So let's take a look at this game.
Yeah. So Joshua is black and Do-Hyuk Kim is white. And once again, we see the 3-3 coming from Do-Hyuk Kim. I think we saw this in the game we covered from him yesterday. And then a 3-4. And are we going to see the kick again? Yes, so this is the very territorial, grab all the corners opening. I feel like we saw a game very similar to this yesterday.
Right.
And then we see the 3-3 invade, very consistent with the strategy of just grabbing territory. And then this large knight's enclosure, very normal stuff so far. We split the side because black would have wanted to play in that vicinity. Now black has to decide whether to approach from the top or the bottom. So we see this exchange. And we're just going to see black play like a different Joseki altogether to sort of change the direction of the wall and help it settle.
So this is interesting because I don't think that I would have picked to change the direction of the wall like this, and a lot of these moves. But something that I was saying yesterday is that I kept on saying like the opening doesn't matter, and maybe I should clarify like what I meant by that, which is that I feel like I got into Go about 12, 13 years ago. And at that time, like opening theory, this was pre-AI. So opening theory was like a much bigger thing than it is now, right? There was a lot of very careful consideration of direction of play and like what side you should build the wall. And those principles still apply to a certain extent. But what we've seen with the advent of AI is that really, as long as you have an even local results, the AI has really de-emphasized direction of play. So that's kind of what I mean when I say like the opening doesn't matter. I mean, you can, as long as you're choosing a Joseki that will get you an even local result, you can pick directions like largely based on like style or what you prefer.
Yeah. So here we see this Joseki is playing out and white cuts here. So and then takes the stone on the side. So this is a sort of standard sequence that we see up to here. And then if white was to just play this move, which looks normal, then black would be able to play here. And this is a ladder. And in this case, black has the ladder. And when black has the ladder, this variation is considered a little bit good for black. So if black did not have the ladder, black would have to play here, and it would be an even result. So because white doesn't want to give black this slightly good result, white instead plays this Hane, which breaks the ladder. This might also coordinate in a fight that could break out with this stone.
So given that white has this triangle stone here at C10, I don't know. I guess I'm just questioning the initial decision to go into this sequence versus maybe something more standard could just be for black to like push from the 3 stones, and you could see white extend. Like this is just probably how I would play.
I don't think there's anything wrong with playing this way.
Yeah.
It might make for a less complicated game even. But I can't say that the way that Black chose to handle it is necessarily wrong, but he will have to handle fight that breaks out from here, and so we'll see what he can do with this.
Right. And this kind of gets back to, it's like the opening doesn't matter. Like as long as you play a Josteki, get an even local result, and then it's really as long as you can handle the fight that develops.
Yeah, so we see Black jumping out, and White plays this attach. This is a standard sequence as well. And then we have the fight continuing into the center, possibly, because White has these 3 stones that don't have any eyes, and Black has this group that only has 1 eye. As well, like this Black group on the top, you think it's alive, but if White gets like 1 more move, like here, then if Black ignores that, then suddenly this descent can become a problem. So that's why Black jumps out. It also puts pressure on the 3 white stones. And now White just sort of lets them be for the time being and starts an invasion on the bottom right. Peep. Cover. And this is going to resolve pretty peacefully with White getting more territory and scooping up Black's area. But Black gets Sente and just extends from his corner. And now White decides it's time to invade. All right, so now it's looking like sort of this was just Black 4/4 stone at the start, and then Black plays like a knight's move, and then White chooses to invade. So there should be a ko at least in here for White later. White might not start it right now though. And then yeah, just extending on the side. This is like actually a pretty peaceful opening, all things considered.
Well,
And now we have a ko. So let's see. So what will be White's first ko threat? Just a kick. So Black does not have to answer this, but White might be just satisfied with this sort of result, or White chooses to go for the territory instead.
So this is what happened in the game.
Yeah.
Black just chose to ignore.
And it's very peaceful. It feels pretty balanced territory-wise as well.
Do you think? I guess like let's maybe like do like a rough count. So it seems like the White lower right corner is like getting pretty large, right? How many? That's like a lot of points of territory. I guess Black has an almost equivalent corner on the
bottom left.
Right, on the bottom left. Maybe has some extra points.
Yeah. So like I'd say like this White bottom side looks like it could be like 25 to 30 points. That Black corner also looks like about 20 points at least.
But then White also has a sizable corner at the upper right too.
White does have a sizable corner in the upper right, which could be like 16 or so points. Also has some territory on the left for another like 10 points there. So that's like, we said like 26 plus like 25. Let's just call it like 50 points. Black has like 20 or so points on the bottom. Another like 10 or so points at the top. Maybe 15. Oh, it keeps jumping around.
Yeah, it
in
keeps
the-
jumping back to the original board state. So I kind of,
Oh yeah.
I feel like if you like, click
gotta-
the review, you
Yeah.
gotta like wrest control back. Yeah.
Yeah. And then yeah, so I think black also has like some thickness in the center that's going to be worth some amount of points. So I still feel like it's should be pretty close. Maybe I would prefer white by a little bit, but hard to say.
So we, from our count, right, we said that white was leading in points by maybe like 15, 20 points. Something like
If we
that.
include Comey, I think, yeah.
Right,
But black has like more
Black has
center
the
control,
influence.
so like
right.
it's hard to say how much that's going to be worth, but it's not likely to be nothing.
But this seems to be kind of a typical situation for Do Yip Kim that we've seen, at least from his games at the Chicago Open this tournament, where he's like grabbing the early points, especially as white. And
Yeah.
now it'll just be a matter of, can black like utilize that that thickness and that influence in order to like make enough points as compensation. Okay, so let's keep going forward.
So black extends, and then it attaches here. We're already kind of getting into like an end game situation.
This does feel like the end game is starting fairly early. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I guess it's like the big corners of the board have already been resolved pretty quickly so far.
That's big.
When you say that's big, can you show some of the
So
follow-up considerations?
like black could have like defended this corner. If white takes this stone now, if black comes back in defense, then white's gained in Sente. So black would probably want to play somewhere else. But then white would be able to capture a stone like this as well. And so we have to count some of the value of white being able to play this sequence when we're considering how big this black capture is.
Okay.
Let's just jump ahead a bit. And yeah, we can see that the black like thickness and influence that black had in center is going to be worth something because like there's this whole area that black is like sketching out. So, and we didn't count anything for black there, but we kind of knew that there had to be something.
Okay, so at this point, this is kind of like the early end game. There's still a lot of game left, but who do you think is ahead, black or white, or does it just feel like very even and balanced?
Like I said, I would kind of want to be white because white has like more shared territory. But black, it's like I still don't really know how much of that center is going to be black's.
Should we cheat and use score estimator?
We can try that.
Yeah. Let's see.
So the score estimator
Black by
is saying black
3.3.
by 3.
Okay.
And I think it will come down to how that center area is handled by white. So yeah, we can see white's going to try and reduce this area. And now a fight is actually breaking out. Black's going to try and keep white disconnected. Okay, and then as black did the fighting here, white's managed to break the area over here, but black's gotten a few more stones down in this bottom left area, so maybe black will be able to turn some of that into points.
B2 bummer.
B2 bummer. So now let's take another look at the score estimator.
Do people still know what the B2 bomber is? Is that still like?
I hope so. Like it's the most important shape to know. This.
Yes, it is. It is truly a most excellent shape.
Yeah. So the score estimator is now saying that black is up like 2 points. So it's going to really come down to like who can play the more accurate endgame. Should we jump to another game now?
Sure. Yeah.
Sure.
Sounds good.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Okay, yeah,
Okay,
we'll
sounds
try and
good.
fix the jumping around. So I just shared another screen with you.
Please
Yeah,
bear
just-
with us, as we're getting this
Mhm.
set up.
Yeah.
It'll be better, we promise it will.
All right. Yep.
Yeah. Actually, okay, so can we switch back then to board one kind of seamlessly?
Uh,
Oh, yeah, great.
Okay.
Okay, so let's actually just take a Okay, great. So let's actually take a look at how this game ends because it looks like
Oh,
they
look,
just
so they
wrapped
just
up.
wrapped up. Okay,
So
so yeah.
let's see what ends up happening.
Sure.
So for those of you just tuning in, we talked about this game. It was actually a pretty peaceful opening and middle game with White just grabbing a lot of the big points, White grabbing a lot of the corner territory, and White having a slight lead in territory, Black having a slight lead in influence going into the end game. But the end game started pretty early, and it was fairly balanced. So let's just kind of quickly go through and see if you spot anything.
hmm Let's see if there's
Refresh.
Let's try refreshing. See if there's more. Yeah.
Yep. So
Yeah,
White
so-
did end up managing to break Black's big potential center, like with this group over here.
Yeah.
But in exchange, Black did manage to make some points down at the lower left that weren't there before. Okay.
And so now this score estimator is showing that White is winning by 6 points. So that's quite a reversal in the end game. I guess what must have happened is like the sequence where White's able to split Black. It felt like Black, had to like answer, and then all of these other moves that White's able to get are sente. So that's probably like how White was able to turn around the game.
Yeah, 6 points in endgame it's very easy to
It's very easy to
make a very subtle mistake, and then all of a sudden it's just your opponent gets all of these additional centes.
Yeah. So if we jump further ahead, let's try and figure out if they went to counting. Um, just like 1 point moves left on the board. Um, and then they fight a ko or not. So the final result would be that white won by 5.5 points.
Yeah.
So it's a very close game. But I don't think either side was ever winning by more than Comey at any point in this game.
Right. I guess it really just came down to, can we take a closer look at that, how white was able to break into the center? It seems like that was kind of the decisive fight in this game.
Yeah. So it was really like around here, I think, that we saw white make an invasion.
Right. At this point, it was
And
still
still,
feeling fairly
and actually,
even.
like the sort of weak AI that we have available to us is saying that even here, black is still doing fine. But then at some point, white was just able to sort of break this whole area and get a bunch of centes while doing it.
Mhm.
Maybe I wonder if maybe in hindsight this was the move that lost some points, because it doesn't end up seeming that useful later on versus like some move like here, for example. I wonder if that would have been more worthwhile, or just protecting against white's threat here. Although that doesn't feel that great either. I actually don't know how black should have played this better. So
Yeah.
it's very impressive end game by Do-Yup Kim.
Yeah. Yeah, it really does seem like it just came down to these like very subtle endgame mistakes.
Yeah.
Well done to Do-Yup Kim, who is now 6-0 after this round.
Yeah, so white did win this game in the end by
Yeah.
5.5.
Yeah. Well played and well fought by Joshua.
Mhm.
Okay, so let's move on to the second board.
Yeah.
So we have
Yep.
Yihan Guo on black on this board, and Tian Chu Liu on white.
Yeah. So we just have this 2-space hide enclosure, and then white invades 3/3, and black approaches. All very standard stuff.
Yep.
And whenever you see your black player move here, you can pretty much guarantee that this is the sequence that's going to follow from white.
This move is very big, yeah.
And yeah, this is like a bit unusual. Like the normal move would be here, but there's nothing wrong with this move either.
So maybe we should talk about why we see this Atarian descend a lot. I think one of the reasons, something that I struggle with a lot in my games as a Q player, is you see your opponent making a moyo, and then the instinct is like, oh, I want to be aggressive. I want to just like jump right in, like maybe with like an invasion right here directly, right, in order to take away all of my opponent's points. And so for those of you who don't know, Joel is my Go teacher, and something that you've told me a lot in my games is just, it's fine, it's not that big, you can just reduce it from the outside, right? So that's like the meaning of this descent here. It's just basically you undercut the moyo, and you have to know and trust in your mind that that moyo is not actually as big as it looks because it's already undercut.
Yeah, it's undercut. And
Right.
if black was to follow like this, white has gained a lot in profit, like in cente. If we don't get to this sequence and we just leave it here, black has, if white plays something else, black has all sorts of moves that they can do against white, or things like this to make the moyo bigger. But if we get to this point and then black follows, black doesn't have any good follow-ups against this corner anymore, so white would have gained. So black will play somewhere else at this point, but it means that this whole area is like not black's points.
Okay, so let's continue in their opening. All looks very normal so far.
Attach and high, and now white could choose to start a ko by cutting, or not. So black doesn't have a good enough ko threat, so black just decides to connect. So this is interesting. So there is a Joseki where we can see something similar like this. And then black would normally play this move to like take the outside. And this is considered about even.
Papa Snack is asking, how do you handle it when white jumps at b5 early on? It's a good question. This is so like this. Do you follow them or do you just kind of ignore it and play elsewhere?
Yeah, so I think both options are possible. Like this is going to be a very big move, so you could just play here as long as you don't think the wall is going to get too weak. The other option you have is you could just choose to follow them like this, and it helps make your wall stronger, and you'll end up getting some potential here. Meanwhile, this move makes no points for white, so it's like kind of a bit too early, I feel, to play this move. And so if I see my opponent play that, I'm going to feel like I've gained a little bit by making my opponent play a small move in the opening.
So you would probably respond though on the early button.
I would consider responding because like this is my other move, and I think I would actually play this move here. But when I do that, like let's just say we get to some position like this, then we have to consider like how does white attack my wall, and am I comfortable with that? Maybe I am comfortable enough with this here, or if this I can just run away. So and if white pushes here, like I can still jump. But if I was afraid of this wall getting too weak, then I could answer, and I still feel like it would be okay for black.
Yeah. Something that I've been thinking about a lot in my own games in the past year or so is trying to reframe the wall as like not about its potential to make points, but as just sort of like thickness as strength. Like the benefit of getting the wall on the outside is that your group is really strong after. And a strong group can withstand attacks, can withstand, all of these like small moves by white, like maybe something like this to push up and like try and attack it. It's fine because the wall is strong. Like I'm trying to reframe that as like the benefit that you get after white gets the corner in this Joseki, instead of thinking of it as like, oh, black is going to get the points on the side, on the outside.
Yeah, and like Papa Snake was also asking about like this invasion. We could, for example, just think about capping it, and white would still need to settle this stone somehow, like with a move like this, and then black could take Sente. If white was to ignore, then if black now gets this move, white has potentially made a very bad exchange.
Yeah, or I mean, even if white goes back here, right? I think just getting this exchange as black, I would be happy because now you've just sort of redirected your influence like towards the center.
Yeah.
These would be bad exchanges for white, I think.
Yeah, and white doesn't make much territory there, anyways.
Right. Let's keep looking at the game.
Yes.
But yeah, this is at the bottom left. I feel like this is a very common Joseki that comes up, in all of our games.
So black has to handle this corner group, which looks a little bit heavy, but it probably will be okay. And then white does go for this invasion now, and we'll see how black manages to like connect up his wall to the side, or whether he'll try and run out the wall to the right side. So yeah, this makes sense. This kind of helps black move towards his wall and connect up. and now we're kind of fighting. So this Hane, like, it's aiming at this sort of cutting point as well. And so white will defend that cutting point here. And then black plays this Hane because black was sort of worried about some sort of attack like this, probably, which would let white to take the wall. But
locally, this looks like it's like giving black shape a lot of cutting points. Why not just like extend?
yeah, so I think even if you extend, white will still consider cutting, and then we could see something like this happen. It does seem like the shape is very thin this way. So I'm not sure really, but maybe we'll see this sort of thing happen in the game.
Okay.
It
keep
feels
going.
like black had to do something, but white. Okay, so white decides to connect up. So that means that white was like afraid that if they cut somehow, that black would be able to like play this move and kill the corner, or maybe start with this move. There's like I'm not sure if white would actually die here or not, though. So that's
But it seems dangerous, yeah.
yeah.
So white just chose to connect.
So white chose to connect and make some points. But now it's like
I'm a little surprised at this, Tanuki. At least to me, it feels like those cuts are like a debt that black owes white. These cuts over here, right, are like a debt that black owes white, and at some point, like maybe down the line, like they'll come into play.
yeah.
Let's see if that ends up happening.
But this group for black is also kind of heavy, so maybe black's concerned if they like spend a move that white will like launch an attack on this group.
That's also valid.
It does kind of feel like black is like a little bit busy at the moment. But white also has like this group that they need to settle. And then we see an invasion. And interesting that white just plays a couple of moves as a probe and then goes for the cut. And so interesting, just like white's kind of poked around in black's area and created a lot of like stones that they might activate later. Not sure how they'll be used yet, but
so I guess black for the Q players, maybe this is obvious for everyone else, but black can't capture this cutting stone because white has the ladder right now. And so as a result of that, I think with this last move, what I see is white adding just a stone to their weakest group, probably to prepare for attacking this black triangle group on the bottom, which is looking weaker because of this cut that just happened.
Yeah, so when this white group gets stronger, then the nearby black groups get weaker.
So what is that move about, the empty triangle?
Yeah, so if black had done something else, well, at the very least, this would be Sente. Well, there's also an idea of starting this ko, but it's not a light ko for white necessarily. I don't know if there was like something like involving like starting with this cut, where if something like this happens, then you can make this a very big ko. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure. It's not a move that I would have thought about, but there is some threats that white has, so black's maybe trying to get rid of those. And now it is a bit harder for white to activate this stone. Like if white now tries to run out, it's pretty easy for black to just play like this and capture it.
Yeah, that makes sense. So it's aimed at kind of capturing that cutting stone, probably.
Hmm.
Okay. So white, I guess, doesn't see a great way to pull that cutting stone out and attack the bottom.
They're asking, does black have a move inside this white area after this? Let's see if white connects. Oh, could this be a move? If white cuts, then I don't
think
quite
black
how to
has the
make it
liberties for
work.
this.
If white blocked like this, we could get like a double Atari.
That seems kind of light, though, if the majority of the white group is already connected to the corner.
Oh, but how about this?
Hmm.
Now white has to connect here. Because if white tries to just race like this, then black can
It doesn't
capture.
work, right?
So that maybe, so that's interesting that there is a move here, I think. Unless there's a way for white to feud it like this. But then no, because black can do this move. So yeah, maybe
So
white
there might
would
be
have.
something in the corner for endgame, but
Yeah,
I think
so
at the
that's some endgame
moment
benefits.
it seems pretty small because
Yeah.
it's not about the it's not strengthening like the black group at the bottom, which is I think the weaker side.
Yeah, but yeah, it is a good point. This is a good move to that black now has the right to play later.
Okay, so this is probably why like white just tanukis if white can't find a good way at the moment to either pull out the cutting stone and start the attack on the black group at the bottom. Okay.
And now
white is just taking the points
Mhm.
in the
And then-
last open area of the board.
Black's trying to break it up. So yeah, if white tried to do this, one option for black would have been to capture 2 stones with this sort of sequence. Maybe there would also be.
Oh,
Okay.
okay.
Yeah, let's get through this fight at least, and then we'll switch to another game.
Sounds good.
Okay, so black manages to. Oh, if I thought black was gonna connect here, but then this would actually be pretty big. So I guess black was forced instead to play this move. But white cannot cut here because there's this, and white would die. So actually, black is fully connected up.
Okay.
There is still possibly this cut.
It seems like as a result of this fight, though, black's shape is now pretty settled. At least for the moment, this group is fairly strong.
Yeah.
Stones facing the outside. Okay, so let's just.
Okay, and so yeah, since black managed to break up the bottom side, white now has to settle the corner, and then black does defend that cut that we were looking at.
Yep.
So yeah, what's kind of so. Who do we think's better now? Black has like quite a large area in the top left. This group is still like a little unsettled. White has like 3 corners.
I wonder if, like, to strengthen the triangle group, black can turn as an idea to like attacking the white group next to it, which is also unsettled. And I think like looking fairly weak because black was able to like spend a move here, defending this cut. Black is kind of like thick in the center now.
Yeah,
it seems balanced.
It seems pretty balance.
I feel like I would prefer black on this board just because it seems like a clearer strategy to me to just like start attacking the white square group. You know, like shore up your last remaining weaknesses that way, but it might just be a style thing. Seven is saying in the chat, he thinks like white is still okay here. Should we cheat and look at the score estimator?
Yeah, we
Let's
can
do
look at
it.
the score estimator.
All right. So we're running these reviews largely without AI, but with some judicious. Okay, so we're getting black by like 8.7, like almost 9 points here.
Yeah, so I think white is going to have to play kind of actively and tug at the weakness on the right side in order to try and come back.
Yeah, so let's just kind of go through and see what happens. But it does feel like with the way that black was able to settle the shape of that previous weak group and create thickness in the center, feels comfortable for black.
Yeah. And yeah, we see that after a few preparatory moves, white does go for this like cut and tries to shake the board up a bit. And this is like a double ladder breaker. But does that move solve both ladders? That move solves both ladders, I think. So that's a very nice move for black.
So this is Chicago Open's second installment of can the 6-dan beat the 8-dan? So we'll see.
Well, this game might have finished by now, so maybe we can.
I think it is finished by now, but yeah, let's.
We'll just speed through the end game and like see what the final result was. Oh, so there was a ko in the corner. So that's quite exciting. And we see the ko fight being fought. It's like there's this white center group as well that like only has one eye, like so. Well, it has two eyes, maybe, but it's actually no. It only has one eye, like directly.
So we're talking about there's an eye here, right? Let's say like this. This is one eye.
Yeah.
This is obviously a false eye, and then. Is there an eye here?
So white could play like
white needs
this move.
Right.
Then if black was to take like this and white connects, it's like a ko for this being a second eye.
The entire dragon.
Yeah.
Okay. So let's see how this. In addition to the ko that's still being fought in the upper left corner.
That's right. So you can't win both kos, presumably.
Right.
So white wants to try and find a way to live with both. But
still looking good for black, I think. As long as black is not like making a blunder in terms of like really not getting enough out of these kos. Is that move big enough?
Well, it threatens the whole white group, so we'll.
Yeah, let's see. This is exciting.
And that looks to be where the game ended. And the result is that black won by resignation, according to OGS. So white played the last move and then resigned, maybe.
Yeah, so for our second installment of can the 6-dan beat the 8-dan, looks like the 6-dan was victorious. So well done to Yi Han Guo.
Yeah, let's move on to the third round of Chicago.
Right. So this one we have black is Tianyuan Zhang, and then white is Shi Yangqi. Shi Yangqi is actually one of our good friends from the New York area. The Chicago Open, of course, like being a huge event with 115 participants
Something like that.
this year, something like that. It is like attracting players from all over the country. We've gone in past years. We weren't able to make it this year, but
Mhm.
it's always a great, very well run, very fun event.
And I know from playing Xiang that he loves this two-space low pincer. So now this is also a pincer that I've taught Laura.
Oh yes.
hmm Okay, so this is an interesting move. If white just answers with like this extension, which looks natural, then black can block, and then black will win this capturing race. So white has to answer in the corner instead. So that lets black get 2 moves in a row against that stone.
Is this an even result for both?
No, I've never seen this particular result before. I feel like white can't be dissatisfied, but it might be okay for black as well.
Okay.
It's interesting that white chooses to immediately ignore. I would definitely be tempted to extend, but maybe that's just exactly what black wants,
Mhm.
and black could get like a big outside. And yeah, so now black definitely could have just like backed off and that white gotten this move, but black wanted to break up white's area, and it looks like black might be more of a fighter.
I feel like this is this is maybe like the most common continuation of this like high approach attach Joseki
Mhm.
like post AI. So it used to be, right, everyone knows about like this extension. This is, I think, one of the first Joseki that anyone learns. But the theory kind of like after the advent of AI is that this result is, it's definitely still playable, but that it's like slightly favorable for black because the corner is pretty sizable. So as a result of that, pros these days, I feel like they tend to try to play a little bit speedier. So instead of doing the extension, they'll just approach the upper corner. And then, like Joel was saying earlier, if black just knights moves and kind of backs off, then this is a better extension for white. But then, of course, like the way that Joseki develops, black is going to want to resist this by splitting.
So white's going to take a simple approach on the top right and just play this like one of the first Joseki I imagine people learned. And then now black can get Sente to attack the 3 white stones. Oh, so sometimes if you can play this peep as well as sort of a probing move, where if black is to connect here, you can push through instead. And if black connects here, then you connect. And that's nice because if you connect here first and then black does something else, now when white peeps here, black is not going to connect here and introduce a lot of weaknesses in their shape. Black's going to just connect here and give up the 1 stone.
Right. Oh, interesting. That's subtle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But in this case, white just wanted to connect solidly. And let's see how black handles it. Black jumps on the 4th line, building some territory while attacking white. And then white
just Tanuki. This is, I mean, if I were white, I always feel very uncomfortable, having these kinds of like stick shapes in my games. Like, there's no 2-space extension, there's no base. Oh no, like, how is white gonna settle this later? Does white just give it up? So we'll see.
Well, we'll see. Maybe white's thinking like, how does black actually attack this for profit? Like, if black jumps like this, I can just run away. And is this stone useful? White could try and argue that it's not that useful. Same with just moving this way. White could just jump that way. And so white maybe doesn't think that black has a useful move against the group right now. And white's like threatening some things of their own, like this move to try and really harass the black group. And that's actually the move that white plays in the game.
Papa Sneck is saying Kata didn't love that jump attached to Suji. Oh, the one at the upper left.
Oh, this G17 move? Okay, well, good.
It seems fine. I
good to
mean,
know.
I think Kata in general just doesn't even like that pincer, like after high approach to the 3-4. Like technically the optimal way to play is just to take the corner territory, but I enjoy the pincer. I think the pincer is fun.
You can get better results against some people by playing the pincers against them than by just playing the attach underneath, even if that's what Katago would sometimes want.
Also a style thing, right? It's like as long as what you're playing isn't losing you too many points AI wise, like you can get away with a lot.
So white's starting a fight down here. This is gonna get kind of chaotic because like there's this black group, this white group, this black group, and this white group that are all a little unsettled.
Exciting. Ooh, crosscut.
Crosscut. Ooh. Okay, so black manages to black and white both manage to settle where black takes the bottom territory and white has sort of some center influence.
Yeah, so that white stick that I was worried about earlier in this game, all of a sudden it's looking pretty okay. White has managed to settle the shape here pretty efficiently and get some pretty useful wall on the outside.
Yeah, so maybe we'll see black approach the bottom left corner.
Yep. Okay.
And then we see kick, and extend, and then white sort of approaches the black group since it's going to be like one of the weaker groups on the board at this point. Black finishes the bottom area. So black was maybe concerned about white rather was maybe concerned about this sort of move. Where if white connects, then there'd be this connect underneath. If there's this sort of thing, then there's some ideas of like this, which doesn't quite work yet, but maybe in the future, depending on what moves black gets on the outside.
Right.
But it does feel like maybe it's a little early because when black extends, there's like less options for white as well to like invade the bottom. Okay, so this is what we were looking at earlier, where like now that white's pulled this stone out, potentially like that black group could become like a target for white.
This does feel like it's already into endgame now. The middle game fighting resolved pretty peacefully.
Yeah, it comes down to this section here. So if white was to connect, then black could Hane, and then if white tries to cut, black has this counter move, and then this is a disaster for white. But if white defends, then black can take this stone. So white had to play here, but even so, can black cut here, or is that too much? We would see like this Atari. Oh, but after this, no, that would not work. So black just takes the stone. So it doesn't seem like it succeeded for white. Maybe the Hane was an overplay.
So Papa Sneck is asking kind of a shape question back at the bottom. What if instead of bumping?
Yeah.
What if white tries to fix with g2, with diagonal instead.
It's a possibility. This one probably won't be Sente at this point in time. I could place something along the top, for example, and again, you're only like breaking up a small amount of area. I feel like the bump was meant to be like a more Sente way to fix.
Yeah, it also just to me it feels a little bit like this exchange of this third line move, for a second line move is just it would feel bad as white.
Yeah.
Small bad. So I kind of get like bumping to get Sente.
Yeah, I don't know if I agree with the bump, but I think white wanted Sente. But in the end, like this result, I feel like kind of backfired. Because even after this move, like black's still saved this wall. And so with the few extra points that white got in the center, like not worth this collapse.
Yeah.
So now we can see, like, according to Score Estimator, like black is like ahead by 11 points.
Okay. Should we keep going and see if there's a reversal or if black just kind of is able to close out the game?
So white does invade.
The left side.
Yeah. But white does have some corner as well to keep track of. So we had the block. And Young just really likes this bump today. So Young was worried that like black would be able to like connect with this move and then there'd be no more attack left. So he played this bump to take away that move. And so interesting. So white does manage to capture some amount of black stones. Feels like a small gain for white overall.
I don't know if I love this way of playing for white though, because now it seems like the thickness that black got from that kind of like tortoiseshell capture, is what it's called. This like 2-space Tanuki is just now breaking any potential that white had at the center of the board now.
Yeah, my feeling is that this is probably a little bit good for white, but not enough to overcome the deficit that was already there. So now, according to Score Estimator, black is up by 9. So if we trust this weak AI, then it's only like a 2-point gain for white overall, just because, like, white's lost a lot of potential in the center as a result of this. And black's like even aiming at setting up an attack with this move while also breaking up the potential.
Right. I think this makes sense. Okay, let's since we're short on time, let's
move on to the next round.
Or do we want to just sounds good.
Sure. So board 1 is Ninghan. Okay. Yeah. Edward Zhang and Michael Chen. That's how we first do.
Okay.
So
this is so again, Joel and I, for those of you who don't know us, we live in New York, and so I think we know like these East Coast players like fairly well, and like definitely you've played personally both Mike Chen and Edward Zhang like a whole bunches of times over the years. So I think you're familiar with both of their styles. So
I think both players kind of like to create chaos on the board. So I hope they don't let us down, and I want to see a lot of like crazy moves and crazy fighting.
Right.
And we're already seeing something spicy on move 1 with this 5-4. I've never seen Edward do that, but I do know that he likes to play some unconventional openings sometimes. And it's a double 5-4 opening. And
okay.
Speaking of spicy openings,
Is this something that you're like aware of?
I've never seen him play quite like this. No.
Okay. Oh no. Oh no.
Oh,
Okay. Let's see. Let's see.
so if I'm white and my opponent plays like 5-4s, I just play 3-3 right away.
Yeah.
It keeps it simple, and I like to avoid the tricks that the 5-4 player has.
I feel like when you play these kinds of like center oriented openings, you know, like anything, you know, this is like one right of Tengen, like what essentially you're like asking for a fight.
Yes.
Like you're asking for a fighting game. You're spending one extra move in the opening not to, you know, like enclose or approach a corner as the conventional wisdom goes because you want the extra like attacking power in the center. So yeah, it looks like Mike is gonna, you know, he's not gonna take the 3-3 territory. He's gonna oblige, and you know, like we're gonna get the fight.
Yep, we're definitely gonna fight. Okay.
Okay.
So this actually turned into a Joseki shape accidentally. Even this stone looks kind of well placed, but also all of black stones look like they're in the correct places. At least if we only consider like this part of the board.
Yeah.
Um,
This seems fine. I mean, I feel like White was able to settle this weak group like pretty easily.
well, there was so much space that it was never going to be a problem to settle.
Right.
But it's not like black's opening has been refuted yet. There's still black at Sente, black can like start causing chaos elsewhere.
Mm-hmm.
Or just sort of pivot strategies and grab the territory. I don't know. That this doesn't feel like in the spirit of the opening he's playing. It's objectively fine. So
Turn down. Oh, just a little bit of background noise.
oh sure.
Yeah.
Which one is it making background noise? Yeah, I'm not. You could just turn it down.
Oh, I think so.
Okay.
Okay. So let's keep going and see.
Okay,
So pincer.
The pincer. This feels like a very good point because that's like the weakest black group on the board. Already, I feel like I'd rather be white by a little bit. I don't know. Maybe it would have been like appropriate to play something like this, or at least like here or something. But I guess it's the opening, so it's really hard to say. And then Edward's going to try and attack this white group that was just formed, and so we do kind of see that like what was able to sacrifice one stone, but has like reasonable shape on the outside now.
Yep.
And Mike does not just choose to jump out with like a 1 space or a 2 space jump, which would look completely normal. He instead kind of just starts chaos on another side of the board, and this is something I think is kind of characteristic of how he plays.
Yeah, he's definitely very, very confident in his middle game fighting. Let's keep going.
Yeah, so black is like, how dare you ignore the fight that was happening? I'm going to play in my area. And maybe Mike will say the same thing. Yes, he does.
Honestly, I do feel like maybe for black to capture these 4 stones at the top, it feels a little slow because this black group in the corner is already like so thick and alive that this is just, you know, it's like 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, like maybe 15 points each.
Yeah.
Right? It feels like there are just bigger moves elsewhere on the board.
There's like some benefit because these stones on the outside become thicker, whereas if white had saved them, they would be weaker. But it does mean that like only one black group gets stronger from capturing the white stones, versus like if this black group in the top left was also weak, then there'd be a lot more value in white saving the stones to keep them weak.
Okay, let's see how this is going to develop. Okay, so now black responds at the bottom left.
And then, yeah, as white was playing these moves, this lone black stone was getting weaker. So black tries to make it stronger.
Okay, maybe we can talk about like a general shape thing. These
Mhm.
kinds of peeps, here.
Yeah. So this is normally a move that we would tell players not to play because there's a cutting point that you could choose to use later. Um, it's so if we can't really assume that white would play this move, but like white wouldn't even push here later, so it's hard to know if this cutting point would ever actually be a thing. But you would also have like the options of like playing like moves like this later, which kind of force white to decide how to handle it. Or you have like options like this Hane.
This is more forceful
really-
of Hane because of the cutting point.
Right.
Right.
So yeah, I feel like this is not a move that you normally want to play as black, because it does kind of make white stronger. But sometimes you can decide that it's necessary to make a bad exchange because you need it for the fighting that's going to break out.
Yeah.
So
Okay, makes sense.
attaches on top, and then white pushes through and cuts, and then white pulls out, and then if black was just to go here, this would feel too good for white because white was able to settle with a lot of points.
Right.
So black tries to pull out this stone, and this is like the kind of chaotic fighting that we were expecting. Ooh. So what white plays this move, baiting black into cutting, and if black were to cut like this, white would start a
Oh.
ko.
As a way
Oh,
to
actually,
just settle this white
white could
group.
also maybe like white also could have just done this and then cut the 3 stones.
Mm.
So white would have multiple options, but it means that black doesn't really want either of those. Black could back off, but then white's like kind of gain some like ice shape.
Mm-hmm.
That's what we see.
This feels a little bit like this entire game feels a little bit like a game of chicken, between two players who know each other very well, right?
Yes, it does. Okay, and then this is a very pretty move because it both like sort of surrounds these 3 stones, which if they had pulled out would have made the white group down here weaker, but it also like sort of indirectly like it's threatening to pull out these stones, and if those stones get pulled out, then there's like a weakness here. So I really like this move.
Okay, that makes sense. Black is trying to aim towards those
Mhm.
3 stones.
Yeah, and so this will capture the 3 stones. And then this move like it both approaches the corner, but also it's still aiming at the left side group of white.
Mm-hmm. Oh,
Oh, this is a fancy Tasuchi. So let's see. So like if black was to capture like this, what was white's plan? White could
Push up.
choose to push up like this,
mm-hmm.
and if black blocks, then this is a Tari, and then we can
Oops.
capture these stones.
Uh-huh.
Even here maybe. So and then if black was to go this way, then we could just go here, and it's the same story.
Uh-huh.
So that means that black can't play that way. Instead, black had to cut. But if black had played this move, then white could connect. And if black tries to play like this, white wins the capturing race.
Mm-hmm.
If black tries to push out, white could hane, and then if black cuts, white can extend. And there's no way to actually capture these stones.
Feels like a very severe attack.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So there was like no good local option. So black went for this other option instead, where black might be willing to allow white to get this sort of sequence at this point because it helps black settle. So Mike instead connects, and now his group is basically settled because these two stones are captured. And then black had to take the stone to avoid the ko that we were talking about earlier.
Right. So okay, so both groups are alive now, right?
Yeah.
So we have this this black group over here is 100% alive now. But then also this white group on the outside, because it's connected up
Mhm.
and it's managed to capture the stones on the bottom, it's also pretty strong right now, right?
Yeah. So that means that now white has Sente
Okay.
to.
Right.
if
Would you say like 90% alive or 100% alive?
For white group right now?
Yeah. Still seems
For-
attackable later.
For now, it's 100% because there's like this move if
Oh,
it
I
buys
see.
anything.
Okay.
Black would need multiple moves of setup before being able to attack it.
Okay. Mike always talks about, like, in his lectures, he's like, how can you tell if a group is strong or a group is weak? He's like, use the eyeball method. If it looks strong, it is strong. And I'm like, the problem with that is your eyeballs are better than my eyeballs. It's my eyeballs are like having some vision problems. So it's sometimes my gut reaction of like how strong is this group, is not going to be the same as Mike Chen's. Okay, let's keep going forward.
So if I was white, I would play at the bottom right now, answering black's approach.
Mhm.
Instead, he goes here. This is, I guess, because he wants to avoid letting black. If white was to go here, black could connect all his stones up like this,
Mhm.
and then be strong.
I
So this
see.
is probably like better. If black answers, is there like, is it actually alive, the black group? Like, can white push like this? If black connects, then we can go down.
Hmm.
So black can live like this, but then this move was Sente to prevent black from connecting up, and white would later have this endgame.
Oh, that's scary.
Yeah.
All right, let's see.
So black plays this move to prevent white from cutting.
Right, and it's also still threatening to connect.
Yeah. And starts a ko.
Okay. Right, I think
Yeah.
this ko makes sense to me because neither of the two options that you were showing before seemed very good for black.
Yeah. Black does have some ko threats, like involving like Ataris on these stones. And that's what we see. Yeah, white in this case is happy to just have disconnected black, and black still needs to live on the bottom. But for black, it means that white can never capture these three stones cleanly. Like only can capture them in a ko later.
Mm-hmm.
And so now that we've had those exchanges, now white comes back to the bottom right.
Okay, so maybe this is a good time to stop and like try and assess who we think is ahead on the board right now.
Yeah, so black has about 15 points on the top, and like 5 points in the bottom left, if that. Yeah, let's call it 5. And then there's also like those 4 white stones, which we can call like half dead. So we can maybe put like a 4 points there. because
Okay, right.
they're only half dead. White can save them, or black can spend one more move to capture them. So that's like 24 points. White has like a lot of points on the top left, like because of the stones that White's captured and the territory on the first line. So that's like 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14. Let's just call it 15 points
Like
for
over
White.
here.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
Oh, okay, yeah. On the bottom, White has maybe like 10 points as well.
Like over here.
Yeah, because White can capture a few more stones in Gote.
Yeah. So they're about even in points, but this was black side of the board.
Right, and White has like
Right. White has the
like
potential
2 corners
on
on the right side.
Yeah.
It feels like White is quite far ahead to me. All the fighting didn't seem to work out. If you want to, let's use the score estimator, and yeah, the score estimator is all saying that White is winning by 20 points, and yeah, it's like I don't know if I would have guessed by that much, but it did feel like all of the fighting didn't really get black anything. So we have about 20 minutes left. Should we go to the final Maryland game?
Yeah. Let's switch. Is Crystal on?
He might be away at the moment.
Okay.
So.
Or did you turn down the volume?
I think you can still hear him talk. Yeah.
Okay, so this one is ignore the names at the moment. This one is N-Dwan versus Seven Dawn versus as black versus L-E 5 Dawn as white. This is the second board at the Maryland Open, and yeah, these games are they're exciting. I think they're also much longer time settings than the Chicago games. Chicago is 25 minutes plus 10 seconds Fisher time, I believe, which is essentially like the fastest time setting for an AGA rated tournament. And as a result, it's like more games. But Maryland, I think the year that we went a couple of years ago, it was still like Byoyomi.
I think it was something when we went like 45 minutes main time and then like 5 periods of 30-second Byoyomi.
Right. So much longer games, slower paced, kind of maybe some more interesting fights for these strong players. So we'll see if we get to see any of that in this game.
And like clearly somebody was encouraging these players to play unconventional openings because we see a
6-4. Didn't you tell me, Joel, you went through a period when you were like 8Q or something as a teenager where you loved playing 6-4?
Oh yeah, like my whole strategy was that I wanted my opponent to go here and then I would do this.
Yep.
Or if they would go here, then I would do some really complicated fight like this. And I memorized all the sequences for that. And it didn't really come up that much, but I was ready for it.
Okay.
And so, we'll see what sequence ends up happening for these players, or whether black will just spend a second move on the bottom. So we see the 6-4s, which is even more exciting than 5-4. And then the top left now looks normal, right? Okay, now that you couldn't even tell that something weird had happened.
Oh, okay. You missed out on your complicated 6-4 fight.
Yep. We just see 4 Shamaris being played.
Yep. This is very I feel like this feels very modern to play this way. In a lot of like the recent pro games that we've been watching lately, it's like 4 Shamaris right away.
Yeah. So white jumps out, black approaches the corner, kick, and then invade. Ooh. So this is exciting.
This seems early.
Yeah, so black's other option could have been to attach on top like this, and then maybe white would have played this way to sort of attach up. White could also go down with a move like this.
Mhm.
But black's kind of asking white how white's going to respond. So if white just connects like this, then black can play this Hane, and white is like unable to block because of this move.
Mhm.
So white would have to go here, and then later, like black could get like a move like this in order to set up a move like this.
I see. So black is essentially using this 3/3 invasion sequence earlier than we might typically see it, to kind of probe how white is going to respond, in order to
Exactly.
figure out how to answer the outside invasion.
And
That's
so
cool.
yeah, so white can't just ignore it. So white needs to figure out an answer. In the game, we see this one, which is
Hmm.
it's a move that although I see this shape come up a lot in your games, I never see your
Yes.
opponents find this
No,
empty triangle.
I've never seen this empty triangle before.
But it is a real move, and we'll see the sequence that happens in the game as a result. And so up to here, like everything was forced, and also this move is going to be sente later, where white will have to come back and fix. And so black has managed to get this or these two stones in sente, which means that it's very easy for black to now connect up to this stone. And black chooses to do it in this way. Another bump, which is like we were seeing all those bumps in the other game, but black didn't want this one because of what we were showing earlier, where white could scoop out the territory and make a base for the left side group. Black could have considered this one as well, but maybe there was something that black didn't like about this sort of sequence.
Can we compare this to the quote unquote, like, typical response to this corner invasion?
Yeah.
So we go back a few moves. I think the most common move we see, right, is just this descend. And here I would have thought it would make sense to link up with this stone on the outside at M17.
Yeah, that's a good point. So one option for black could have been to go down, in which case white would need a move here, and then black could do something similar.
Okay, so if we compare this, though, to the variation that happened in the game, they're quite similar.
Black does have this extra stone here, which is a bit of a benefit for making the ice shape bigger. Yeah, we could consider like what happens if black cuts as well. Then white would be able to turn here. So yeah, it's quite unclear to me, like
why white decided to go for the empty triangle.
Maybe black could start with this move and then go here, and white still owes another move. Let's just say it like this. Yeah,
this result doesn't look as good for white.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so they were probably considering all of these factors when they chose this empty triangle. Okay.
So I think we lost the game variation at some point. Here we go.
Yep.
So now white approaches and black kicks, and this is a very important shape to know whenever there's a kick. I mean, it happened over in this corner too, but although sometimes people know about this one particular Joseki on the right, they don't apply it more generally and think about whenever there's a kick, you can always like target playing here. And so now that black is covered, white's going to have the option of linking up underneath. So if black had answered, white was going to play this move. So that's why black plays this Hane in order to both connect up to the top and also to prevent white from connecting up.
Yep.
But as a result, now there's like this hole in black shape that will let white live in the corner. And this is an alive shape.
This is kind of interesting. Can you locally talk about this shape a little bit? Because at the surface, I'm not sure if I understand what's happening here. You've in the past told me like don't make this kind of push if you're not going to cut.
Mhm.
You know, so how would this be different if white just decided to like simply
Yeah, so
extend?
if white extends, then like the thinking would be that black would probably say move like this. And then there's like no holes in black shape.
Hmm.
So white pushes here because it creates like two cutting points in black shape, and black can only ever fix one with a single move.
Okay.
But it wouldn't be that successful to cut right away because black could occupy the key 3-3 point,
Hmm.
and then white would die on the inside. So instead, but when white just goes here now, if black just connects solidly, white will be like alive in the corner, and also white's like targeted. White can target this cutting point at a later point.
I see. Okay.
So this move is like a little bit fancier, and it's more sente for white to respond, because if white plays something else, black
There's
can
some follow up in the
Hane, and white would just die in the corner.
I see.
White could consider playing this move, but then black gets like a more solid outside, and black would later be able to capture this stone in Sente.
Mhm.
So instead of making those exchanges, white just goes here, and white's aiming to target like some of the like weaknesses in this black wall at a
Right.
later point.
Right. Later, there's that peep. There's that cut. Okay. This makes sense. So now black will probably
But
Tanuki.
black has Sente, so that's the benefit of black playing in this manner. After this exchange, now this is an alive corner, and black can Tanuki. And so yeah, this both pincers the white stone, but also like indirectly addresses the weaknesses that we were talking about.
Yep.
So this is a Joseki as well, where after you approach with this stone, black will often not play a move locally, and then you often will see a follow-up like this get played. Black can't choose to do this because it would be too good for white to be able to capture this stone. White could even consider starting a ko, and that's just not good enough for black. And this is the key point in the shape. You can't let white occupy such a beautiful spot. So you have to extend, then jump out. Ooh, and then cross cut. So yeah, a lot of moves to consider here. In the game, black's going to choose to sacrifice the one stone, I believe, and just sort of take the outside with a move with like this, letting white get the one stone. But now, like this whole area is like looking like a black potential. And then white runs out. This is like a very interesting point because like black didn't have to play this move right now. Black could have chosen to like sort of swallow up these two stones and had like a solid group.
Mhm.
And it's probably not that painful to let white push here. Maybe a little painful, but like white was able to ignore this Atari.
Mhm.
And so if white can get away with this, then I feel like white has like maybe gained a little bit.
Mhm.
But depends like if black is able to do something about the fact that white ignored their move.
I see. So that's what these moves are about.
Yeah.
Just trying to attack this white group.
And then he's able to take this stone.
And now it's not locally alive.
Yeah. So black can choose to like chase it out with a move like this. But that's probably a bit counterproductive because as you do that, your own stones get weaker.
Right.
So you'd probably prefer to go for a surrounding approach.
Yeah. Seems better to take like the seal, something like that.
Yeah.
That's where I would play.
Yeah. You have to still watch out for like some sort of like cutting sequence, but at some point, like we'll be forced to go back and live.
Okay.
So this is where black chose to play in the game to try and surround this white group. And I guess what black is thinking is that if we see like white try and move out like in this direction, then we could come back and try and kill the corner. So white has to sort of balance that they have two unsettled groups. So this is a probing move in the corner, but I think like at worst it would be a Seki, where if white descends here, black can always just connect, and if white descends, black makes an eye. And it's not even a Seki in this case because of this Hane. Like black could choose to just go like this. But even if it was a Seki, it would still, Seki isn't the most relevant thing at the moment. There's just multiple weak groups being fought over, and Seki is only points. So white tries to make shape.
Mm-hmm.
And tries to settle the group.
So I guess the purpose of that probe in the corner was to give white those moves on the outside in order to settle the weak group on the outside.
Yeah, that seems like what white was aiming for. Like white was able to get this move in Sente as a result of those inside moves.
Mm-hmm.
So white is also able to settle this bottom group now, but black has built up a bunch of strength for this group. We were talking about before how it was kind of weak, but now that it's become strong with all those like Panukis and outside moves, now black is able to like go in and chase this white group out.
Yeah. Okay.
And now like even if this white group lives, black will probably be able to like build up like some points here or get some profit somewhere. So this is a very severe attack from black.
This makes sense. Black is not worried about its group on the bottom now, and the damage to that, so black can attack pretty severely.
Yeah, like you would never be able to play this way as black if you hadn't made that other attack first.
So this does feel comfortable for black then.
Yeah.
It seems like black is going to be able to build up quite a lot at the top.
It also just seems like it's going to be difficult for white to even break out of this enclosure. Like, unless you've read very carefully that you can actually get out.
And I guess it's coming back to this triangle move, the Atari that white ignored, which, you know, at the time, like it seemed like it was pretty subtle, right? I remember myself thinking like, oh, this move, you know, like maybe looks small, or I wasn't quite sure I understood the meaning of it, you know, but now like later on in the middle game, you know, we can see kind of the meaning of this move developing.
Yes. Black was definitely able to justify that move, and in hindsight, it looks like white should have answered it instead of trying to ignore it for Sente elsewhere.
Yeah.
Oh, and so, we didn't talk about it, but like when black plays this move, black is threatening to capture the 6 stones.
Yeah.
And that's so like this group from black is like 100% alive. White's group gets out, but it's still got to run a bit more, and black has developed the top side. So this game is looking like very good for black at this point in time.
Yeah, this is just this is like in Song Huang, I think often says something about, you know, when the territory gets to the point where you can like put your hand in it, then like it's very hard to come back, basically.
Yeah. So we saw some 6 dons upset the 8 dons, but we won't see a 5 don upset the 7 don.
Yeah. Well, let's we have a couple more minutes, so
Yeah.
let's just kind of catch up to the players and where they are in the game. Who knows? Maybe there will be some surprises later.
So we mentioned that this is Sente because if white ignores it, then there's this Atari.
Right.
So white had to
White fix.
answer. We can jump out, and like at any point we can either wedge or we can connect underneath. So there's not any worries there. White's going to try and create some sabaki inside of this black area. Black's going for very severe moves. You could also like choose to just like come at it from the outside, but black really wants to like hit the vital point.
Black is just trying to kill this whole thing.
Yep. Yeah, and so like even like this doesn't live because there's still that spot. Oh wow, that black does not want to give white any free moves. Like that could help make shape. Okay, so we have a ko for 1 eye of a group. And black's just like, I
gives
don't
up the
need
2
those stones. I'm going to kill the center.
Yep.
And now the stones are netted. And white uses this Hane to break the net, because if black was to answer, then white could capture the 5 stones.
Okay.
So black had to answer like that. But it's still okay because like this stone is still captured.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, black's just really showing
Denying
white that
that
there's
second
no
eye.
eye.
Yeah.
And there's no eye in here. There's only like a ko-eye here. So the group just appears to be dead. White's gonna like attack the black group just to sort of try and get something. And now this is a very long shot, but if white can manage to hold this black group to 1 eye, then white will have a chance. But
yeah, let's just jump ahead to where the players are. But it seems like, you know, at this level, and one is like 7 done, you know, I would be surprised if there was a major reversal.
Yeah, black just needs to either make 2 eyes, or failing that just has to have more liberties than the white group. But it's very difficult to hold a group to no eyes when it has like this much space and like this many weaknesses for white on the outside. So like even like a move like this, like white had to play an empty triangle. So, I mean, black's gonna be able to like poke around at all sorts of weaknesses. Like, but white like doesn't feel like they have a choice. And yeah, now that black made a second eye,
yeah.
now
is this where
that's where
white resigned?
That's where white resigned.
Okay.
So yeah, that's
Paige is here. Paige just got here.
So yeah, that's going to wrap up like our coverage of the commentary, but not the AGAs, because in just a couple minutes, Paige is going to hop on and continue to cover more games from these 3 tournaments.
Yeah. So shout out to Chris Garlock and the eJournal team for setting all this up. Shout out to the organizers of the 3 very exciting tournaments that we had going on this weekend. It's very exciting day for the Go community
Yeah,
in the US.
I don't think we've ever done like streaming for 3 different tournaments in the US before.
Yeah.
So
This was definitely a first, and we hope to see it continue. And we certainly had fun commenting on all these games and hanging out with all of you guys. Thank you for tuning in. We'll send you over to Paige. Thanks, everyone.
All right, hello everybody. It's me again, Paige, everyone's favorite commentator of the day. I'm kidding. But no, I'm back again, and and tournament's still going strong. However, we did just end the Maryland Open. We ended it with Michael Chen getting first place 5-0. Despite his great fall, in the tennis match, he still showed up really strong and, came out on top. He beat all the top players there, Duan and Alex Chi, and ended up landing that first place. Congratulations to him. And what we have for remaining tournaments is our San Diego matches and our Chicago matches. And in fact, we're even going to be starting with our San Diego game today. We have Jasper Liu playing black, and I'm going to butcher this. I'm going to do my best. Wenguang Zhao. That is my best 5 Dan. And yeah, let's actually go ahead and jump into kind of how it's going. Pretty standard opening so far. I so actually kind of go into the players a little bit because I think I've actually played Jasper. Um, though I think I've only played him in the City League, and I do remember he was a pretty solid player. I don't know Wang Guang Zhao. Also, just a heads up, guys. If my sound is a little low, please let me know because I know sound things. But do let us know. Anyway, um, but yeah, I remember Jasper being a pretty solid player. So I'm excited to see because I felt like I wasn't that far off from beating him. So all right, we're into one of my favorite Josekis. If everybody remembers, I mentioned how much I absolutely love these corner Josekis because it's just so easy to have those free points as to where when you are taking the outside, like in this position, um, it's a little bit harder to play around this, and a lot of players don't really know how to react to these kinds of things. When these approaches, they always feel like responding in some kind of manner when the best way is to actually play away. Um, but we can see that white doesn't make that base. And I'll be honest, I've actually seen this quite a bit this tournament where players are not finishing out this Joseki. Because we usually always, almost always at least, see the finish up of this Joseki. But I am pretty sure I've almost seen every time this Joseki is coming we just don't see the finish up. Thank you, Papa Snake. Glad to be back. So much fun commentating, especially when there's so much going on. Um, but yeah, so we can kind of see that they play away. Now, as to why they play away, my guess is it's a really flexible shape. I do know that generally it's not that bad when you get pincered. It's very easy to just jump out or to create a much tinier base. And as mentioned before, like whenever we play this, we're never really expecting to get territory between here. And so if we're not really expecting to get territory between there, is it really that good? Because when one of my favorite things to do when I'm playing white in this position is I actually like to go all the way. I go all the way to the other side. I actually don't play this one here. And that's because I really don't have much of a care for the territory between here. And I really like the tempo that this move gives me. And so I wonder if we're kind of seeing a bit of a shift in some of this, where like, and not I don't want to say meta because obviously I think the meta is always changing, but in general, I think it's pretty cool that we're seeing players at the top level playing away from this position a lot. We've seen this so far in the Chicago tournament. We've seen this so far in the Maryland tournament, and now we're even seeing it in a round of um, the San Diego tournament. Um, and so we might, in the future see more options like approaches rather than creating these more comfortable bases. Um, and I know for a while in some of the European tournaments, I was actually seeing players even kind of thin out that extension to kind of this little bit of closer. And a lot of players are going to look at this and go, "No way! I cannot be happy with that small bit of area between there." But it is an interesting take on the position. But let's go forward. So white is taking a wall, and black is going to take the points in the corner. Ooh, okay. We're getting a really interesting Joseki. So this is actually a very outdated Joseki. This is very classical. We've not seen this in a really long time. This is very old. This used to be one of the like top 5 Josekis that you would see in every single game. You would see this almost all the time. Um, and one of the reasons we actually don't see this anymore is because AI has told us the center of the board does not matter. It's just not important. And the idea that we're going to get something from this kind of wall that we're pointing towards the center is just really hard. It's just not expected. And so the AI has told us, yeah, that's not the answer anymore. And so now what we do, which I think is one of the most dangerous Joseki that somebody can play, which is the pincer. We no longer play this shoulder hit, but now we play the pincer. However, I want to mention that I think black playing the shoulder hit is actually pretty smart. And one thing that's really likable about Go and such an amazing thing about Go is that everything is so situational. You will hear me constantly down talk um, empty triangles, but sometimes that empty triangle is the best move on the board. And so, despite this Joseki being really outdated, I actually think it's really smart because if we pincer here, normally as white you would just jump out here. But because we have this wall here and we're pretty decently strong on this side and this is pretty close, I might even just be a little greedy here and play, my greedy diagonal, right? Um, Instead of jumping because I want to keep these two groups split and I don't want to really give them that chance to connect up. And I think Black has decided if this was to happen, having to fight on two fronts is really difficult. It's not comfortable. Even if it's possible, it's very uncomfortable. And that's going to be one of the big differences between AI and humans is we want to play stuff that we're going to be really comfortable with, or at least practicing with the stuff a lot that we're uncomfortable with. And so I think Black is choosing this Joseki because the groups are connected up, right? We're not disconnected. We are accepting a bit of a wall here towards the center, but we're connected up. We don't have to worry about this group too much. We can even see that Black is going to reinforce that he's not, he's basically saying, hey, I know I'm going to give up a couple points here, but that's okay. I'm okay with that because I can claw back from this, but if I get split and die, that's a lot harder to claw back from. Oh, wow. That is an attachment. I actually think that's a cool attachment. So my guess is that White's going to look for something like this. And this is just kind of a really good way to give Black some really uncomfortable shapes, right? So one thing some people might think is if you play this wedge, you can suddenly get into here. But the thing is, Black actually doesn't care. Black doesn't mind if they get cut off. This would be very bad because all we're doing is strengthening Black's outside and wall towards the center of the board. And so White wouldn't really want a wedge, even if they get to cut this off. And there's still a lot of Achi in this corner, so this isn't exactly the most optimal play. So White says, I'd really still like to attack this, so I'm going to play this attachment. I'm going to force you to connect, and I'm going to play here. And now when we look at it, if we play this connection, we've got an an empty triangle. If we play this wedge, we've got an empty triangle. Like either way, we're gonna be going into an empty triangle shape. And so now Black's gonna try to find a way out of this. And so what we're probably gonna see is a jump like this one here rather than, this connection. Because again, Black says that is an empty triangle. That means that there's probably something better on this board that I can do. I do not have to play a bad shape if I don't want to. And so he is choosing not to play the connected shape because he would rather fight it. He knows the bad shape is just going to make the game harder for him. Now, the cool part about White's little kind of invasion here is that it's very light. We don't really, it's kind of like mission accomplished, right? Sure, white could cut here, but white is likely not going to die on this side, and so what's probably going to happen is black's just going to jump out towards the center. And that's a little easy for black, and we're not really gaining any points. We would have to actually kill something to feel that like we're getting any value here. And so White's saying, okay, I'm really light in the center. If black was to suddenly, start surrounding this, who cares? I don't care if black lives here, right? I'm going to take the points on the side. This is just a light, hey, if you're not careful, I'm going to split you later, right? I'm going to go back here. I'm going to play a couple of different things. Oh, this is what ended up happening. Okay, so black plays here. I didn't actually know he played that. And you can actually see that white doesn't care about what's going on, over here. And that's again because they're very light. They're very light stones. He doesn't want to add to them because if he adds to them right now, and while he's not gaining any points with them, it could be that he has to save them. He has to invest in them, and you don't want to invest in something that's really incredibly heavy. Where did Paige learn all these ideas from books or some other resources? I learned them from talking with stronger players and a lot from teaching. Um, so we can see that white is leaning on black here, saying, "Hey, I still have Aji with these stones. I can still play these things." But that's for later. White isn't really looking to activate that right now. And black also does not want to black does not want to give everything to white that they want. I think this is probably one of the biggest concepts that you really want to understand is that whenever your opponent wants something, there are definitely going to be times where you have to accept a trade, but more often than not, there is something that you can do. And so, sure, black can defend this area. There is a lot that they can do here, but what's happening is they're like, I'm going to go play somewhere else, and I'm going to utilize my strength across the board to change the position. Because what happens if, sure, we spend another move over here, but now what if we start shifting kind of the focus over here? How much damage are these actually going to do? Is kind of a big question mark. And so black doesn't want to really invest too much in the area, and white's going to be the same way. They don't want to invest too much in the area until they feel comfortable enough or in a comfortable position to be able to go back there. It's just that black is very likely to live, so it doesn't feel proper to go and try to attack or to try to fight it. And so it's just more comfortable to be able to play away. Now, I find this pincer very interesting. I think this is a very crazy pincer. Um, I think that I think it's a little hard to fight on these two fronts. Because when black jumps here, we kind of have to make this decision that we're either going to jump out this side or we're going to make a base on this side. And I feel like this is the most important side. But now it's kind of like, yeah, we also have to run with this stone. Basically, it kind of feels like we're going to be fighting with two groups that are split into question marks, right? We got two separate groups that are weak. I think this is very questionable by whites. Um, However, I do on the flip side understand that if I jump out here, I am probably being a little slow, but at the same time, I really like the idea of just having a comfortable group. What does Herb on YouTube ask? What does black do to reduce the right side for white? Q10P can black be so direct? Um, so if we wanted to play the right side as black, just to give you a quick run through, so here's the thing is we're not actually expecting a lot to come out on the right side for starters. So even if white gets like this move here, we don't actually really expect a lot on that right side. The thing is, white has already spent a lot of moves over here. So it's not really that bad if white suddenly adds a bunch of moves over here. And it's like, okay, that's kind of over concentrated. But also, there is a lot of room for us to just go ahead and kind of attack, reduce, or take something. So, like, for example, if we take this corner away, this is already good enough for that right side. But if we are gonna play a move on the right side, I would probably look for something like this. I wouldn't be that direct because I don't want to get split like this. But otherwise, this right side isn't really that big. Um, but yeah, so let's go ahead and go back to kind of where white tries to split the bottom. And yeah, so we yeah. Okay. 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 Um, so I'll take a dip into the I'll dip into each one and kind of just give an idea of where they're at. Um, okay. Yeah. So we're gonna go ahead and actually take a quick look at the Chicago games. We're just gonna kind of go into them, dip into them, and then we'll kind of pick a game from there. Where we'll review and we'll kind of go back and then we won't go too far back. As you mentioned, we don't want to stay on the same game for too long. Um, okay. Yeah. So board one, we have Doyup Kim versus Tien, and if everybody remembers, I mentioned about Tien that Tien is the type of player that can punch up. Um, Even though I guess certainly this tournament he hasn't been doing that quite yet. Though it is the final round, so he better do it now. Um, but yeah, so this game actually looks like it's getting pretty interesting. So what Black plays this incredible move here. It's kind of like an Atari, like it's a self Atari, but Black is using this to get the double ko, or even smarter, getting just the Atari in general. Because you guys can see that if we played here and white takes, it's just a double ko. It's just a double ko. But black plays an absolutely genius move. This is actually really cool. This is really smart. And this way, now when white takes the stones, instead of a double ko, black is just like, no, this is it. I lived here. I'm alive. And it's just an incredible Tsuji. um, yeah, so it looks like black is actually leading a little bit here in this game. It definitely looks a little hard for white from this phase because black is got a lot of corners, a lot of very solid points, very large corner here, very large corner here, a decent sized corner here, and a decent sized corner here. So points wise, black is pretty much winning, and white really needs to make something happen. So probably looking for a kill on the bottom, or maybe a kill on this right side is going to have to happen if he wants to win. Let's go ahead and take a quick look at CU Gon versus Tianshu and see where this game is at. So this one actually looks like it's kind of nearing the end of. Yeah, it looks like it's nearing the end, and again, I'm not that great at scoring, so we're gonna hit that score estimator button, that beautiful score estimator. And it seems like white is ahead by a little bit, at least according to score estimator. It's a really close game. I actually noticed, for those that didn't notice, at the start of this tournament, Siu Gun, the 7 Dan player that's playing black, his rank was actually set to 5 Dan. Do we have any information on that, Chris? Was his rank changed midway through? Yeah, CU Gon, the player that's playing black, he was 5 Dan at the beginning of this tournament. He's now 7 Dan. Is there a reason? Okay. Okay. Okay, awesome. All right. So Yeah, I mean, it looks like he put up a really good fight against Tian Shu, so which is really cool. So for those that didn't hear, so basically Siu Gan, who was 5 down at the start of the tournament, they decided to adjust his rank after looking, into his background a little bit, and yeah, and if you kind of like look at how close this game is, Tian Chu, who I think is actually really strong, I've been looking at some of his games here. He is a really strong player, and Siu is competing neck and neck with him. So yeah. Let's go ahead and take a quick look at the Yuhan versus John Shu. I'm actually excited that Yuhan is doing so well because when I played him in Michigan, a lot of people were just like, nah, he's not like a real 7 to 9. But he beat quite a lot of strong players this time. So I'm happy that I beat him and that he has proven that he is actually worthy of his potential 6 dan, or 6 dan and potentially 7 dan rank. Um, and we got him playing the kid, Josh Juan Shu. And their game actually looks really interesting. Um, However, it looks very fighty. It looks very complicated. We can kind of see here that Black is split into 2 groups. However, I will say this is obviously a Yuhan game because his shapes always look very very clumped and clumpy. Um, and you can kind of see that there's a lack of value in these groups, and so this game is really going to come down to who dies and who lives. And so the groups are very clumpy, and yeah, in fact, it kind of looks like we're getting live. It looks like they're playing quickly through this position here. Um, so Black is now kind of looking for this possibility to make a connection, but what they're also looking for is going to be now this isn't going to happen right away because if we play here and we play here, it's just a ladder, right? But we are kind of looking for something like this, except maybe with a little bit more strength. However, it is worth noting that it's a little easier to live with this group than it is for this group. So ideally, White is going to be looking to kind of split these two and kind of try to, fight between, like basically kill one of these. White is looking to kill one of these, to be blunt, to commit murder on the board. I appreciate your tutelage. Yeah, of course. You're welcome. All right. So Chris, should I just like pick a game? Should I pick one of the? Okay, let's do Johan versus Juanshu. I want to go. I think it might be board 3. Yeah. Okay, board 2 then. Actually, board 2 makes a lot of sense. Yeah. The fight they're currently going on. All right. Also, is the never mind. It still is okay. Okay. Anyway, so we're gonna take a look at the Johan game. We're gonna go ahead and focus on this a bit. Now we're not gonna start from the beginning. We're not gonna start from the beginning. We'll kind of go, and we're gonna kind of look at how this formed. So we'll kind of start about around here. And we'll kind of see how this kind of randomish group has kind of disconfigured itself. So right away, we can already see that it wasn't just Johan with the stringy group, but it looks like both players had a bit of stringiness with their groups. White is floating about right here, and Black is floating about right here. However, the position does seem like it eventually does favor John Shu. And so and so we can kind of see I would be interested more in a bit more of an aggressive move, kind of like this. Because here's the thing, if Black plays here, and let's say White was to play a move like this one, it's very easy to now go and make this kind of cut. And this would be too easy for Black. So White would have to connect this, and this would make this group dead. That means when White is choosing how to respond to this, they have to be a little bit more interesting about it. They would have to play something like this. But even then, this has its own caveats, right? Um, so I'm wondering why Black didn't make this cut, but maybe I'm being too aggressive, right? Maybe I'm being too aggressive. Um, but Black chooses Yuhane. And so I'm going to guess one of the reasons that Black might be choosing to play it like this instead is it is a little bit more clear. It is a little bit more solid. It's very much easier to read this than it is to go directly and go, yeah, I'm going to, cut this in half and, murder something, right? Um, but yeah, so Black is kind of looking to just pressure the eye space here. But then Black chooses to go back here. I also think this is kind of slow. I would probably look more for this. I don't really care about these 6 stones here. My general thought is like, is Black ever is White ever really gonna play this? If they do, I would be so happy. It's like I'm never really going to be worried about those stones. And so I think it's a little awkward to come back here. And I know a lot of players are like, well, what if White has the ladder? But that's okay. We're not really looking to ladder. We're looking to net. We're just looking to get a nice, comfortable out towards this direction. But if White comes back here, that's fine. I don't mind that. But Black decides that this is what they want. They're settling. Now, on the bright side, at least this is some eye space. There is going to be an eye here, so we do have an eye. And maybe that is what Black is looking for. Or maybe Black expected this and said, hey, I've got the ladder. I don't have to worry about this split. But I feel like this is a little aggressive. I feel like this is really risky. I would be very scared as Black to kind of take this split fight like this. And especially when we're kind of looking at it a little bit later, where White ended up getting a really good kind of split fight position. Oh wow, that's also really aggressive. But we can also it's a Johan game. Gotta remind myself it's a Johan game. But you can actually see here that Black is already kind of getting split into these 2 groups that Black has to constantly come back and think about, constantly worry about, thinking about both of them. It is very hard to juggle both groups. And so White is going to remain really solid. That is kind of what White wants to be able to do, though. They want to remain solid. They want to remain on this idea that if I continue to make my group strong, I come back and fix my weaknesses, my opponent is very aggressive. They're going to have weak groups. They're going to allow me to attack things. If I'm just patient enough, I will have something good to attack. And I think that's exactly what's happening here, right? Black has now so many weaknesses that can be exploited. And so I think White is in a really, good position here. And so White's looking for a kind of a solid move to kind of split this off from the rest. And Black just has to constantly come back to, juggling these both groups. That's not to say that it's completely bad for Black. It's just more so that I would expect this game to be much easier as White. And so White gets to come back and connect again. And we're kind of back into this fight here. Let's go ahead and refresh, see if where the game actually went. Okay, so Black comes out. White has to come back and fix. And White's going to go ahead and kind of juggle that fight. And so it's kind of looking like the Do Yup game, actually, that Johan played, where Johan was, kind of fighting back and forth between so many groups and kind of getting pushed around a little bit. Oh, wow, that is a really passive solid move. But I understand it. White says, where are you going to run, right? This isn't connected up to this. And so one thing that we might see from White, just as an example, is if White plays here, Black has to come back here and live. Otherwise, he can't live. And so when we're looking at this position, the question really is, how does Black even escape from this monumentally giant wall? And even if we, try to come out now, this is just going to die. There's no way this is going to live. And so it's a very tough game for Black. Black is ending up kind of with the same problems that they had during the Johan game, where they have way too many groups to juggle. Way too many groups to juggle. And White is playing very well. White has played very well in this game. But yeah, we'll go ahead and take a look at another game. I want to look at the TN game. Board one. Yep, Do Yup versus Tian. Okay, awesome. All right, so now we're gonna go back to kind of like the Do Yup versus Tian. We're gonna kind of actually go to where everything started. So not everything started, not the whole game, just an FYI, everybody. Um, but back to kind of the genius Tsuji that we were all looking at. That looks so cool, such a cool Tsuji. Again, probably my favorite move of the whole, position of the whole tournament. But here we can actually see that white didn't even see that Tsuji. They didn't even think about it. Yeah, like instantly they just played here. They didn't even consider the possibility that they might have to play this kind of move. And it's really cool that you can tell that from this position, from this exact move, that Black does actually see this Tsuji. Like he is completely aware that this Tsuji is there, and and White just isn't, right. Like White is clearly not aware of it, and so we can and I will say this is one of the hardest things as a Go player when you are playing at a high level. And oh, I think you have the wrong board up. Yeah, one second, guys. We're getting it fixed. I'm on one. Do Yup versus Tian. We are working on it, everybody. All right. It is up, but it looks like it might need to be cropped. All right. Oh, gonna take a drink of something. Okay. All right. So what I was talking about, because I really want everybody to be able to kind of see this, because it's really amazing when you see stuff like this. So we can see that Black plays this move here, and he follows up with this very, very impressive and amazing Tsuji. And what's really cool, and I think what's really cool is that White is not aware of it, and Black is absolutely completely aware of it. And I was saying how I think it's one of the most frustrating things as a player when you get completely outread in a position, where you just, you had something position and you're just like, my opponent is 100% dying here. And then they play this absolutely stunning Tsuji with this throw in. So basically, it was a double ko. If we did it like this, it would be a double ko. But Do Yup said, nope, that's not good enough because I have something even better. So he went ahead and played this Atari, in which now we can see that it goes into a ladder here. And that is absolutely, absolutely amazing. I'm probably going to be showing that off to some of my friends that don't watch. But yeah, and if you guys remember, I mentioned White is now kind of in this predicament where the only thing they can do to win this game is going to be to, kill something, whether it be this group down here or this group right here. Something has to die. And even then, I don't know if it's going to be enough. But instantly, we can see White is going for this. And I actually think this is smart because a lot of people might see, okay, isn't Black just escaping here? But the cool part about this is that White actually isn't aiming for just the kill on this group here. And this is what's really smart about this from White. Because if White just goes for example, if White just goes for like this here, it might be really easy to just sacrifice it or give it up. And so what White is saying is that I can't settle for just that. I have to go for something big. I have to go for this entire area. So White is setting up to get this entire center. They know that this is what needs to be done. And so they are risking a lot on this. But I mean, what do they have to lose at this point, right? And so now it's up to black to live here, and it's up to white to be able to kill it. Now, I will say, I think it is really difficult to kill this. It is really hard to kill this, but sometimes when you're in a tournament and you're at a deficit, you are almost willing to do anything to kind of claw back. And so we're going to see a very aggressive set of moves where black is trying to live and white is trying to kill. However, it is good to note that if white does kill this, if they kill the whole thing, they do beat Do Yup. They will win. It's just very difficult to kill it all. But yeah, we can see that he's working towards it, but the game is still going, and we're going to be looking for more moves. Okay. Let me go to most recent board. All right, awesome. Yeah, so let's take a look at the current board position, and then we'll take a little bit back. So for those that don't remember, this is the San Diego game, and black is Jasper Liu Sixton, and white is Wenguang Zhao, and we have quite a position here. It does kind of look like what I predicted would happen. White was split into two sides. So if you remember the position before, it was like this here, where I was mentioning that we were kind of getting split. And if you look at this final position here, where the most recent moves are played, you can actually kind of see how much of a problem that became. We can kind of see how this ended up stringing itself out and doesn't have any value, and this ended up stringing itself out and didn't end up having any value. And so what's likely happened is that black played up here in the center and juggled the fight between the two. And so that wasn't very good decision to kind of make those split groups. It was probably better to stay a little bit tighter and to rely a little bit more on those invasions. But let's kind of go back a little bit and kind of see if we can figure out how these center stones died, because it kind of looks like it got really interesting. So we'll kind of look to continue from here. Jasper is so strong. Yes, I've played Jasper Liu. However, I will say I was very happy. I played pretty well against him when I played him in the AJ City League. I did lose, but I did put up a really good fight. And so yeah, so you can actually kind of see that position like a little bit evolved, right? That left group kind of strung itself out. Black isn't, or white isn't really even alive here yet. And so now black is going to look to kind of press this down and to kill or capture these. And so black ends up getting split. I wonder if it's possible for black to have played something like this instead. I think this is actually really strange. Maybe, or maybe he extends here. Okay, he does extend here. Oh, okay, that's smart. That's smart. I'm gonna have to think about that one in the future. So basically, if we play here, there's a lot of Aji here. And so what happened is black said, I don't want to deal with that. So I'm gonna play here. And if white plays here, which is normally why you wouldn't play this move here, because you don't want white to be able to do this. You would rather have this and then deal with this. But black says, I know that you're not going to play this move. I know that you won't play this. And I know you won't play this because that's not enough to win the game. You have to play this if you want any chance of winning, which means we get to revert that position to that original cut. The only difference is white can't play this Atari now. They actually have to capture this stone instead. And that now makes it so that Atari, it's kind of still there, obviously, but it's not there in the same capacity. There's an extra black stone here. So black plays a very smart, variation here to get a similar result. And very smart, very smart. But it is a very tough position for for white, you know. White has to now juggle between this center group here and this white group, and if white dies between the two, it does become a very hard game. I don't know if I would worry too much about this corner, actually. I'd probably look to cut this. I'm surprised that black is being so, you know, respectful. I will say though, I do remember him playing a very similar way against me, where he seemed very respectful of his groups, very respectful of my groups. He didn't try to overkill or something like that. But I'm a bit on the aggressive side. I might Hane here. I don't really care too much about this corner. Now, obviously, I do think that white will try to come back and live here, but I still think this is correct. I definitely don't think we should be worrying too much about this corner. But it is smart to go back and say, hey, it's a corner, it's big. I want to save this. I want to make sure that this is okay. That is an interesting set of moves. So, okay, cuts, Atari, cut, and then instead of taking or connecting, I don't quite understand this one. This one's going to be... Yeah, this one's going to be a little not on the understandable side for me. My imagination is that I would connect here or I would take here, and I think both are fine, especially this one, because you would imagine that if black tries to cut, I'll be honest, I'm going to guess that white or black overthought this. I'm gonna say that black overthought this, because if we play this and white connects, this is just good for black. This is also good for black because it's just a connect into a ladder, right? So yeah, I'm not really sure about this move. That is a very strange move. But in the end, white decided, you know, hey, connection is the best. Chris, I actually think this might be the AI board scribing error. Yeah, it is. Okay. Human error. Okay, that makes okay. Probably they lost track of moves. Yeah. Okay. So I'm gonna guess this is just probably, you know, the scriber, you know, looked away for a second and they had to try to guess the order of the moves, because this definitely is a questionable position. But the rest looks pretty normal. The rest looks pretty normal so far. So yeah, so white gets cut off here in the center, and it's just very hard for white. However, now let's go ahead. Okay. Okay. Okay, I'll take a look at it in a moment, and I'll let them know in a moment. So, game one of Chicago did end. I'll talk about that in just a moment. We're gonna go ahead and kind of take a look at the score estimator to see, you know, is white's right side actually big enough? Score estimator says it doesn't think so. I'm inclined to believe the score estimator. I think it's smarter than me in terms of counting. Very much so. And so I'm going to say black is probably leading. It did look like a pretty big cutoff in the center. And now white has to really rely on this right side, and it just doesn't look like it's going to be big enough. But we'll go ahead and continue a little bit before we hop over to the Chicago 1 game to kind of see how it ended and how black ended up, or how Do Yup ended up actually living there. So we get a nice ko in this corner. Okay. Yeah, so white's trying to build territory, but it's just not going to be enough. It's just not going to be enough. This side just isn't, you know, it doesn't matter. And we can even see that black isn't really, you know, trying to put up that much of a fight. Yeah, I'll go ahead and link it for you. So it's going to be the eJournal account, but I did link it in chat. I'm going to link it in the YouTube chat for those in the YouTube as well. If you want to take a look at the account that the games are on, they're at the bottom in the review and demo section. But let's go ahead and go forward. We'll switch games once Chris comes back. We might actually, because it kind of looks like this game's over. But we'll go ahead and switch over. The names aren't going to show correctly for a moment while our tech person is away. But we're going to go ahead and take a look at how. Let's go ahead and refresh. Oh, okay. It looks like it just ended here. I'm going to guess that the AI board stopped recording the moves. Unfortunately, we don't get to see exactly how this one ended. But maybe we can get an update from Chris when he comes back. eJournal. You can also click the link and it should take you there. I don't know if the link is showing up for you guys, I guess. Oh, yeah. That's the other one. The one that Learning Balance posted. So let's hop around then. Let's go to let's go ahead and take a look at the ending of Siugan versus Tianshu, because we were pretty much towards the ending here. And when we looked at it, it did look like White was ahead by a little bit. And for those that don't know, we just talked to Albert a bit ago about this Siugan player. When he registered for the tournament, he registered as a 5-dan or was placed as a 5-dan. But after getting some background, Albert decided that he's much stronger, and he ranked him up to he moved him up to 7-dan. Oh wow. Okay, so he's looking to do this because he doesn't want to deal with this kind of end game a bit here. Oh, the link is stars. Okay. So there is quite a bit of end game here, and so if we play here, it kind of removes a lot of that end game, because we can see here it's just not as good, right? When White takes these stones, Black doesn't even have to play here, right? Black can just play away, and if White takes, they can't, it's a connect and die, right? So very, very smart end game from Black. Welcome back. I think so I'm on board 3 right now. I was on board 1, but I think the transcribers for the AI board stopped recording it, or he resigned at this point. All right, we'll go ahead and close that one out, and we'll go ahead and continue with the Siugan game versus Tianshu. This one is incredibly close. This one is super close, and it's gonna really come down to who plays that better end game. Yeah, and we're kind of seeing, pretty normal. And the cool part here as well is that Black doesn't have to connect any of this yet. The cut isn't really, detrimental or anything like that. It doesn't hurt anything. And so both players are going to be fighting point for point. But yeah, okay, we'll go ahead and see what Score Estimator says. Score Estimator says Tianshu came out ahead by White 1.5. Is that the recorded result, Chris, that White won for board 3? Awesome. So Tianshu came out on top. That was a very competitive game between two really strong players. We'll go ahead and move to which I actually think is probably the most interesting one, which is going to be board 2, Yahan versus Juanshu, board 2. Okay, and so if you guys remember, we were getting into the split fight where Yahan now has to prove that he can juggle these two groups, and that's going to be really difficult. My guess is that this group here is going to end up dying, but let's see if Yahan can kind of pull that off. But the thing is, one thing we have to be aware of is that when we do this, we get very clumpy groups. We get very clumpy groups, and this happens to a lot of aggressive players, needlessly aggressive players, in fact. Um, and if you guys remember, I mentioned how if White had played this move earlier and Black jumped out, it's very. Mhm. Oh, I see it. I see it. Mhm. Okay, because there's still a little bit of moves that we can go through. I think this one's pretty competitive, so. Okay. Okay. Yeah, so Chris Garlock is going to go figure out kind of what's going on. It looks like they're having clock issues. It looks like the game is still going. Um, and so he's going to go get some information for us to see if what the issues with the clock. To me, it actually looks like it might have ran out of batteries, um, which happens sometimes when tournaments are going on. I know that was something that wasn't super uncommon. So but yeah, and so again, kind of back to what I was saying, if Black plays over here, it's very easy for White to come over here and just say, no, your group is dead. It's a dead group. Where are you going? And that's why I said I felt like it was easier to come back and live over here, and that's why Black is choosing to play off this group, because there's still a lot of Aji here. I just don't really see that being, I don't see that happening. Life looks really difficult. Because right now we can definitely confirm that this as is dead. This is currently dead as is. And if it is dead, the game is over. Unless Black can make something happen over here. Black needs to make something happen over this side of the board. And so Black is going here. But here's the thing. Just to mention, to be clear, even if Black lives here and kills this here, the problem is that it's not enough. Black also has to kill this group as well. That means they need to kill this Incente to be able to play a move like this one. So it is a very, very hard game for Black. And so we'll go ahead and go forward on this. And so we do get a ko, get a nice ko. And yeah, you can actually see it, kind of see it here where White's just like, I don't care. You can kill that. I already won the game. Light's just like, I don't mind. I'm just gonna go back and live. And here's the thing, Black realizes I can't win off of just killing this. I can't just take this and win the game. I actually have to be able to kill more. And so Black is gonna go for this top side of the board. And so now White goes, I realize that if Black is gonna add a move everywhere on the board, I've got a co-factory everywhere. That means any threat is now like a co-threat, right? And so it's very hard for Black. It's very hard for Black. And now Black needs to kind of figure out what they're going to be doing next, how they're going to continue from here. Let's see. So let's go ahead and take a look at the score estimator. My guess is that White is very much ahead. My guess is that there's a very big gap. There is a very big gap. So yeah, even though Johan and Zhuan Shu is still playing, it does look like it is very heavily Zhuan Shu favored. And let's remember, if you all can see above me, that's not above here, but above on the screen, it's a little kid there. He's a little kid and he's out here. He's putting in work. Hey, Chris. So was it a battery issue? They're the orange ones, right? I think. I think they're from us. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Hmm. Um, but yeah, so White is actually doing really well. You know, White has a really solid lead. It's very difficult if Black, can't do anything with this. I don't see anything that Black can do from here. So Johan's kind of relying a little bit on a miracle to happen. But it does look like we are up to speed. Let me go ahead and refresh the San Diego game, see if we got any more game for that. Doesn't look like we actually have any more game from that. It looks like we're up to speed on all of the games. Let's see. While we're waiting for um, what should we do while we're waiting, Chris? Okay. So Chris is going to go ahead and see if any of the tournament organizers are available to come and talk a little bit about the tournament and the event, and just some general questions because it's such a successful tournament. And as somebody that gets to go all the time, I'm telling you right now, I am so bummed that I didn't get to go this time. It is by far the best experience, the best tournament experience that you will get outside of going to Congress. If you cannot go to Congress every year because of the expenses, how expensive it can be, well, that's okay because if you go to Chicago, you are getting a really great, incredible experience just as well. In my opinion, it is by far a great tournament. And the area that it happens in is really nice as well. And the organizers are incredible. But if you can't afford to go to Congress, that is also a great event. I know my first Congress, I felt like I was in heaven. I was in go heaven for sure. You go and you pretty much spend the entire week thinking about nothing but go. And I know for some people that might sound really stressful. Um, but when you can forget about work, when you can forget about expenses and life, and you go and you had everything paid for from the beginning. Hmm. Hi, Mark. Welcome, Ginger Lord. Welcome, welcome. And just so everybody is aware, even though it does look like we're coming to a close with the Chicago tournament, there is still another, I believe, another round for San Diego. We still have Yunkyo coming on, and I believe she is commentating with Tin, um, and they will also be commentating on the San Diego round. Um, so expect a little bit more. Would have loved to go to Chicago this year, but had to save my money for Burning Board. I also would have loved to go to Chicago, but I had to save my money because I had to save my money. I just had to save it. But soon I will have my new job and I will be able to go to more events like this. So we can kind of see that that Black is kind of just trying his best to make something happen. But that lead is very big. It's almost a 30-point lead now. The lead has only grown, and I think in the end that Black's even going to have to end up capturing this whole group here, spending even more points. So I wonder if it's even worth it. Maybe for White to play something like this or this just to get the liberties. But of course, we want to make sure that we're shoring up our outside area first. But it could be worth it to do something like this. Okay. But yeah, White's in a really, really good position. And then I'm not sure what's going on with this game. Either they trailed off and got a little lost on the transcribing, or the game ended. However, I can see the game ending here. So this was the San Diego game, just so everyone knows. And if y'all remember, we're cheering for Yushin here. We're cheering for Yushin in the San Diego tournament. And I do think this game probably ended. White doesn't really have that much territory on either side, in these areas of the sides. And just so everyone is aware, this is Jasper Liu versus Wenguang Zhao. Jasper playing black and Zhao playing white. Peach, are you planning on going to Congress this year? I'm not. It's too expensive for me. I'm unfortunately way too poor to go. But maybe next year. Maybe next year. Or maybe when I become a millionaire. Someday. But no Congress for me this year. But I hope everyone enjoys it. It definitely would have been nice. But I'm also not a fan of going to Texas. I'm also afraid of planes. I'm also terrified of planes. So, there's that. When the battery dies in the timer, is there no time until it's fixed? Herb asked from YouTube, when the battery dies in the timer, is there no time until it's fixed? Yeah, I'm just talking with everybody. Oh,
hi Chris, can you hear me?
Yeah. Can you hear?
Oh, okay. I can hear him, but I don't know.
Okay. It's all right. Everybody's face. Thank you.
I saw Mark. All right, we're having somebody come on from the Evanston team. So,
hello everyone, I'm Albert, the tournament director for Chicago Open.
Oh, so exciting! Oh, hold on. Yeah, it's very loud in the background. All right. Yeah. So Chris, did you want me to just ask you questions?
Yeah.
Do you bring about my interview skills? All right.
Okay, well, that's it. I go. Yeah, let's just talk about how Chicago got to be like one of the biggest tournaments in the country. So.
Oh yeah. Okay. So it started with my running our quarterly tournaments, and we had 30 to 40 players. But at some point, I figure our club has been growing steadily. We're getting more strong players, and personally, I really want a non-handicap tournament. So I told Mark, let's do an open division with no handicap and try to invite as many strong players as we could. And I told him, if I invite everyone I know, maybe we get to 60 people. And then the first year, we really tried hard to promote. 80 people showed up, and it kind of took off from there. We recruited more people like Jamie to help with promotion, and now Jamie had recruited another wave of volunteers. So I think we just kind of branch out. And we reach out to local clubs from around the Midwest, and we really try to make this into a big event. Growing from a regular one-day tournament at the church across the street, and now we have a two-day tournament as the Chicago Open in the May, and one day Chicago Rapid in November. But both have the same time setting, and we have more than 100 players in both tournaments.
And what made you want to do this? You know, what made you want to have the
other
biggest tournament
aspects,
ever?
we're still wrapping up for round 7, but it looks like our international competitor Do-Hyo Kim is going to take it, and I believe that will be his first champion in North America. Even though he has been traveling all over the world to compete in Go, I think he has not won anything in America yet. So we're really happy for him that's able to play consistently and take first place here.
That's awesome. Wait, are you able to hear me? Can you hear me? I can hear him, but can he hear me?
Can you hear Paige?
I can't hear anything here, so it's no sound or no feedback.
Okay.
It's muted. Maybe now I can.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, now I can.
Okay,
so
awesome.
the computer was muted.
No, that's fine. And what made you want to make this event so big? What made you go from, you know, I just want something local to something so prestigious and amazing?
People keep showing up, and I think we want something great when people start showing up and showing goodwill to try to help us improve. So I got the amazing idea of the name tag from Devin. I went to the Midwest Open. I really like the custom name tag that he makes, and we slowly made new addition by incorporating more like art designs and having merchandise, and then including food, because if we have food on site, it's a better way to socialize, and it can help the tournament move more on schedule as well. And since we're in the tournament, our tournament takes place in the Holiday Inn, we also got discounted hotel rooms for our players. So everything just kind of naturally relate to each other, and we every time we try to add something new and different to make little improvements every time. And of course, we still want to make sure we have the bandwidth to do everything well. So we want to include as many people to help as possible. And I think when we do that, everyone just walk up to me and say like, "Hey Albert, what can I do to help today?" If you see me walking around, you can count on me to do anything. Just let me know anytime. So people like that just really help us make sure we can do a lot. I tell people that I think our efficiency is really high. In Asia, every division will have one TD, but in most tournaments in the US, you have 1 or 2 people running the whole thing. So there's really a lot on our plate. But we also, the format is not as competition oriented. So you have players walking up to say they want to volunteer and help, even as they're competing themselves between rounds. So that has really helped us a lot. And I'm sure you've seen a lot of that page too.
I most definitely have. As I say all the time, Chicago is my favorite tournament. Every year, I go every time, and I was so upset that I couldn't go this time. But I will hopefully be going in November. I'm very excited.
Well, you're still spiritually with us by being the commentator.
Yes. Now I heard some sneaky rumors and questions that a lot of people want to know. You know, why is Chicago so successful? They're not as successful usually as you are. So why is your tournament so successful, or or more successful than some of the other tournaments? They want to know the secret.
The secret, I think the secret is our players. We are completely players driven. Like the players what made our tournament possible. So I think we're blessed that Chicago is also a big city, kind of a satellite city within the Midwest. So it's easier for us to connect with local clubs. But what really worked is we reach out to like the club leaders, kind of the organizers like Devin, Ohio, and then I'm in a bunch of club discords. And over time, I start advertising tournaments, and people start to take notice. Even if they can't make it this time, they'll try to make an effort in the future. And I think over 1 or 2 iterations of that, the tournament has really grown to now consistently above 100 players. But I would say the administrative work, it's also a lot of just like accounting, keeping track of people. That's also one aspect I would say.
Yeah, you guys definitely start advertising really, really early. You guys start putting out a lot. And I know one thing that I like that you guys do as well is you constantly remind everybody, hey, I don't see you signed up yet. Why are you not signed up yet? Get signed up. There's still time. You are a constant reminder of, hey, this tournament is happening. We want you here. It definitely is a situation where you guys do make players feel really welcome and make players feel like you want them to be there. You want them to come, and that they're going to be part of a great event, right? I do think that's an amazing feeling as somebody that does attend the tournaments very often.
Yeah, I think there's definitely a social aspect or community aspect to it. So it's like kind of we host a tournament, but we also need to, I guess, spend the time and effort to make sure people know about it and are really compelled to come. So making a welcoming environment. And it's not quite as intuitive. Like we can host a tournament, but if people just hear about it and offhandedly, maybe they wouldn't make the proactive step of actually signing up and participating in a live tournament. So on that note, I'll show the name tag real quick. So this is our name tag. We have a name here, and then this year we added in this little star next to your rank for the first-time players. So this basically, I told them if you see people with a star, you can say hi to them because this is their first time in our Chicago tournaments.
So awesome! As you know, I'm a huge fan of the name tag. As you know, I'm a huge fan of the name tag.
Oh, the back, yes. And then in the back, we have the QR code to our pairings and standings on Ligo. And then as well as our sponsor list right here. So hopefully it's not inverted, the text.
And as you know, I'm a huge fan of the name tags. I actually have all of the name tags from the previous events because awesome. I've been collecting them in my memory box.
Yeah, if you're into it enough, you can start stashing them. Like you'll become kind of like a tie.
Yes, I have some right here, as you guys can see. I have this one. I guess it's hard to read because this is 2024, and this is 2023. This is one of my favorite ones. They're always so pretty and they're so collectible. They're so collectible and they're a huge memory every time I go. I absolutely love them. Absolutely love them.
Yeah, and this is yet another reason why you should sign up early because we order the name tag a few weeks in advance. So if you sign up after the early bird deadline, we cannot guarantee that you will have a custom name tag like these. And another new addition, we have a youth volunteer who designed beautiful custom. We have a new certificates now. So if you're one of our division winners, you will get a Evanston Go Club certificate.
That is so awesome. That is so awesome. You guys are upgrading every single year. You guys are every single year you are beating the previous year.
People will be willing to do it. So it's about, I think, really expanding the team. And I'm really grateful that every time people have new ideas and like we got trivia night last night too. Have really some fun events, doing some fun questions. That's not related to your skill level. So any player who's a Go fan, you can come and enjoy trivia night. So that's another social aspect that we're doing at the Chicago Open.
That is super awesome. Super awesome.
And I just got news that all the games around 7 has concluded. So I think we're gonna prepare for.
You did. I saw something last night that I never saw before.
Yeah.
So you had 4 rounds, right?
Yeah.
And after the 4th round, usually people skedaddle. People didn't leave here until what time last night?
Oh, I was here until 10:30. People were hanging out.
But, you fed them dinner.
I fed them dinner. We had trivia night.
And then people were still hanging out.
People still hanging out.
It's like a social thing.
It's like late night at Congress. People just hanging in the playing hall because we also have a hotel here. Oh, I gotta. All
right.
Chicago is very social, everybody. Chicago is incredibly social. Players are social. Hi, Mark.
Yeah.
Hello, Mark. I missed you. I missed you.
Yep. Next time.
Next time.
Okay, you gotta go do your TV duties.
Right.
We have one more guys in San Diego, so let's go back and check on how that's going.
All right, let me.
Paige, go back and let me get you set up on the San Diego game.
Okay. All right, guys, we got one more round for San Diego. So let me go ahead and. Yeah, no, they have not moved at all. I actually think White resigned, mostly because White's really far behind. Okay.
But I know the second time.
Okay.
Let's take 5.
Okay.
Right? So we'll go to.
All right, everybody, we're going to go ahead and take 5 to figure out this last San Diego round. And yeah, we'll be back. All right. Hello, Vedran. Be back in a bit.
17 and 18 Q division, second place. We have Bryce Ham in first place. Wow. Connor Ham. I wonder if they're related. Oh, and that's your trophy. So, okay, so for the next division, I'll call the top two players all at once, and then you get the certificate and the trophy, and then we'll take a photo here. And don't forget, you get with Mark in the back.
Run over here and get your prize.
Now, 15, 16 Q in second place, we have Robert Macias. And in first place, Alex Ehrlich. So everyone come up from here. Congratulations. Okay, so there is one thing I forgot from last year. I think it'd be best if we call out all the winners line up here, and then I'll keep calling each division up one at a time. So I call your name, just stand right here, so you can get your trophy and your certificate, and every division will get their own vote. So Jonathan Pickle, Ben Mason, Clarity, Alicia Zachary, Evan Himes, Matthew Wang, Teddy James, Joe Pellet, Paul Canfield, Jaden Han, Bowen Yen, Luo Hang Tao, Caleb Barnett, Song Yen, Gary MacGyver, Stina Wang, Chen Hao Wang, Xu Yanxiong, 张天元、王浩然、天书柳、伊汉国、张淑兰 and Dong Kim. We'll start. One second, one moment, please. These are we need to say
I have everything.
Yeah, I can hear you. Sounds okay. Good, good, good.
do some more of this, and then we'll go to game commentary. And do you see the? Did I send you the link for the Chicago game?
Which one? Where can I check?
Not, yeah, it's
Where can I check?
Oh, hold on, I gotta go back to there. Let me turn their sound back on.
Nine and 10 picks. Second place, you have Matthew Wong. First place, Henry James.
Sorry?
You're gonna be on the left.
Yeah. Okay, I got it.
We have second place, Joe Pallet. First place, Paul Canfield.
Oh. Oh, so you mean I need to share the screen?
You're gonna be in the center.
Okay. So let me share my screen. This one.
In the 5 and 6 division, in the second place, we have Jaden Han. And in first place, Bowen Yan.
Looks okay? Yeah.
The stream on here, they're
Oh, sorry?
place.
Oh, okay. Let me.
Oh, move over just a bit, Jaden. Move over this way.
Third, 3 and 4 Q. In second place, we have Joel Pascal. In first place, Caleb Barnett.
Oh, sorry. I think I have a controller, right?
So Caleb here, I registered maybe yesterday morning, Friday midnight, something like that. Did you have any?
Sorry, Chris. What did you say?
No. But you did well.
Oh, okay. So, and then I can comment? Okay.
One to two divisions. In second place, we have Saul Yes. And in third place, we have Gary McGregor.
Do you have player's name?
Make sure to show your. There you go.
Now we're in the non-division. In second place, we have Enzo Aldano Danan. And first place,
First move? Let me see. Oh, it doesn't work. Yeah, but I have to click the branch, not the arrow on the bottom. It doesn't work. So I should click the branch.
Okay.
Let me refresh. So Chris, why it doesn't work?
What
The
doesn't work?
bottom side. So when I want to put a stone, I should press the
You
branch.
should just be able to do like you usually do. It should work.
It works. But it's okay. It's okay. I can control this way.
Finally getting to the open division, very even competition from about 20 players, 5 and above, including many 7 and 8 players. In 6th place, we have Kei Eza in 5th place. This is the first time that he's it. Think so? Think so. He's already very relaxed. He just showed up and played game. I'll call everyone together and get a vote. So in the open division at track prizes, that's why there's the extra envelope here. In addition to the trophy and certificate. In third place, Power Long with that. Three times. They get done very well every time. But he hasn't been able to win. He won once. Yeah.
Chris, for some reason, when I copied the address and copied to my address, it doesn't work. So let me just share your link. Would it be okay?
Sure.
Yeah. So for some reason it doesn't work. So
Do it.
let me
In third place,
share this again.
From Michigan. Michigan. He hosted the tournament before, but I think this is the first time in Chicago. And in second place, I believe our youngest competitor in the open division, John Shu.
I have to sign in here.
How old are you? 13, but he does ABS 6 times. And of course, in first place,
Yeah, now it works.
we have Donghyuk Kim.
That looks good. That looks good.
Yeah, it works.
Okay. So let me. Show me some more moves.
So can I? Do you know the player's name? I cannot.
Players' name are Jesper Liu and Michael Zhao.
Okay. Where's...
Jasper is black. Michael Zhao is white.
So Jasper
Was a defending champion. He's won like before.
Oh, I see. Could you please type the name? Oh. Yeah, I'm sorry.
There is one more fire that we wish for, so please hang on tight. Is Gansu still here? Are you a Lord Redmond? Yeah. So that's right. So we're here at the Masters first sequence. So thank you very much. Because you got your prizes and everything else. So congratulations again.
Jasper. Oh, I see. Jasper. Jasper versus Jasper versus who?
I'm typing it now.
Oh, thank you.
Got it?
Oh yeah, got it. Thank you. Michael Cho. Okay. Thank you so much. So, can I start? I should.
Wait, covering our ceremony. I think they're almost done. One of them
Okay.
how much of the game done.
Yeah, and now everyone has hold on to the very end. So as you translation, we'll do a group photo for everyone that's still here at the very end, just in front of the banners. So it might take a minute, but let's try to line up in order to happen. Let's move these tables out of the way.
Yeah, they're doing the group picture now.
Can we all line up by height, please?
All right, I'll be right back.
Everybody that's passed, the guys that move there, move around this way. Coming in here, there's plenty of room in the center, maybe way in the back. Hurry yourself.
Make sure you're
Yes. Jay, Zelsu? Jay and Zelsu?
Last chance to be immortalized.
Everybody say something.
One, two, big smile.
Every ladder, don't play go.
Okay, 1, 2, 3. Keep on board.
3. Thank you.
Oh, sorry. All right. Welcome, folks. It's a little echoey, but that for our final round of the San Diego tournament, I believe Jasper is the defending champion and is for, now I'll double check that in a second, for the Battlefield Go. And I think Tin will be joining us shortly. So I'm really just filling it until Tin shows up. Over to you. Do you want to take this back to the beginning of the game?
Sorry, Chris.
If you tell us what's the status of the game right now, and then you can start from the beginning.
Yeah. So I can start right now?
Yes, please.
Okay. I'm ready.
Go ahead. We lost your audio.
Okay.
Very good. Go ahead.
Hi everyone. Chris, I can see the Twitch screen talking.
I'll work on it. Go ahead.
Sorry?
You can go ahead.
Oh, okay. Hi everyone. Hello chat. Thank you for waiting. Yeah, we're going to cover the last tournament, San Diego Go Championship. Oh, chat said Chris' audio is not coming through correctly. Anyways, so this is the last game. There were 5 rounds. This is the final match. So, can you guys see the board? Okay. So Chris, oh no, I'm sorry. So Jasper. So we are going to cover the game between Jasper versus Michael Joe. My pronunciation is correct? Michael Joe versus Jasper. Jasper is the defending champion. Yeah. He is black. Okay, this is Joseki. White played away. White invaded the lower right corner. Black chose the simplest Joseki. Oh, white played away. Yeah, white could have played this way. This is territorial. But white played away. Oh, it's very solid. I think black could have gone one step further. Anyways. So this is the game. Usually white slides here. And then go here. So black played on the lower side. Oh, this is a questionable move to me. If I were white, I would come out and cut and fight. Hi Chad, welcome to San Diego Go Championship. Yeah, I think this is normal. How can white play? Yeah, this way. How can white play? Yeah, this way. This way. This way. But white, I think white thought like white should be in a hurry to reduce the right side. But I think black could have ignored this move. Yeah, in the game, black answered this way. But if I were black, I would go this way. Then, yeah, this looks good. Then this one is a bit awkward. Yeah, black could have totally agreed this move. And saying, what are you doing here? What are you doing? But in the game, Jasper answered gently. Yeah, this is the game. So white is happy. Now black resisted. It's a bit risky. But black doesn't feel like answering this way. Yeah, it's quite low position. So that's why black played aggressively, like this. But this is a bit risky choice. Yeah, black is not gaining anything. Yeah, this move, gaining nothing. So I'm a bit worried about black's play. Yeah, white managed to create a written shape. Yeah, white's shape is great. And corner is alive. Yeah, this is the game. Yeah, white kept pushing. And this is a common sequence. And black played on the upper side. Let me count territory. Who is leading? And 10, 20, 30. Oh, but white doesn't have enough territory. But this is already 10. This Moyo is good. Black is better than I thought. Oh, that's why black registered like this. I think this is good enough. Black could have played this way. Yeah, this looks good enough for black. But black played aggressively. Wow. So white started the call. Yeah, this is a chaotic variation. This is chaotic. So, black ignored the call. I see. Yeah, looks good for black, I think. Yeah, looks good for black. Wow. I think black is great. Black is doing great. Hi, chat. What do you think about this game? Today, Tin is gonna be late. He's commentating on Badu Club's channel. Yeah, he's gonna come here later. Hmm. Let me see. Maybe this sequence was good for white, good for black. Yeah, white managed to save this group, but yeah, black played the lower side, and this group is lived, but it's a bit cramped. Mm, yeah, the upper side looks good. What if white Atar is here? Nether favors black. Oh, so black is saying black can fight. I see. So white started a call, and oh, black is satisfied. Oh, this is the game. Oh, yeah, black has this move. So white is in trouble. Yeah, white is in trouble. Yeah, black can keep pushing. Yeah, black is so strong outside. Shouldn't white have played h12? h12. Which move? h12. h12 instead of e11. Oh, let me see. Oh, I think so. Yeah, this is more urgent. Yeah, you're right. You're right. Yeah, white could have saved this group first, but I'm not sure if white can connect safely. Um, yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah, I think black can fight. Yeah, this is gonna die. Mm, it's so bit complicated. Or black can just satisfied with this. Yeah, this is good enough. 10, 20, 30, 40, 50. Yeah, black has a lot of territory. Yeah, Bledavia, I think you are right. I agree. Because in the game, white authored here, hoping black would play like this, but no way. Yeah. This is something white wanted to have. Yeah, black ignored the Atari. So, what is the game sequence? Let me see. So black extended here and exchanged this. Oh, this is another Tetsuji. I think this is cleaner. Why black didn't go here? This is much cleaner. Yeah. Oh, I see. Oh, I misread. I thought this is the keystone. Sorry guys, I misread. So what is the game sequence? Oh, this is the last move. So if white Atari is here, then black can do this and this. This is Sente, Atari. If I connect, this is dead. White is dead. What if black covers without Atari? Yeah, still black is winning. Yeah, yeah. Oh, this is cool. Oh, this is cool. So I think black can Atari here and doing this cool. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So let me see where white will play. What if white Atari is here? Black can extend. And Atari and cut. Throw in. But black doesn't have enough levers. Yeah, I think white can Atari on this direction. Yeah, it's complicated than I thought. Yeah, I think black could have played here. Because if white Ataris, then black can connect underneath. So white should connect, then black can wedge. Yeah, this is better for black. Atari. What if black blocks? Yeah, I think black is winning this capturing race. So I said instead of this and this, black could have played here. Yeah, looks like black is winning. Black can win. So yeah, white player is thinking. This is 14th annual San Diego Go Championship, and Jennifer, a defending champion. He won the prize last year. I have his story. Let me check. His personal information. So, he won the 2024 and 2025. But this is 2025, right? Maybe 2003 and 2024, I guess, because now it's 2025. Anyways, he won the prize twice before. So he's challenging to become third champion. Champion. Yeah. And another interesting thing was someone who defeated him on the first round of this championship. They're gonna get $50 for champion bonus. Yeah, so someone who defeated him at the first round, they will get $50. And for the next round, let's say second round, and he's undefeated, someone who defeated him get $70. For the third round, $90. For the first round, $110. Yeah, that is interesting. I'm not sure he's not defeated yet. So why they thinking? Let me check. Yeah. Except the upper side, let me count the territory. Who is winning? Yeah, white has. Usually I count this 10, but less than 10. So probably 6 here, 4 here, and 4 here. So 14 and 15 here. 10, 20. How many? Maybe 5? Yeah, white has only I cannot add the number. How many? 15, 20, 35. Yeah. 35. Yeah. Yeah, 35. Yeah, so small. But black has 10 here. Yeah, this is so huge. Yeah, if black adds another move here or here, this stone is dead. So black is leading. 10, 30. Is it too much? 20. Yeah, 60-ish. Anyways, this fighting is decisive, so maybe it doesn't matter. White has this move. I don't think I can tell, like, white is dead per 100%. So usually when there is this kind of capturing race, we have some intuition who is gonna win, but I'm not sure. Let me see if white Atari is here. Black is gonna connect. Yeah, why should cover here? Otherwise, black can jump out. Then black can do this. Yeah, this is black's win. Yeah, this is cool, but I don't think white has any co-threat on the board. Maybe 1 or 2. I'm not sure this is be working. Yeah, even if white cuts here, black can bump and cut. Yeah, white has no core threat. So if there is a core, black is winning. So I think white should Atari from here. Let me check if white played. No. Yeah, white is still thinking. If white Atari is here, then let me read this. Not tricky. But this Ponaki shape is not beneficial for black, liberty-wise. So I think black should extend. And then jump out. Can white cover here? Well, what if black extends? Yeah, black can increase black's liberty by jumping out. So this is another another unsure variation. So complicated.
Can you guys hear me?
Hello, chat. Hello, chat.
Can you guys hear me?
Oh, I think Tin is coming. Yeah, I can hear Tin's voice.
Hello.
Yeah, we are waiting for Tin.
Is Chris still online? So if Yunko is the only one that can hear me,
Yeah, I can hear you.
yeah, I just covered this for San Diego just a moment ago. Just to give you some insight of how the players are feeling right now, they're feeling extremely stressed. Jasper, who is playing as Blackstones, actually went out of his seat to grab a fresh cup of water. And Michael, who is trying to win, was pretty much sighing the whole time and shaking their head. Jasper's shaking his head. Michael is just sighing. So there's a lot of a lot of emotions in this game currently.
I see.
Jasper is currently 4-0 in the San Diego tournament right now. He's won 4 games, lost 0 games.
Oh, so Tin said Jasper is undefeated so far. So no one gained the bonus. Do you know the bonus? Yeah.
Is $130.
Oh, so the bonus is currently 130?
Yes.
Wow,
If Michael can
130?
win, he wins.
Oh my God.
If not, then Jasper will gain, I think, $150 or $200 for
Oh,
being undefeated.
I see. So Tin just told me that Jasper has not defeated. So if Michael wins, then he's gonna get 130 as a bonus. Yeah. And otherwise, Jennifer get the bonus.
Jasper
As
gets
a Jasper.
No, I called
Jasper.
Jared earlier, so.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, Jasper, black player. He's a defending champion, so he's gonna get 130 as a undefeated prize.
Yeah, he's
Oh, that's so cool.
defending champion. So
Oh, I
he's won
see.
the tournament twice already.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so Tin told me that in the venue, he told me about the atmosphere of the players, and he said Jasper is shaking his hand over and over, and Michael he's shying.
So it builds along with what you were talking about, which is it's a very complicated fight, and both players are under a lot of stress because that win condition, at least
Yeah,
from
yeah,
what
yeah.
chat and from what we were talking about with chat, is the win condition is this top corner.
Yeah,
If
win
Black is
condition is
able
the
to,
top corner.
yep,
Yeah.
if Black is able to defeat the white in this area, then the game has closed out. And currently, I think the AI is reading roughly around 114 points for Black and 96 points for white. At least last I checked with the AI tool. So
So Tin, who is leading according to AI?
Black.
Black. Oh, so the upper side, the fight looks good for Black. Yeah, but I'm not sure. I cannot read properly. So let me show you the game sequence. I think they played several moves.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wow, that was a big change in moves. Wow.
So Tin, are you already in the stream or?
I should be, but my face isn't on, and I don't know if my audio's up. So that's.
Oh,
yeah.
let's ask the chat. Can you guys hear the Tin's voice? Can you guys hear Tin's voice? Let me know. So this is what happened. Oh, what happened in the game? So
Hey, Leoric.
no, it's really quite like an echo. Oh, yeah, people cannot hear you, Tin, I think.
I know it's sad. So we just have to wait for Chris to update it.
Okay.
Chris, can you hear me? Chris.
So let me show you the game sequence. Black authored here and white connected outside. Oh, no, not this is the game.
Which one's the game?
Let me see.
Oh, wow. So the ladder is being built again. Oh, wow. Wow. So
I think white is dead.
Yeah, no, white should be dead. At least that's what we determined it. So
What is going on? Someone is controlling the board.
it's San Diego. They're live.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh.
So as they are inputting in the
Uh-huh.
then the thing resyncs itself. So
I see. Okay. So I'm not sure which is the game sequence. Is this the game sequence?
yes, I think so. Currently.
Oh, okay.
It's
So
the longer sequence is the game sequence.
yeah. So my first intuition at the moment was connecting here, but I think white player connected the other way, and it went like this. All right. Then white is dead.
Yes.
Yeah, it's a dead disaster. This is a squeeze. Yeah, this is dead. Oh my god.
Yeah, I don't think there is a Liberty race for Black that needs to. So
Yeah, I can tell. It's a disaster for white. Yeah. This is my variation. Yeah, this is the
I'm trying to.
this is the game. Oh, Chris Tin is here. Can you hear Tin's voice, Chris? Yeah.
No worries.
Mm. So Chad is saying sorry for the one white stone.
Should be updated now. Okay. Good.
Yeah, Tin.
Yay, we got
Yeah, I was wondering what if white played here instead of outside? Maybe it's the same. Yeah. Oh, I s-
Wow,
oh,
Michael resigned. All right, so white resigned.
oh,
Jasper's undefeated.
hmm.
Wow.
Yeah.
Woo! Finally. Oh my gosh, you should have seen it earlier. Like everyone was really this match right here in the top was really spicy for
Yeah.
viewers. So
Oh, so Tin, welcome.
thank you. Hi, chat.
So,
Hi, everybody.
so how was this game? You commentated this game?
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
yeah. I was doing it for the San Diego side, so I was on the
Mm-hmm.
Baduk Club Twitch. So yeah, we are just covering this game only. But
Mm-hmm.
the overall the whole match was a back and forth. I think Black was really, at least from the first several moves, and I was talking to this with the other chat, that what I saw was that Black was really trying to push White into a very small, livable shape, like trying to keep him in one
Oh,
corner. Don't let White take too much influence on the outside and build that influence outside. Allow White to live with 3 or 4 points, but again, play outside influence. The cap too. When White invaded, this cap was hyper aggressive. At least a couple of people in chat thought it was extremely aggressive for Black, and rightfully so. I mean, it benefited
so
Black, and so
so Tin, do you think where should White play at the moment? I think this is a bit questionable.
yeah, we were all questioning that. We were kind of like,
Oh,
well, this this White move is asking like, hey, what do you want to do? In this regard, I feel like the extension onto the K4 position,
mm,
built,
I see.
K4. I
Yeah,
would play around there
yeah.
or even lower.
Mm-hmm.
Build strength in the bottom and then start reducing once you have an extension here.
Yeah,
But
or for me, I would cut this way.
mhm, mhm,
I think this is more natural than the game sequence.
mhm.
Yeah, because at least White can.
Build from there. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, this is
Just
more
going,
natural.
jumping into the deep end of the pool was a very interesting. It made for a
Yeah.
very interesting thing. So
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
Yeah, I think Black could have ignored this move entirely, like
Mhm.
this. Yeah, like this.
Yep.
And saying, "What are you doing here?"
Yeah.
Yeah. But the game sequence was not bad for Black
Mhm.
overall. Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, I thought this is a bit risky, but
It
after
worked
White,
out.
yeah, it worked out. Yeah,
Mhm.
after White lived here,
Mhm.
it was very small and cramped.
Mhm.
So after that, yeah, Black gained Sente
Mhm.
and moved away.
Mhm.
Yeah, it was good.
Yeah. Was there anything else that you saw that was really out of place? Because that was what Chad and I, we were both kind of like, whoa, that was an interesting move. But was there any other that really like struck you as, hey, that's a very interesting move? Not sure if that. Okay, so this move right here, the attachment right here, just
Mm-hmm.
you just hit it on the M9. That was also a very interesting move for me for when White did that, and then Black's next move after the M9 was that, yeah, the inside cut.
Yeah.
I thought that was such a magnificent move. I had no idea that was going to be happening.
I would never imagine too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't play this kind of extremely aggressive move, but it worked very well.
Okay. My
Yeah.
audio seems to be a little too loud. Sorry, guys. Let me see if I can lower my audio.
Thank
I don't
you
know
for
how.
letting me know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think White could have jumped out,
Uh-huh.
or because White is behind, White could have done something adventurous.
We were also looking at the G14 move too for either players.
G14. Oh
yeah,
yeah,
the knight's
the knight's move.
Yeah.
Looks good.
for
Yeah.
either one, yeah.
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 If black covers here, white should think about this call. It's painful.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, which means black played very well so far.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think this was good. This strategy. When I saw this move, oh, it's so dangerous. Yeah, black is losing territory in the first place, but it doesn't have any decent territory on the board. This is the biggest one.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah, so that's why it was great.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so in the game, yeah, it worked very well. And black was satisfied with this trade.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And this is too deep.
Yeah, that was another thing that we were questioning. Was like, wow,
Yeah.
at this moment, everyone thought that white was being very desperate to
Yeah,
kind of
true,
get rid
true.
of everything.
True.
So,
Yeah.
so if white didn't play there, where should have white played before the H17 move?
Usually, I think white can do something like this.
Mm.
If white wanna do something special.
Mm.
Or this looks safer.
Mm.
Yeah, something like this.
And they keep the stone very light, right? So if black takes that stone, then oh well. Okay.
Yeah, but I think by a lot already. I think.
Okay.
Even if black just connects safely, it's good enough for black.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a bit late. White invasion. Yeah, it's a bit late. And this move, I think white could have escaped. Yeah, somehow. Yeah.
Now, another question that I had was the dragon or the ladder right here on the L9 group. Is that an important group for the game at all, or is that something that white can completely ignore and just try to live elsewhere?
Oh, which group you mean?
The ladder on the L9. Yeah. That is that important for white at all? Because there's some people in chat that are saying like, that ladder black doesn't mind the ladder extending out. If the ladder lives, but black gets more out of it. So, is that something that white should kind of just give up that ladder, use that as like a bait for black to kind of just kill, or do you think that ladder has a more of a special purpose in this game? Like, could white use? So my question is, could white use that ladder to their advantage in this game?
Oh, but this is not working. To threatening, white should go this closer, this much. Then it doesn't say anything. I mean, white cannot use this stone properly. Does it make sense? Yeah. So if it works, then it would be nice. But it doesn't work because white that can cover. Yeah. Black is pretty strong here. Strong. Yeah. So giving up these two, it was so huge loss for white. Yeah. So after black captured these two, black was very comfortable. Yeah, it's very big, thick. Yeah.
I think white gave that up in the ko, right? So white wanted to win the ko and gave up those two stones. So
yeah, but it was decisive. I think white could have done something like this before going back to the ko. Yeah. Yeah, these two stones were so big. Yeah, it was so important.
So do you think that because white lost those, that was the game-ending move at that point? Was that would you say?
So.
Yeah.
Yeah. So after black captured these two, black became so comfortable. Yeah. And the upper fight was the last
Mhm.
variation.
So to add a little bit more drama to this game, we also had a time setting of 45 minutes each with Fisher timing. Jasper still had 38 minutes left on the clock.
Oh my god.
Michael is down to I think 20 something minutes. So Michael used up a lot of time in this game. Yeah, so just to give everyone else more insight as to what happened in the live match. So it was a crazy match.
Yeah. Yeah, Jasper is very strong. I couldn't find any big mistake for him in this game. Yeah, it was perfect for him. And he's the first prize.
Wow.
He's the winner of this match.
Yep, Jasper won, and he won the championship again. So he's 3-time San Diego championship winner.
Amazing.
So
Amazing.
yeah. Both of our club members from our club lost. So, but it was great. They did very well. So yeah. So it's good. Now, is Jasper a 7-dan professional? It says 7P. Is that professional?
Asking? Are you
Yeah.
asking?
Yeah.
Oh, they says he's 7P. Is he a pro?
I don't know.
Oh.
I thought he was an amateur.
But
I could be totally wrong. Oh wow.
he's 7P. Oh my god.
Is he
I don't know. I'm not sure.
Is he 7P? I don't think so.
Yeah, he can.
Does anyone in chat know? Is he? Here, let me ask them. Is Jasper a pro player?
So, Tin, is this the last game of the championship?
Yes.
Oh.
Yes. Or at least that's from what I've been told. It was the last game of the championship. So, yeah. Okay, so they're looking at a different game now. So, okay. Jasper is a student. Okay, thanks. Okay, so they're looking at another game in San Diego, but yeah, Jasper is currently a student, not a pro player. So I think I think it's a mistake on the labeling in OGS.
So you mean he's preparing to become a pro? Or
I don't know. That I don't know. The AJ 6-dan right now, but close to 7-dan. He's a math student.
Oh, math
Yeah.
student.
Math.
Oh, students means he's a college student or something.
College. It looks like a college student or something like that. I don't know.
I see.
Okay, hold on. Let me see here. Thanks. Is Jasper a pro player? I'm trying to get it. I'm trying to get the data for everybody. Don't worry. So. Okay. Cool. Is this the last match of the whole extravaganza? Oh! All right. Okay.
Yeah, this
Cool.
is
So I came in at the end.
the last tournament. Yeah,
Yeah.
three matches and four is over.
It's over. So I guess
Yeah.
we're done for the session then. Wow.
Mm-hmm.
That is awesome. So okay, so Yunkil, do you want to just wrap it up now?
Oh yeah, if we don't have any game,
Yeah.
it's over.
All right.
So it ended earlier than we thought, right?
Yeah, I thought we would go for another hour or so, but that's awesome.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So okay, here I'll just start the goodbyes, and then everyone else can chime in. How about that? So thank you guys again so much for tuning into our awesome extravaganza. I came late the second day, so but thank you guys all so much for the support. AJ eJournal showcasing all 3 tournaments. It was a very fun experience. I hope you guys also enjoyed. And Yunko, if you want to take over, I'm signing out now. So thank you guys again so much.
Thank
you
guys for watching. See you again.
Take care, everybody.
Bye. Bye. Bye, Chad. See you next time. Take care. Bye. Thank you. Thank you
Woo.
so much.
Thanks. Awesome. Looking forward to it. So.
Thank you for having me.
Oh, Chris, do you want us to send you the because I remember reading in the other email about like checks or Venmo or something? Okay, cool. Cool. No worries. All right. Thanks.
Thank you.
Take care.
Thank you, Tin. Thank you.
Thank
Chris.
you.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye.